Chapter 1754. Tribal hunting. Gu Zhantian brought Lin Ling back to his residence. Lin Ling discovered that Gu Zhantian already had a son and a wife. That boy's face had Gu Zhantian's features, and at the start, he was somewhat fearful of strangers. However, he soon became familiar with Lin Ling. As for Gu Zhantian's wife, she was kind and honest, warmly welcoming Lin Ling. Lin Ling left behind some treasures like the Void Mystic Gourd for them. After that, he smiled and started drinking with Gu Zhantian. Gu Zhantian didn't know how valuable the treasures Lin Ling left behind were. In fact, he didn't even know Lin Ling's strength because Lin Ling's body was shrouded in devil chi. As long as he didn't unleash his aura, no one would know that he was a human. Haha, big brother, you are really something. In just a few short years you are already a father. Back then when I roamed the world, I came to the devil region and was heavily injured. Luckily I was saved by the leader of the Wings race. After that, I stayed here and waited for the old leader to die before I took on the role of the leader. Gu Zhantian sighed, his words causing Lin Ling to nod his head. Although Gu Zhantian's words were simple, he knew that the process wasn't easy. Also, he could tell that Gu Zhantian had already treated this place as his home. It was like a man supporting the entire family. In the past, Gu Zhantian was an ancient flame devil. It was rare for him to have a wife and a child. He would definitely cherish these things. After that, Lin Ling roughly recounted his experiences. The two of them instantly drank and laughed. After parting in the past, everyone was different from before. And Lin Ling also revealed his purpose. Devil statue? That forbidden ground isn't a place ordinary people can enter. Lin Ling, if you want to enter, I can bring you there. Gu Zhantian reminded. Although the forbidden ground was dangerous, he couldn't allow Lin Ling to enter alone. Maybe because he had protected Lin Ling in the past, he was used to protecting Lin Ling, treating Lin Ling as his own younger brother. Big brother, there's no need. Since it's a forbidden ground, I will enter alone. Lin Ling felt warmth in his heart, but he didn't want to implicate Gu Zhantian. What do you mean by this? Do you think that I, Gu Zhantian, am afraid of death? Big brother, you've misunderstood. I'm the only one who can go to that place. Moreover, if you go and suffer any losses, how am I going to explain it to sister-in-law and the others? Lin Ling persuaded, his words causing Gu Zhantian to fall silent. However, he felt even more guilty in his heart. Because when they went to the forbidden ground, he actually couldn't help Lin Ling. Well, let's not talk about this. How's your tribe doing this time? Lin Ling changed the topic. Gu Zhantian sighed, roughly describing the dangers of the winged race. In the devil regions, food was the most important thing. For the sake of food, tribes would often devour each other. And in this region, the winged race wasn't the strongest. There were blood crocodiles, devil leopards, and bloodthirsty six-winged falcons. All of them were eyeing the winged race like tigers eyeing their prey, wanting to devour the winged race at any moment. For the winged race to be able to survive until now, it all depended on luck. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder the winged clan acted like they were facing a great enemy when he came here. It turned out that they really had to be careful. To think that this place is so desolate. Big brother, have you never thought of migrating? Lin Ling asked. How could I not have thought of it? Sadly, the devil regions are so vast, where would we be able to stay? We aren't from any powerful devil race. The 5 great emperors of the devil regions wouldn't protect us. Gu Zhantian shook his head. In the past he was arrogant and unruly. But after he had a family, he also lost his lofty ambitions. He had to be careful with every step he took. I have a wine flask here. You can find the subordinates of the Eastern Devil King and take out the wine flask. Tell them that you are one of my subordinates, Lin Ling. They will protect you. Lin Ling contemplated for a moment before he took out the wine flask used to store the strong wine of the devil regions. Eastern Devil King. Gu Zhantian drew in a breath of cold air. This was the legendary Devil King of the legends. He contemplated Lin Ling from top to bottom and could only bitterly smile as he received the wine flask. Naturally, he didn't treat it as a big deal in his heart. Firstly, if they found the Eastern Devil King and the wine flask was useless, it would be considered as them deceiving the Eastern Devil King. At that time, their entire tribe would have to die. Secondly, during these years he felt that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds and had already surpassed the ancient flame devil of the past. However, he didn't dare to proclaim himself as the hegemon of the devil regions. Also, Lin Ling's talent wasn't bad, but his strength shouldn't be able to surpass him. Hence, he felt that it was impossible for Lin Ling to accomplish the things he couldn't do. Lin Ling didn't know what Gu Zhantian was thinking. He was still thinking of a way out for Gu Zhantian. Night gradually descended. The night in the devil regions was even more dangerous. But today was the hunting night. This hunting night only appeared once a year, causing the entire winged clan to be extremely lively. Lin Ling, it just so happens that the hunting day for the wildebeest is here. If we miss out today, our winged clan would have to starve during winter. Come, let me bring you out to hunt. When Lin Ling appeared in the tribe, Gu Zhantian smiled, causing Lin Ling to be somewhat curious. In any case, they would be heading to the Forbidden Ground tomorrow. Since that was the case, he might as well take a look at the hunting day. Everyone moved forward in a grandiose manner and came to the bottom of a cliff. After that, they set up a table and sat down, drinking wine as they quietly waited for the time to arrive. The sky grew darker and darker. Not long after, the earth trembled as gigantic silhouettes appeared in the vast plains below the cliff. Upon closer inspection, they were actually ancient horses that were over 10 meters tall. These ancient horses had stiff scales and their galloping speed was extremely fast. Also, they seemed to be migrating and their numbers were so great that one couldn't see the end of them with a single glance. Rumbled the heavens and earth trembled at this moment. Lin Ling drew in a breath of cold air. Was this the hunting ground? Every year at this time the wildebeest would migrate. Hence this is the best time for us, the winged clan, to hunt. Tomorrow everyone will have meat to eat. Beside Lin Ling, Gu Zhantian sat there, drinking wine as he explained. The other members of the winged clan all laughed uproariously, extremely excited. Because this was their food for the winter. Leader, we are moving out. Sir Lin Ling, please take a look at our strength. We will definitely reap a bountiful harvest this time around. The warriors of the winged clan all walked out, kneeling on one knee as they spoke, their morale surging. Good, let's follow the usual rules. Let's see who hunts the most. The one who hunts the most will be rewarded with strong wine. Gu Zhantian waved his hands, causing the other warriors to be even more excited. Their gazes turned to Lin Ling, suddenly filled with anticipation. Lin Ling was the brother of their leader. Hence they respected and worshipped Lin Ling. However, since their leader had already offered a reward, they also wanted to see what Lin Ling could take out. Hehe, my elder brother has already offered a reward. As his brother, I can't lose face. I will take out the Void Mystic Gourd. The one who hunts the most will be rewarded with 10 Void Mystic Gourds. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't lose face for Gu Zhantian. All the warriors were puzzled. What was the use of the gourd? When you guys are heavily injured or have your limbs broken, this gourd can heal you within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Lin Ling calmly spoke. All the warriors drew in a breath of cold air. This was a supreme treasure. Chapter 1755. 3 bone spears as expected of Lord. Good, the bone barbarian, want to be number 1. Good. Lord Lin Ling, I won't disappoint you. Good. A moment later the warriors let out cheers. They worshipped and respected Lin Ling even more. Although in their hearts, Lin Ling was a weak member of the Moon Rabbit race at this moment, his seniority was only below their leader. The temperament of the devil race was just so direct. If they were enemies, they wouldn't be afraid even if the enemy was a great devil king. If they were friends, even if the enemy was as weak as an ant, they would still treat them warmly. Swish, 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 rumble. A chaotic battle broke out in the Great Plains. Many demonic wildebeests fell, shocking the heavens and earth. Even Lin Ling drew in a breath of cold air. Thinking about it, 10-meter-tall giant wildebeests fell, and there were so many of them. How could that not be terrifying? Gu Zhantian glanced at Lin Ling, and upon seeing Lin Ling's shocked expression, he laughed. This was the first time he saw such a scene, and he was the same as Lin Ling. Lin Ling, do you want to go and play? Gu Zhantian suggested. Lin Ling shook his head. If he went out, no one would be able to snatch the spoils from him. But Lin Ling's shaking of his head made Gu Zhantian feel that Lin Ling didn't dare to. But of course this was normal. The first time he went out to hunt the demonic wildebeest, he was also somewhat timid then. After an unknown amount of time, the sounds of killing grew softer. At the foot of the cliff, a large number of corpses of the demonic wildebeest could be seen, causing the entire winged race to cheer. These corpses were their food for the winter. As expected of Bone Barbarian, becoming number 1 at such a young age. The position of number 1 warrior in the tribe will definitely be yours in the future. The warriors returned and checked their spoils of war. Bone Barbarian was actually number 1. He had killed 122 demonic wildebeests. At this moment, Gujia's face was filled with pride as he enjoyed the worship of the tribe. He was also looking at Lin Ling with a hint of provocation in his eyes. However, Lin Ling completely ignored him, which made his expression turn ugly. Obviously he was young and full of vigor and didn't easily admit defeat. Today he hadn't managed to teach Lin Ling a lesson in front of the tribe, and there was always a thorn in his heart. "Lord Lin Ling, how about I have a match with you?" the bone armor suddenly said. "How dare you?" Many of the older generation warriors immediately shouted angrily. They respected Lin Ling very much, but who would have thought that the bone armor would actually challenge Lin Ling? "Don't worry, Lord Lin Ling is from the Moon Rabbit tribe, he naturally wouldn't dare to hunt in the front. Hence, for the sake of Lord Lin Ling's safety, let's hunt on the cliffs." Bone Barbarian laughed, his words mocking Lin Ling for not daring to enter the grassy plains. He then suggested, "Let's compete using 3 bone spears and see who can hunt more demonic wildebeests. As long as I hunt more demonic wildebeests than Lord Barbarian, for every additional wildebeest, Lord Barbarian will be punished with 10 cups of wine. For every additional wildebeest, Lord Barbarian will be punished with 100 cups of wine." As the sound of his voice faded, the warriors all fell silent. They thought that Bone Barbarian wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. But if it was just a matter of drinking wine, there was nothing wrong with that. After all, it was a very normal thing for men to drink as punishment. Gu Zhantian's expression was extremely gloomy. He knew that Bone Barbarian was the youngest warrior in the tribe, and was arrogant and domineering. Hence, he wasn't willing to accept Lin Ling's challenge. However, this was simply humiliating his brother. But now it wasn't good for him to speak up for Lin Ling. Because if he rejected on behalf of Lin Ling would also be ridiculed, losing all face. Sure. At this moment, Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and nodded with a smile, as if he didn't know that Bone Barbarian wanted to see him make a fool of himself. "Little brat from the Moon Rabbit tribe, don't accept his challenge. You don't even know how to use bone spears, you won't be able to win against him. Elder brother Bone Barbarian is the #1 bone spear expert in the tribe. Last year he killed 5 demonic wildebeests with 3 bone spears." At this moment little Guju reminded, somewhat worried for Lin Ling, "When men are talking, why are you interrupting?" Bone Barbarian glared at little Guju, telling her to cover her mouth. He didn't dare to say anything, but his eyes were still fixed on Lin Ling, telling Lin Ling not to accept his challenge. However, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't hear her warning. He picked up a skewer of roasted meat and placed it in his mouth. After that he mumbled, "No matter, it's just drinking wine anyway. It doesn't matter who wins or loses." "Yes. Then Lord Barbarian has accepted my challenge. Fine, I'll embarrass myself first." "All right." Bone Barbarian couldn't help but laugh. He guessed that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to kill 1 demonic armor wildebeest, and he would have to kill at least 4. If that was the case, Lin Ling would have to drink 40 cups. That would make Lin Ling vomit and have diarrhea. He would lose all face. Someone immediately took out a bone spear. This bone spear was extremely heavy and was made from the bones of demonic beasts. Bone Barbarian held onto one of the bone spears and stood at the bottom of the cliff, looking at the grassland ahead. One must know that it was currently night time and the distance was very far. In addition, the prey was huge. Hence, it was extremely difficult to kill a demonic wildebeest. Very few of the other warriors in the tribe could kill a demonic wildebeest with just a bone spear. Elder brother Bone Barbarian, do your best. The warrior's soul shines on you. Let Lord Lin Ling see the might of the winged tribe. At least kill 5 demonic wildebeests. Cheers. Many of the warriors from the winged tribe cheered. At this moment even Gu Zhantian laughed. Maybe he also saw this competition as a drinking contest between men. At this moment cracking sounds could be heard from Bone Barbarian's body, causing Lin Ling's eyes to brighten. He discovered that the bones of the winged tribe were different from humans. They were flexible like a bow. "We of the winged tribe are born hunters." Bone Barbarian wanted to let Lin Ling know how powerful he was. He let out a low roar and bent his waist, his head actually touching the ground. The next moment, with a bang, he straightened his waist like a spring and the bone spear in his hand shot out like a shooting star. "Powerful, this spear has the strength of 8 universes." Lin Ling praised, causing Bone Barbarian to be even more pleased with himself. Shoo. The bone spear pierced through the clouds and shot towards the ground, directly killing a demonic wildebeest, stabbing it into the ground. "Good one." The warriors cheered. The speed of the demonic wildebeest was extremely fast. If Bone Barbarian could kill it, it meant that Bone Barbarian was very powerful. Again. This time, Bone Barbarian's confidence was greatly boosted. He held the bone spear with both hands, once again assuming that posture, and then threw it out. Both spears shot out. The warriors all sucked in a breath of cold air. Bone Barbarian's skill in using bone spears had reached the point of perfection. Xiao. Under countless gazes, the two bone spears created a miracle. One shot down 2 demonic wildebeests, the other shot down 3, a total of 5. Silence. On the cliff, there was complete silence. This was the first person in the history of the Wing tribe to kill 5 demonic wildebeests with 2 spears. One must know that the demonic wildebeests were huge. Even if one was shot down, the bone spear wouldn't have enough power to kill a second one. However, Bone Barbarian could do this, which meant that the bone spear was very powerful. A total of 6. Lord Linling is going to drink 60 cups. Bone Barbarian wiped the sweat from his forehead and was in high spirits. Like all the youngsters, he was rebellious and wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Today, he did it. Lord, drink. The warriors cheered and asked Lin Ling to drink, as if Lin Ling had already lost. Chapter 1756. 3 bamboo skewers, leader, drink 2. We won't rest until we're drunk. Drink? The mood of the warriors grew even higher. Maybe only on such a happy day would they dare to tease their leader like this. However, amidst their laughter, Lin Ling suddenly spoke. Big brother, I haven't made my move yet, right? As the sound of his voice faded, the warriors fell silent. The bone armor had already killed 6 demonic wildebeests and Lord Lin Ling still wanted to make his move? One must know that even if the other warriors made their move, they wouldn't be able to win against the bone armor. Let alone Lin Ling, who was from the Moon Rabbit race. Lord Lin Ling, are you drunk? A warrior teased. Although he respected Lin Ling was from the Moon Rabbit race. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. I'm half drunk and half sober. Let's use this drunkenness to try hunting demonic wildebeests. Lin Ling drank the wine in his hand as he laughed boldly. Haha, as expected of Lord, not willing to admit defeat. This is our leader's brother. How would we know if we don't try? Those warriors started and laughed even louder. They naturally knew that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to win. However, Lin Ling still had the guts to fight. This was already worthy of respect. The bone armor also smiled faintly and shrugged his shoulders indifferently. As for Gu Zhantian, he smiled bitterly. Lin Ling had never played with bone spears before and didn't know the difficulty of hunting demonic wildebeests. Bone spears? I've never played with them before. In that case, let's use bamboo skewers instead. 3 bamboo skewers instead of 3 bone spears. However, what made Gu Zhantian even more speechless was that Lin Ling actually used skewers with barbecued meat to replace the bone spears. Ah, Lord Lin Ling must be drunk. The warriors laughed even louder. The bamboo skewers were made from devil leaf bamboo and were usually used to make chairs and stools. They weren't even tough enough to make weapons. Lin Ling actually wanted to use them to hunt demonic wildebeests? This was the biggest joke in the world. I'm afraid it can't even pierce through the skin of the wildebeest. Some of the warriors laughed until tears flowed down their cheeks. One had to know that the skin of the demonic wildebeest was used to forge leather armor. One could imagine how tough it was. Lin Ling seemed oblivious to the mockery of the crowd as he finished the 3 skewers on the table. Then he picked up a bamboo skewer and waved it around. After familiarizing himself with it, he threw it out. Ah, Lord Lin Ling, you're making fun of us. All the warriors shook their heads. Because when the bone armor hunted, he used all the strength in his body, making his body like a bow, while Lin Ling sat and swung the bamboo stick. This was simply playing around. However, what surprised everyone was that after the bamboo skewers were shot out, they actually disappeared into the night. It had to be known that the winged race's eyesight was extremely good. Even at night they could still see things in the distance. But they could clearly see that in the prairie ahead, not a single wildebeest had been hit by the bamboo skewers. The bamboo stick disappeared. Could it be that I didn't use enough strength? Some of the warriors were stunned for a moment before laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Lord Lin Ling's bamboo skewers didn't seem to have enough strength. After flying out of the cliff they fell down. They didn't even reach the prairie. Lin Ling, this. Gu Zhantian also shook his head helplessly. Lin Ling was probably drunk. Even he felt that Lin Ling was joking. To think that using bamboo skewers would be so difficult. What made Gu Zhantian even more speechless was that Lin Ling actually shook his head as if this was the first time he knew that he was holding a bamboo skewer. Seems like this wine is definitely going to be drunk. Gu Zhantian thought to himself as he bitterly smiled and shook his head. Only Lin Ling knew that the bamboo skewers didn't fall down the cliff. Instead, after flying out of the cliff, they immediately turned into powder. The reason was simple. The strength he used was too great. The bamboo skewers weren't able to withstand it. However, after the first experiment, Lin Ling had a better understanding of the strength of the bamboo skewers. Roughly 12 universes of strength was the limit that the bamboo skewers could withstand. 2 more skewers. Next, I'm going to win. Win? Lin Ling calmly spoke. His words caused all the warriors to be stunned. Some of them even rolled on the ground in laughter. Even at this time, Lord Lin Ling still dared to boast. And at this moment, Lin Ling lightly waved a bamboo skewer. The bamboo skewer was like an arrow piercing through the void. Rumble. A galloping demonic wildebeest seemed to have been struck by lightning. Its eye was pierced through and it fell to the ground. The craziness of this sudden change caused the faces of those laughing warriors to stiffen. Lord Lin Ling had hunted a demonic wildebeest. The bone armor also condensed his eyes. How could he succeed with a bamboo skewer? This must be luck. Impressive. However, you only have 1 bamboo skewer left. You only hunted 1 demonic wildebeest while I have 6. The bone armor sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but remind. All the warriors suddenly quieted down and stared at Lin Ling. They discovered that this Moon Rabbit clan was not simple. They didn't know whether it was luck or strength. Lin Ling didn't rush to use the last bamboo skewer. He calmly looked ahead as if he wanted to see through the tracks of those demonic wildebeests. Time quietly passed. The sound of the demonic wildebeests galloping on the prairie became less and less. Some warriors couldn't help but remind, Lord Lin Ling, the demonic wildebeests are all migrating away. If you don't act now, you won't have another chance. Yes. The remaining demonic wildebeests had successfully migrated and gradually disappeared into the distance. And at this moment Lin Ling acted. The bamboo skewer shot out like lightning, causing the sky to explode. That terrifying aura caused countless warriors to widen their eyes and stare at the bamboo skewer. They wanted to see if Lin Ling could still hunt a demonic wildebeest. Perhaps in their hearts, Lin Ling's previous success was only luck. But this time what surprised them was that in the direction of Lin Ling's bamboo skewer, there was not a single demonic wildebeest. This meant that Lin Ling was shooting at the air. All the warriors' eyes widened. Could it be that the previous success was really luck? I won. The bone armor couldn't help but laugh. He was sure that Lin Ling relied on luck. But at this moment something strange happened. Originally, the direction of the bamboo skewer didn't have any demonic wildebeests, but the demonic wildebeest seemed to be summoned and rushed towards Lin Ling's bamboo skewer. Shio shio shio. The bamboo skewer pierced through the eyes of a demonic wildebeest and smoothly shot out. Then the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th and even the 8th. When it reached the 12th demonic wildebeest, there was actually a demonic wildebeest that rushed over and was pierced through the head by the bamboo skewer. 13. Boom. All the warriors' hearts exploded. A single bamboo skewer killed 13 demonic wildebeests. In addition to the previous one, there were a total of 14 demonic wildebeests, surpassing the bone armor's 6. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling used a bamboo skewer. How is this possible? The wine cup in Gu Zhantian's hand was crushed by his grip. His face was filled with disbelief. Why were those demonic wildebeests rushing madly towards the bamboo skewer? All the warriors stared at Lin Ling in shock. If Lin Ling participated in this hunt, maybe he would be the true number 1. Wow, brat from the Moon Rabbit race, you are so powerful. Under the silence, Xiao Guzhu's voice rang out, causing the warriors to wake up. In their minds, other than shock, there was also a strong sense of bewilderment. How is this possible? Gu Jia, on the other hand, stared at Lin Ling anxiously. He was more confused than anyone else. Chapter 1757. Heading to the Forbidden Grounds. Big picture? Bone Armor's expression changed as he hurriedly knelt down on one knee. Sir Lin Ling, please guide me. Although he was still unwilling to accept this, he couldn't deny that Lin Ling had won. Since the devil race was magnanimous, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Prediction. Lin Ling lightly spat out a single word, causing the hearts of all the warriors to tremble. Could this be the reason why the devil wildebeest charged towards the bamboo skewers? Prediction. This meant that it was not the demonic wildebeest that rushed towards the bamboo sticks. It was Lin Ling who had observed the path of the demonic wildebeests in advance. He knew where they would run to and from which angle to attack. It was the easiest way to kill the gathered demonic wildebeest. This was the highest realm of hunters. If this was used in a battle between martial artists, it would be able to predict the opponent's movements. Under the cover of the night, coupled with the speed of the devil wildebeests and the fact that Sir Lin Ling only used the bamboo skewers, Lin Ling was actually able to predict all of this. I'm sincerely convinced. Bone Armor recalled carefully. Suddenly, his entire body trembled as he kowtowed to Lin Ling. As a hunter, he naturally knew how difficult it was. He also knew why Lin Ling succeeded. Hence, he had no choice but to be convinced. But all the warriors who mocked bone armor earlier all knelt down, sincerely convinced. Even Gu Zhantian drew in a breath of cold air. He discovered that he had underestimated this second brother of his. Get up, all of you. You have strength and innate physical advantages, but your skills are still very crude. Lin Ling smiled faintly. If there's a chance, I'll give you some pointers on martial arts techniques. Thank you, sir. All the warriors respectfully replied. Although they felt that Lin Ling wasn't strong in terms of techniques, Lin Ling was indeed at the level of an instructor. He definitely had the qualifications to give them pointers. Second brother, big brother has no choice but to be convinced. Bone armor, since you agreed to the bet, you have to accept your loss. Don't tell me you don't want to drink this wine? After Gu Zhantian recovered from his shock, he solemnly spoke. Drink, I will definitely drink. Even if I die from drinking, I will fulfill my promise. Gu Jia raised his head and said solemnly. He looked at Lin Ling with even more admiration. This was the first time in his life that he had obeyed someone. We'll drink with him. We'll drink as much as the bone armor drinks, because we've underestimated Lord Lin Ling. The other warriors also shouted loudly. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. The wine of the demon race had always been strong. Right now it was enough to make them drunk. The hunt ended just like that. The warriors drank until they were dizzy. Carrying their prey, they happily returned to the tribe. Their respect for Lin Ling grew even more. These guys are pretty cute. Lin Ling smiled and suddenly looked up at the sky. He was starting to miss his family and friends back in the rainforest. As he walked towards his residence, a slender figure was already waiting for him. Under the dim light of the night, the young girl's ears trembled. She was a little excited, and the bone wings behind her were retracted, making her appear slender and elegant. Little bone beads? When he saw the young girl, Lin Ling was immediately surprised. Lord, you promised me that you would teach me martial arts. The young girl said stubbornly. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. He had forgotten about this matter. Okay, I'll teach you martial arts so that you can cultivate another kind of power in your dantian. After that, Lin Ling smiled and nodded. This was a small matter. But soon he frowned. However, I'll teach you a human's martial arts. You're from the demon race. Your bones and body are different. If you cultivate, I'm afraid it will cause a bad reaction. Little bone beads were too weak. She could only learn from the basics. The basics of martial arts had strict requirements on the meridians, bones, and internal organs of the human body. So if the martial arts were wrong, it would be easy to go crazy. Lord, you didn't keep your promise. The young girl pouted. She didn't believe Lin Ling's words at all. Lin Ling was stunned. How could he not keep his promise? If your strength was stronger and your foundation was better, he wouldn't have such a headache. I know that the demon race can also cultivate humans' martial arts. Lord, you're so powerful, you can definitely find a suitable one for me. The young girl still pouted. Lin Ling sighed. I do, but I have to be more familiar with your bones, meridians, and so on. Then you familiarize yourself with it. The willfulness on the young girl's face instantly disappeared. She excitedly walked forward and held Lin Ling's hand to touch her body. Touching those bones, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Although little bone beads were from the demon race, she looked cute. Most importantly, she looked young, but her body was beginning to take shape. Touching her body like this, Lin Ling immediately had a reaction. And the young girl was naturally the same. Her breath was like orchids. Especially when she grabbed Lin Ling's hand and touched her dantian, she felt as if she had been electrocuted. Enough. I've already found the cultivation art. Lin Ling hurriedly retracted his hand. If this continued, it would be terrible. He hurriedly drew out a set of cultivation art and hurriedly returned to his residence. The young girl's face was flushed red. Her elf-like ears were red as she skipped away in excitement. This last. After entering the room, Lin Ling bitterly smiled and shook his head. This girl from the demon race was truly magnanimous. Ah, beauties love heroes. Little bone beads are the most beautiful in our tribe. Lin Ling, why don't you marry her? At this moment, Gu Zhantian suddenly appeared and teased. Evidently, he had also seen what happened earlier. Big brother will help you to marry her. Big brother, what nonsense are you talking about? In the devil race, the fates of beautiful women are all very tragic. If little bone beads remain in the wings race, other tribes will only eye her covetously. I heard that the blood crocodile tribe has already taken a liking to her. Hence, if you can protect her, it's also good for her. Gu Zhantian sighed. Lin Ling shook his head. I already have a wife, so I don't want to be a burden to others. As for little bone beads, don't worry. After I come out from the forbidden ground, your wings race will be safe. AI. Gu Zhantian also knew that Lin Ling's character was stubborn. Hence, he didn't try to persuade him anymore. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It wasn't that he feared that humans and demons couldn't be together. Rather, he felt that for matters of the heart, it was better to let nature take its course. The night passed silently. On the second day, Gu Zhantian brought Lin Ling to the forbidden ground. The sky of the Devil region was still gloomy and the earth was vast. Occasionally, terrifying roars of demonic beasts could be heard. And in the air, a silhouette flew past with great speed. The person in front had a pair of 5-meter-long bone wings, exuding an imposing aura. This person's long hair fluttered in the wind and he had a squarish face, giving off a sense of resoluteness. And behind that person, there was a handsome young man clad in black robes. His gaze was deep as he stared ahead. The two of them were none other than Lin Ling and Gu Zhantian. Lin Ling, we've arrived. There's a devil statue in the mountain range ahead. That statue is a legend in this area and has a long history. After a long time, Gu Zhantian brought Lin Ling to a mysterious mountain. This place was filled with towering mountains and precipitous ridges. There was only a narrow path leading to the depths of the mountain. Why don't I accompany you? Chapter 1758. Devil God Statue. Big brother, you can go back first. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Gu Zhantian wanted to say something but ultimately held himself back. He heard that the forbidden ground forbade any devil from entering. As long as one had devil chi on them, they would die without a doubt. So from a certain perspective, Lin Ling was more suitable than him to enter. As for why Lin Ling wanted to enter, he didn't know. Lin Ling and Gu Zhantian exchanged a few more words. After which, Lin Ling stepped onto the winding path while Gu Zhantian stood at his original location. Only after Lin Ling disappeared did he leave reluctantly. The winding path was completely silent. On both sides, there were towering mountain ranges that were as majestic as giants. It was as though all of them were looking down at Lin Ling. And Lin Ling could see that on top of these towering mountains, there were a large number of tombs, giving off an eerie feeling. What he stepped on were dried bones. Most probably, these were the remains of some unknown devil beast that accidentally entered this place and died mysteriously. Little Onion must have his own motives for bringing me here. Lin Ling silently mused. He was even more curious about the item Li Xiaoyao left behind. Your Majesty, look, that's the devil extermination mist. At this moment, Violet Elder's voice drifted over. Up ahead, a 5-colored cloud layer could be seen drifting about halfway up the mountain. It was extremely beautiful. This type of cloud only appears in legends. It's said that it can exterminate devils and ghosts. It's one of the most mystical clouds in the world. If a devil breathes it in, it can purify everything. Violet Elder explained. Lin Ling hurriedly kept the jade medallion on him, causing the devil chi on it to dissipate. He finally understood why this place was a forbidden ground for the devil race. As he continued forward, the mountain range became even quieter, causing Lin Ling to feel as though he had arrived at the loneliest place in the world. On the winding path, Lin Ling actually saw a large number of devil pearls. These devil pearls were of various colors, some were as big as a fist, some were as small as a grain of rice. It was as though these devil pearls were left behind by powerful devil kings. They all wanted to enter the forbidden ground but all of them died here. Your Majesty, the demonic orbs can increase the power of the dragon claw. Collect them all. Old Z immediately laughed, causing Lin Ling to quickly nod his head and collect them along the way. These demon beads did not have much effect on humans, unless they were warriors who cultivated the devil Dao. However, they were of great help to Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling sensed that the dragon claws could also increase his strength. Let's refine it as we go. We've already passed the demonic extermination cloud. Even if we release some demonic chi, it won't be much of a problem. Elder Z said. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling smiled as he swallowed the devil bead, as if he was eating fried beans. He could clearly sense that the dragon tattoo on his left arm seemed to have come to life, as his arm began to heat up. The devil bead that he had swallowed was quickly digested and entered his left arm. When Lin Ling finished swallowing all the demon beads, he stretched out his left hand and suddenly opened it. A terrifying dragon claw appeared, and what surprised Lin Ling was that the dragon claw actually turned into 6 claws. There were 5 clawed golden dragons in the world. That was a divine dragon. but 6-clawed dragons? Could it be that there were more powerful existences than the 5-clawed golden dragon? My physical strength has increased by another universe. It has reached the power of 15 universes. Lin Ling was shocked. The body of the celestial demon overlord was the body of the ancient god overlord, so swallowing devil beads was useless. However, the dragon claw seemed to be able to swallow anything, and it continued to increase its strength. The human world has the Shen Yuan family. They claim to be the descendants of the gods and are divine dragon warriors. However, in front of your majesty is the divine dragon warrior. Elder Z was also shocked by Lin Ling's increase in strength. This place was accidentally brought to the demon area by the divine martial world suppression beast. Lin Ling had benefited greatly. After a long time, Lin Ling followed the winding path and finally reached the top of the mountain. What surprised him was that this place was very high, as if he could see the entire demon area. However, there was no more path. Your Majesty, look at the suspended corridor in the sky. At this time, Elder Z reminded Lin Ling. He looked over and saw that in the misty dark clouds, a large number of suspended corridors had appeared, and they were linked to the top of the mountain. However, there were too many suspended corridors. He didn't know which one to take. Moreover, Lin Ling had a feeling that if he took the wrong one he would be consigned to eternal damnation. This world is really mysterious. It actually formed a corridor in the sky. It can be said to be a work of the gods. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. With his current strength he could be considered to be one of the top in the human world. However, compared to the vast world he still felt very small. Your Majesty, use the Eye of Time. Since Li Xiaoyao is waiting for you, he must have a way to guide you. Elder Z said. Lin Ling used the Eye of Time and looked at the corridors. After a long time he saw Li Xiaoyao's figure at the top of the mountain. Li Xiaoyao's footsteps were steady as he walked toward a corridor in the east. Seeing this, Lin Ling quickly walked toward the corridor in the east. He was sure that no matter who came here it would be useless. Without the Eye of Time, it was impossible to reach the demonic god statue. The demonic god statue was also very famous in the vicinity. Many demons knew about it. However, they could see the statue but they couldn't reach it. Lin Ling was the only one who could reach it. Walking along the corridor, they didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, a magnificent mountain appeared in front of them. It looked like the Five-Finger Mountain. In the misty clouds, a tall statue sat there. Looking carefully, it was Li Xiaoyao. This statue was wearing a long robe with long hair tied behind his head. His facial features were cold and incomparably handsome. His eyes were unruly as he looked at the entire world. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he had seen Li Xiaoyao's statue in the highest deacon's hall in the human world, that statue was already damaged, so this was the first time he had seen Li Xiaoyao. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling walked down from the corridor and arrived at the Five-Finger Mountain. He raised his head and looked at the statue. After getting closer, he realized that the statue was even more magnificent. At this moment, Lin Ling was excited. He was looking forward to what Li Xiaoyao had left for him. Before reincarnating, you had already made sufficient preparations. I wonder what you will leave for me. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His left hand subconsciously touched the statue. Rumble. At the same time, the huge statue began to shake and cracks began to appear. At this moment, the top leaders of the entire demon realm all looked into the distance. Their expressions were extremely complicated. They noticed that the demonic god statue seemed to be disappearing. As for why this was happening, none of them knew. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have arrived at the top of the white clouds. There, a figure looked at him with a smile. Although the appearance was blurry, Lin Ling knew that it was Li Xiaoyao. It's here. The soft voice sounded as if it was him speaking. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. Then he smiled bitterly. I left behind a cultivation method in the mortal world. It's the strongest cultivation method I'll use to enter the martial god world. This is what I left for you. However, that cultivation method isn't here right now. With your current strength, obtaining it will only bring you more harm than good. Chapter 1759. Blood Crocodile Demon King, I don't know what your current strength is, but in order for you to find the next stone sculpture, I have prepared a lot of things for you. These are my experiences of cultivation in this world. Remember, I have left behind 3 statues. They are in the demon domain, the ghost domain, and the human domain. The demon domain is the first statue. You must find the other 2 statues. The voice sounded like it was right beside his ear, causing Lin Ling to suck in a breath of cold air. Divine cultivation technique? Is there a god? Can a martial artist become a god? Even Purple Elder was shocked. He didn't expect that one could become a god in the martial world. It seems like there is always someone better than you. Remember, this statue has been here for too long and has lost its sealing effect. In 1 year, the demon domain seal will break. In the past, I ruled this world. No one, no ghost, and no demon dared to disobey me. However, after I fall, the so-called ruler will also disappear. I look forward to seeing you rule the world again. Rumble. Along with the voice, the huge statue finally shattered, turning into sparkling fragments that covered Lin Ling's body, turning him into a statue. A large amount of memories began to appear in his mind. They were the memories of Li Xiaoyao when he first started cultivating. The mysteries within were shocking. Lin Ling's martial arts, forging, alchemy, and so on were all overturned. In Li Xiaoyao's words, the things that Lin Ling learned before were trivial, and the things that Li Xiaoyao knew were the most precious. The memories were like a tide, causing Lin Ling's soul force to increase crazily. At least, Lin Ling knew that Li Xiaoyao was a true martial god who had been to the martial god realm. After an unknown amount of time, the fragments on Lin Ling's body began to disappear like ice under the sun. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. Your Majesty, how is it? Purple Elder was worried. Feels good. Lin Ling looked at the sky calmly. Then he couldn't help but smile. He suddenly understood a lot. The ultimate goal of the Fiend God Overlord body is the divine body, and I'm getting closer and closer to the 10th grade of the heaven realm. My fire martial Dao has the divine fire in my body, and the true power of the Yellow Spring Flame is to transform into the Yellow Spring Great Emperor and control all the ghosts. As for soul power, I've already reached the 180th grade, and I'm a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. Lin Ling's voice was filled with boundless confidence. He was determined to obtain the divine cultivation method. The ghost domain statue and the human world statue, one of them must have a set of the world's most powerful cultivation technique. It should be a powerful cultivation technique that fused one's essence, energy, and soul into one. If one could obtain it, they would be able to dominate the world. Let's go back. That's right, the Tyrant Song sword needs to be reforged. The formation patterns that Li Xiaoyao left for me have opened up a whole new world for my forging. Lin Ling's footsteps were steady, like that of a sovereign. Step by step, he walked down the corridor and slowly left. At this moment, in the Wings tribe, the warriors were still talking about how miraculous Lin Ling was. As expected of the younger brother of our leader. The martial arts he left behind for us are actually so profound. He's from the Moon Rabbit race. His strength isn't strong, but he knows so many things. If we can learn these martial arts, our strength will definitely rise again. The warriors were all incomparably excited. Lord Lin Ling from today onwards is also the lord of me, Gujia. Gujia was the most arrogant, but at this moment he worshipped Lin Ling the most. At this moment, Gu Zhantian had already returned. When he heard the commotion in the tribe, he couldn't help but laugh. Seems like his position as the leader of the Wings tribe was about to be taken away by Lin Ling. With regards to this, not only was he not jealous, he was actually extremely happy. Rumble, however, at this moment, the tall walls of the tribe collapsed. The earth trembled as a towering figure appeared, bringing with it a storm of blood. Blood crocodile race. The warriors of the Wings tribe were all shocked. The murderer of my son, where is he? A giant close to 100 meters tall stepped into the tribe. This giant had the head of a crocodile with a large bloody mouth. Baleful aura gushed forth from him. This was none other than the Blood Crocodile Devil King. Speak. The voice of rage was like thunder, causing pain in the ears of all the members of the Wings tribe. Gu Zhantian's expression turned extremely unsightly. He naturally knew that the young master of the Blood Crocodile race was killed by Lin Ling. But now, how could he say it out loud? If you don't speak, all of you will die. The walls around the tribe all collapsed as a large number of gigantic crocodiles crawled out, causing the children in the tribe to be so frightened that they couldn't stop crying. The women all turned pale. Although they knew that in the Devil region tribes could be wiped out at any moment, they didn't expect that today, it would be their turn. Lord, we don't know who killed your son. The warriors of the Wings tribe shouted. I don't care. In any case, since I don't see the murderer, all of you will die. That Blood Crocodile giant roared in rage, incomparably tyrannical. There was no room for mercy. I know who it is. But if we speak, can you spare us? The old man of the Wings tribe couldn't bear to see everyone die, hence he shouted. Old Bone, don't say it. But just as the old man's words faded, Gu Zhantian roared in rage. Lin Ling acted for the sake of the Bone Pearl. At this crucial moment, How could he be a coward and betray his younger brother? No matter if it was in the past or now, Lin Ling was his kin. He was someone he had to protect. Don't say it. However, what was shocking was that other than Gu Zhantian, Bone Armor also roared in rage, unwilling to betray Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling is from the Moon Rabbit race. He won't be able to block the Blood Crocodile Devil King. If we speak out, Lord Lin Ling will definitely die. As warriors, the most important thing for us is to protect our lord. Yes. All the warriors shouted, their eyes turning red. They would rather fight than speak out Lin Ling's name. They had already acknowledged Lin Ling. Hence, no matter how weak Lin Ling was, they wouldn't abandon Lin Ling. Haha, actually, even if you speak out, you will still die. That brat from the Moon Rabbit race, I will definitely find him. The Blood Crocodile Devil King roared in rage. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of blood-colored light that actually coiled around a young girl on the ground, preparing to devour her. Little Bone Pearl. All the members of the Wings tribe roared. And far away the other tribes were all laughing coldly. They wanted to see if they could get a share of the spoils during the battle between the two tribes. The Devil region was truly so heartless. I know that my son wanted to marry you. Now that my son is dead, you should accompany him. The beam of blood-colored light in the Blood Crocodile Devil King's mouth coiled around Little Bone Pearl and was about to be devoured. However, Little Bone Pearl's eyes were wide open. At this moment she didn't feel any fear. Maybe because she was already used to seeing death in this desolate devil region. The mouth of the Blood Crocodile Devil King finally closed, swallowing Little Bone Pearl. As for the warriors of Gu Zhantian, they all roared as they charged over with their bone spears in hand. But at this moment, the Blood Crocodile Devil King let out a cry of pain. His closed mouth seemed to have encountered something, causing it to slowly open. The most terrifying thing was that it wasn't opened by his own will. Someone was forcefully forcing it open. Finally, a six-clawed dragon claw appeared from the mouth of the Blood Crocodile Devil King. Chapter 1760. Eliminating future troubles. After the cold voice, all the demons were shocked. In their eyes, the huge Blood Crocodile Demon King trembled. Its huge crocodile mouth seemed to emit a dragon's roar. Then the huge flame dragon claw tore the Blood Crocodile Demon King's mouth open. Moreover, the huge Blood Crocodile Demon King was split into two. Boom. The Blood Crocodile Demon King died right before their eyes. What kind of strength was this? To be able to tear the Blood Crocodile Demon King apart. At this moment all the demons were stunned. In the sky, accompanied by a rain of blood, a figure slowly floated down. This person was wearing a black cloak and had a single horn on his forehead. He wasn't tall, but at this moment he was as terrifying as a demon king. In his right hand was a little girl and in his left hand was a terrifying dragon claw. It was this dragon claw that tore the Blood Crocodile Demon King apart. Lord Lin Ling? Moon Rabbit race? The Wings race warriors were in an uproar. All along they had respected Lin Ling, but subconsciously they knew that Lin Ling was from the Moon Rabbit race. Therefore they thought that Lin Ling wasn't strong. After all, the Moon Rabbit race had no other advantages in the demon domain apart from their speed. But now, Lin Ling had overturned their understanding of the Moon Rabbit race. This guy. Only Gu Zhantian knew that Lin Ling was a human, but he was even more shocked. One had to know that his current strength had already surpassed the ancient Flame Devil, reaching the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling again, he subconsciously thought that Lin Ling's strongest trump card was still the ancient Flame Devil. But who would have thought that Lin Ling's strength had also surpassed the ancient Flame Devil, and by a large margin? The little guy I protected in the past has grown up today. Gu Zhantian's heart was filled with excitement, and he couldn't help but cheer. At the same time the entire Wings race cheered. The surrounding Blood Crocodile Demon King panicked, and without a leader they fled in a frenzy. Only then did the little bone bead react. Her fairy-like ears trembled incessantly as she recalled the scene from before. She should have been swallowed up, but this Moon Rabbit clan brat actually tore apart the Crocodile Demon King and saved her. Little brat from the Moon Rabbit clan. Little Gu Zhu immediately looked at Lin Ling with gratitude. The newcomer was none other than Lin Ling, smiling lightly. For him, killing Blood Alligator Demon King was nothing to be proud of, because Blood Alligator Demon King was only at the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Moon Rabbit clan brat? After that Lin Ling was stunned. No wonder the Winged Race warriors were so shocked. They still thought that he was from the Moon Rabbit race. Lord Lin Ling. At this moment, all the Winged Race warriors rushed over excitedly. As for the women and children of the tribe, They also surrounded Lin Ling, treating Lin Ling as the #1 god of war of the winged race. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling could only shake his head helplessly. At night, the demon domain became quiet again. But in this silence, the danger was even greater. However, the winged race didn't have much to worry about because Lin Ling was here. Subconsciously, they believed that Lin Ling was invincible. After escaping death, the tribe naturally wouldn't rest until they were drunk. That night, Lin Ling forged a bone spear for Gu Zhantian. This bone spear had reached the level of a divine weapon. Moreover, this divine weapon didn't have high requirements for the wielder's cultivation and strength. Such a bone spear could be called a divine weapon among divine weapons. Its power was that it contained the principle of paralysis. Those struck by the spear would be completely paralyzed, eventually losing the ability to fight. However, there were always pros and cons. The bone spear was powerful, but the runes inscribed on it were difficult to inscribe. It could be said that this bone spear was stronger than any low-grade divine weapon in the mortal world. That was because it was forged by Li Xiaoyao. Night fell and everything was quiet. The tribe gradually entered the land of dreams, and under the night sky, a silhouette silently left the tribe. This silhouette was none other than Lin Ling. One must know that other than the winged race, there were two other ancient devil races. They were the devil leopard race and the bloodthirsty six-winged eagle race. Hence, Lin Ling planned to eradicate them. Today, the death of the blood crocodile king undoubtedly caused the two great devil races to feel immense pressure in their hearts. Although they didn't know what happened to the winged race, they were sure that the winged race definitely had powerful experts guarding them. Hence, under the cover of night, the two great devil races also started to discuss in a quiet mountain valley. Food is the most important thing in the demon domain. In the past, the winged race would provide us with devil meat every month. This was the reason why we allowed them to survive. But today, even the blood crocodile king died. The winged race cannot be underestimated. In my opinion, we should join forces to wipe them out. In the mountain valley, a thin and weak man spoke. His entire body was blood red, as if he was hiding in the shadows. Behind him, there was a large number of strange eyes. Obviously, all the devils under him were hiding behind him. Devil leopard race, don't speak as if you are very powerful. In the past, you didn't slaughter the winged race. Firstly, your devil leopard race wanted to reap without sowing, making the winged race search for food for you. Secondly, if you really wanted to fight the winged race head-on, many of your devil leopard race would have died. That's why you didn't slaughter the winged race. A hoarse voice sounded. It was as if an old man was speaking, but the voice made one's bones tingle. On top of an ancient tree, a pitch-black figure stood there and said sinisterly, "So, if you want to cooperate, we will devour 80% of the winged race. Bloodthirsty six-winged demon king, you should know that without the help of our devil leopard race, you may not be able to devour the winged race." The thin and weak man said unwillingly, "Moreover, the winged race is getting stronger. Sooner or later they will devour our two races." The mountain valley suddenly quieted down. Indeed, the winged race was gradually getting stronger. This was what they feared the most. "Alright, my race agrees." "Yes. Tomorrow night, we will use the night to ambush the winged race and kill them all." "Yes." The two great demon races finally reached an agreement. The demons in the mountain valley were all excited. Their eyes were bloodshot, as if they had been eyeing the women and children of the winged race for a long time. Instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, you are discussing how to devour others. You are really in a good mood. But it's good that you are here, I don't have to search everywhere. Yes. However, at this moment, a figure slowly walked into the mountain valley. This person was wearing a black cloak like a demon king under the night sky. He was Lin Ling. "Who are you?" "Yes." In the mountain valley, all the demons were shocked. Weren't there demons guarding outside the mountain valley? How did this puny demon get in? "Who am I?" "You are not qualified to know. You only need to know that I represent the winged race." "Yes." Under countless gazes, Lin Ling stopped and said indifferently. When these words fell, all the demons sucked in a breath of cold air. Representing the winged race. Chapter 1761. Depart. My purpose for coming here is simple. Because I will be leaving tomorrow, but you guys are eyeing me covetously. So before I leave, I want to help my big brother eliminate some dangers. Lin Ling did not answer the other party's question. His lips curled into a smile, a bloodthirsty smile. A sword appeared from his loose cloak. It was a sword as thin as a silkworm's wing, but its sharpness was revealed. Without wasting any time, Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards the skinny man. At the same time, his sword slashed out from the depths of hell. The devils were all taken aback. They didn't expect Lin Ling to make a move just like that. Furthermore, he was aiming for their leader. Kill my devil leopard? Do you have the strength to do so? The skinny man coldly snorted as he transformed into a gigantic devil leopard. Shoo. However, as the sword slashed down, time seemed to have stopped for a second. The sword seemed to be far away, but in an instant, it appeared right in front of the devil leopard. What is this? The devil leopard was taken aback. A domain you don't understand, the laws of space. Swish. With a single slash, the devil leopard's head was chopped off. The entire valley was in an uproar. All the devils were shocked. This devil is so strong, let's go. On the ancient tree, the expression of the six-winged eagle king changed. 6 wings appeared as it shot up into the sky with lightning speed. Evidently, it was afraid. However, just as it flew up into the sky, a ghostly figure appeared behind it, slashing down with a sword. If I want to kill you, it's useless no matter how fast you are. The one who appeared behind the 6-winged eagle king was none other than Lin Ling. Shoo. Another sword slashed down. Time froze as the 6 wings were sliced off. After that, a figure fell from the sky, causing the entire valley to fall silent. In the blink of an eye, 2 devil kings were defeated. This person was too terrifying. Wait, I swear that I will never invade the territory of the winged race. On the ground, the devil king screamed in fear. This was too terrifying. Even Gu Zhantian of the winged race wasn't this terrifying. Who was this devil exactly? He was very clear that he had provoked an extremely terrifying existence. If we were in the mortal world, I would believe you once because you won't be able to create any waves. But in the devil region, I will be leaving tomorrow. Who knows if you will go back on your words? A cold voice drifted down from the sky. I won't. I Luofa swear that I will never invade. That devil king's body began to tremble. I'm sorry. You can only blame yourselves for having designs on the winged race. Lin Ling shot down from the sky, and the sword appeared in his hand. It was like fishing for the moon in the ocean. Boom. With a single slash, the power of law gushed out, and the ground cracked open. The bloodthirsty 6-hawk demon king was split into 2, and all the demons in the valley were scared out of their wits. If you don't want to die, leave this area forever. At the same time, the voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell sounded again. Rumble. The 2 demons in the valley began to flee frantically. They were scared. They were completely scared. In less than half an hour, the entire valley was silent. Only Lin Ling stood there with a smile. He could finally be at ease after returning to the mortal world. Then Lin Ling looked at the sword in his hand. It was a thin sword that was 3 feet long. The sword light was like water, and it carried an elegant and murderous aura. This was a low-level divine weapon that Lin Ling had casually forged using Li Xiaoyao's forging skills. However, this sword was not weaker than the Tyrant Song sword because it possessed the power of law, and that was the ability to freeze time. Although the freezing time was very short, a moment was extremely crucial in a battle between cultivators. Wuxia cultivates the power of law, but there are too many laws of heaven and earth. Whoever controls more laws will obtain the world. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Currently he controlled the law of fire. Don't underestimate that law. It was even more powerful than the power of origin because it was also the essence of the power of origin. Even a wisp of fire carried supreme divine might. And with the help of the sword in his hand, Lin Ling also had the power of law in his space domain. As for the Tyrant Song sword, Lin Ling had naturally reforged it. Its power was definitely stronger than the current sword. After a long time, Lin Ling left. The sky gradually brightened. The warriors in the winged race tribe woke up one by one. They looked at the people around them and couldn't help but smile. However, most of them were looking at Lin Ling, as expected of Lord Lin Ling. His strength is even stronger than the tribe leaders. He is also our winged race's undefeatable god of war. Last night he taught me a set of martial arts and gave me a bit more power in my dantian. Now my strength has greatly increased. The warriors were in high spirits. They had no idea that Lin Ling had already left last night and killed the 2 tribe leaders. Gradually the tribe became lively. The women and children all woke up. Lin Ling also spoke of his purpose. What? Lin Ling, you are leaving? When Gu Zhantian heard the news, he was instantly filled with reluctance. After that he bitterly smiled. He wanted to leave together with Lin Ling, but he couldn't abandon the tribe. Lord, where do you want to go? Isn't it good to stay in the tribe? When Gu Jia heard Lin Ling's words, he knelt down. Although Lin Ling looked the same age as him, in his heart, Lin Ling was his senior, a god of war. Lin Ling smiled, because my home is no longer here. Hence I have to return. But everyone, don't worry. We will meet again in the future. Upon hearing this, all the warriors knelt down as their eyes turned moist. Gu Zhantian also knew that Lin Ling had to return to the mortal world. Hence he took out some wine to send Lin Ling off. Lin Ling gulped down a mouthful of the strong devil wine. He swept his gaze over the warriors. Don't worry. I believe that not long later the name of the Wings race will spread throughout the mortal world. This time when I return, all of you can look for the Eastern Devil King and receive his protection. If you are unwilling to leave your homeland, you can continue to stay here. If there's a chance, I will come and visit you all. As the sound of his voice faded, Lin Ling turned and left. Put on. All the warriors kowtowed as they stared at the departing undefeatable god of war of the Wings race. Little rascal Lin Ling. Gu Zhantian's eyes turned even more moist. Only when Lin Ling had completely disappeared did he retract his reluctant gaze. As for the tribe, it was much quieter now. In their hearts, Lin Ling of the Moon Rabbit race was already their kin. Leader, not good, not good. The Devil Leopard race and Bloodthirsty Six-Winged Eagle race, they... At this moment, outside the tall walls, a figure flew in anxiously. After that, he retracted his wings and stared at Gu Zhantian and the others in shock. What? The Devil Leopard race is finally going to act? Gu Zhantian retracted his thoughts as his expression turned extremely unsightly. He had long guessed that as long as the Blood Crocodile race died, the Devil Leopard race would definitely act. Because a mountain cannot hide two tigers. In this region, the Devil Leopard race wouldn't allow a stronger tribe to rise. Fight. Lord Lin Ling has just left. We must not throw his face away. All the warriors roared in anger. They wanted to continue fighting. No, leader. Things aren't like this. That warrior who spoke anxiously. Gu Zhantian waved his hands, indicating for that warrior to continue speaking. Last night, the leaders of the Devil Leopard race and Bloodthirsty Six-Winged Eagle race were killed and their tribes disintegrated. Right now, all of them have disappeared from this region. That warrior spoke word by word. Boom. Chapter 1762. Back to the mortal world, the two great devil clans had fought with them for many years and had always been a thorn in their hearts. But in a single night, all the enemies who had been eyeing them covetously all died? What the hell is going on? It's Lord Lin Ling. Abruptly, the bone armor gazed into the distance as it knelt down and kowtowed. Everyone trembled. It must be Lord Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling knew that they were about to leave, hence he helped them to deal with the enemies in the vicinity and prepared an escape route for them. Little fellow, in the past your elder brother protected you. Today you have protected your elder brother. Gu Zhantian felt as though he was struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze as tears finally flowed out from his eyes. The young eagle of the past had finally spread its wings and soared into the skies. Who could obstruct it? Let's go to the territory of the Eastern Devil King. At this moment, Gu Zhantian waved his hands and roared, causing the countenances of all the warriors to change. The Eastern Devil King was one of the 5 great devil emperors of the devil region. He wasn't someone ordinary devils could get close to. The Eastern Devil King is acquainted with my younger brother Lin Ling. If Lin Ling wants me to go, the Eastern Devil King wouldn't dare to neglect me. At the start, Gu Zhantian didn't believe Lin Ling's words because he didn't feel that a puny human like Lin Ling would be acquainted with the Eastern Devil King. But now he believed it, because his brother Lin Ling was omnipotent. In fact, he was no longer the puny young man of the past. He was already protecting everyone. Since it's Lord Lin Ling's words, let's go. Yes. All the warriors stood up. They had incomparable trust in Lin Ling. Naturally, the truth was as such. When they went to the territory of the Eastern Devil King, they only needed to take out the wine gourd given to them by Lin Ling and they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the true martial realm. However, the current them didn't know this point yet. As Lin Ling left the Devil Domain, the ancient teleportation portal to the Devil Domain appeared in his mind. After a long time, a whirlpool appeared in the middle of an ocean. Without hesitation he stepped into it. To Li Xiaoyao, the demonic city was like his back garden. Now it was the same for Lin Ling. It was extremely familiar. The sealing barrier of Jianghu world was successful, but the seal in the depths of Devil area has begun to crack. 1 year later, the mortal world will welcome the dreadful Devil clan. Lin Ling thought. The seal in the depths of the Devil Domain was left behind by Li Xiaoyao, but it had been too long, so the seal had gradually lost its effect. And with Lin Ling's current strength, he was unable to seal it, so he was unable to stop the invasion of the devil domain. After passing through the teleportation array, it didn't take long for the familiar smell of the mortal world to assail him. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. Although this trip to the demon domain was short, to him, it was as if he had been reborn. We must find the remaining 2 statues. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The current priority was to improve his strength, especially his God-Devil Overlord body, to reach the heaven realm. Although Lin Ling had obtained a part of Li Xiaoyao's memory, no matter what kind of memory it was, cultivation resources were indispensable. Return to the 7 Emperors' Heaven, where I can get merit points to exchange for treasures. Lin Ling had a plan in his mind. His body moved and he shuttled between heaven and earth. Gradually, Shenping province was getting closer and closer. A year had passed since Lin Ling's battle in the Forbidden City. The storm caused by the battle in the Forbidden City had gradually calmed down. However, the name of Lin Ling was still known throughout the mortal world. However, during that year, many strong cultivators like Tiandi and Xiandi had been born in the mortal world. The world of Tiandi and Tiandi had also reached the peak of their era. In the 3 mysteries of the mortal world, many martial artists pursued the celestial emperors that they all worshipped, and in the Great Blackping region, Lin Ling was undoubtedly the idol of all martial artists. It was not strength, but that magnanimous heart of martial arts that did not fear the heavens and the earth. Dragon soars in the universe. As Lin Ling passed by some sacred domains, he was shocked to discover that some of the younger generation martial artists were actually learning his martial arts. Besides, weapons like swords had become the norm. Young cultivators yearned for weapons like swords the most. When Lin Ling saw that, he shook his head helplessly and gazed into the distance. Gradually, the sacred rainforest was getting closer and closer. At present, Lin Ling didn't have any enemies in Shenping province. However, in the mortal world, Lin Ling had many enemies. In the mortal world there was the Ji clan, the Eternal Palace, the Shenyuan clan, and the Yun clan. Behind him, there were hidden mortal world giants such as Jianghu Celestial Stage and Champion University. But last time, when he summoned the divine martial world suppressing beast, at least those mortal world giants restrained themselves. When Li Xiaoyao was growing up, he had some enemies in this world. If those enemies knew that I was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, they would be the first to kill me. So, I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Lin Ling still felt a little pressured. After a short while, Lin Ling landed in the sacred rainforest. Suddenly, the entire sacred rainforest was in an uproar. Ancestor Tai Yen and the others all came out to greet him. They knew that Lin Ling had been taken away by the divine martial world suppressing beast, so he was definitely not dead. They just didn't know when he would come back. Looking at his family and friends, Lin Ling's heart warmed. He hurriedly bowed to Ancestor Tai Yen and the others. Then he went to pay his respects to Venerable Ding Hai. That night the family was happy and harmonious. Lin Ling, we saw Yu and Yu in the Forbidden City. They have a child with them. That must be your child. When night fell, Ancestor Tai Yen looked at Lin Ling excitedly. When Lin Ling fought in the Forbidden City, they naturally saw Yu and the others outside. I know. They should be at Jianghu Celestial Stage. Lin Ling looked at the excited Ancestor Tai Yen and couldn't help but smile. Brat, hurry up and bring them back. Emon Yenshin suddenly knocked Lin Ling's head and complained. In the distance, Lord Pu, Lord Shui Wu, and the others saw Emon Yenshin's action and their hearts trembled. Lin Ling was a guy who wasn't afraid of facing the giants of the human world. How dare Emon Yenshin knock his head? They immediately shook their heads helplessly. In the whole world, only Lin Ling's mother dared to scold Lin Ling like this. Lin Ling scratched his head as if he had been wronged. Mother, although I know that they are at the Jianghu Immortal Plateau, the Great Mystic region is so big that it would be difficult to find them in such a short period of time. However, they seem to be fine, which makes me feel relieved. Moreover, I have a feeling that I will be able to see them again soon. During the battle in the Forbidden City, Lin Ling couldn't talk to Yu and the others because time was limited. This time he definitely wouldn't miss the chance to see them again. You're right. Mother was a little anxious before. However, Yu and the others are at Jianghu Celestial Stage. I'm afraid it will be difficult to see them again. Emon Yenshin frowned. No matter how difficult it is, no one can stop me. As long as I am titled Xiandi and become strong enough, even Jianghu Celestial Stage will have to give me face. Lin Ling smiled confidently, causing Emon Yenshin and Ancestor Tai Yen to laugh. They loved to see Lin Ling's confident look because only this kind of smile could bring them forward in the wind and rain. Right, where is the Fire Spirit Princess? Chapter 1763. Challenge. That little girl and little flame have both gone to the Seven Emperors' sky to cultivate. Yumun Yun said with a smile. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The fire spirit princess had become the disciple of the Seven Emperors' sky? Moreover, she's now the fire spirit Heavenly the Arch. Even little flame has been given the title of Heavenly the Arch. Qin Xiaolin also laughed. Lin Ling immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It seems that the Seven Emperors' sky has changed a lot in this 1 year. Not to mention the Seven Emperors' sky, even the legends of the mortal world have changed a lot. I heard that many disciples of the Seven Emperors' sky have been born in the Seven Emperors' sky. Some of them have even been given the title of Heavenly the Arch. Right now, the Seven Emperors' sky is filled with geniuses. Qin Xiaolin recalled what the fire spirit princess had said when she returned. She told Lin Ling that this caused a flame to burn in Lin Ling's heart. His blood was also boiling with battle intent. Let's go to the Seven Emperors' sky tomorrow. Lin Ling clenched his fists, filled with battle intent. The night passed quietly. The next day, Lin Ling went to the Seven Emperors' sky early in the morning. Currently, he wanted nothing more than to obtain a large amount of merit points to increase his strength. Your Majesty, your current strength is above average among the diamond-level heavenly thearchs. If your Majesty makes a breakthrough and enters the Wuxia realm, then no diamond-level heavenly thearchs will be a match for you. Along the way, Elder Purple would occasionally speak. Diamond-level heavenly thearchs were mostly from the Wuxia realm to the Wuxia realm. These powerhouses all controlled the power of laws, and their talents were definitely not weak. This was because if they could enter the Wuxia realm, their talents would definitely reach the heaven tier. If an earth tier talent wanted to enter the Wuxia realm, it would take even longer. This was also the reason why Princess Wuxia wanted to announce to the mortal world after obtaining the heaven tier talent. As for the diamond-level heavenly emperors, they were experts on the Martial Pavilion's Earth ranking. From another perspective, although Lin Ling didn't challenge the Martial Pavilion, he was actually ranked 3rd on the Shangxian ranking. At this moment, the Seven Emperors' heaven was bustling with activity. After a year, the 4 mountains had been divided into 3 camps. One camp was led by Lin Ling, backed by Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou. The other camp was led by the ancient Ji family and the Eternal Palace, backed by the Law Overlord and Emperor Luo. The experts involved in the 3 factions were no longer at the level of disciples. There were even experts at the level of Xian Di. Obviously, the reason for the formation of this camp was Lin Ling. In the past, Lin Ling had killed the people of the ancient Ji family, which made the ancient Ji family hate Lin Ling to the core. It had become an irreconcilable hatred. If it were not for the fact that they were afraid of the divine martial world-suppressing beast, they would have mobilized their entire family to kill Lin Ling. At this moment, in a square on the floating mountain, a large number of experts gathered. Their auras were strong and each of them was a domineering existence. A month has passed, and the battle between the 9 spirits of heaven and Jitianshan has begun. The crowd whispered as they glanced at the square. At this moment there were 2 camps in the square. One camp was led by the 9 spirits of heaven, and the other camp was led by a young man with a face full of pockmarks. That young man was obviously from the ancient Ji family. He was titled as a heavenly emperor and was ranked in the top 20 among the gold-level experts. He seemed to have made an appointment with the 9 spirits of heaven a month ago, and today he had come to accept the challenge. Where's Lin Ling? I haven't seen him for a year. Could he be dead? In the silence, before the young man with a face full of pockmarks could speak, a middle-aged man beside him sneered coldly. This person was also a heavenly emperor of the ancient Ji family. His name was Jianghu, and his strength had reached the diamond level. He was Wuxia's 2nd realm. In the past, they were like otherworldly experts who did not care about other heavenly emperors. However, after Lin Ling provoked the ancient Ji family, they also surfaced from behind the scenes. From this, it could be seen that the ancient Ji family's foundation was extremely deep. Even if you die, my brother will not die. On the other side, before the 9 spirits of heaven could speak, a bald young man sneered. It was Little Flame. Kill them, 9 spirits of heaven. Can you do it? If you can't, I'll do it. How dare you insult my husband? You must be tired of living, said a clear and melodious voice. The crowd looked over and shook their heads helplessly. It was the fire spirit princess. Many people were extremely fearful of this little girl, because although she looked young, her strength was abnormally strong. With her heaven stage talent, there weren't many ordinary heavenly emperors who were her match. Most importantly, she was doted on by the Emperor of Li Shou, and simply allowed to do whatever she wanted. Of course that was normal. The Fire Spirit Princess was the youngest genius of Champion University. Now that the Seven Emperors world had obtained her, it would be strange if they didn't dote on her. The Fire Spirit Princess had a fiery temper. She didn't like anyone, no matter who it was. She dared attack anyone. She hadn't been in the Seven Emperors world for a long time, but ordinary celestial emperors were scared of her. On top of that, she had the support of the Fire Clan, so nobody dared offend her. Because a short time before, the Fire Clan's ancestor had come to the Seven Emperors world and threatened to kill anyone who dared offend the princess. Of course, many celestial emperors were afraid of the Fire Spirit Princess, but that didn't include the Ji clan. Haha, in a year's time, the former hero of the human world, Lin Ling, has become a cowardly bear of the human world. You must know that if a martial artist doesn't advance, they will regress. Lin Ling is indeed a genius, but in a year's time he has already regressed, said the middle-aged man of the Ji clan, smiling coldly. Not bad, the hero of the human world? The human realm was more like a coward. Lin Ling did not dare to return because there were many celestial emperors who wanted to defeat him among the three great legends of the human realm. Everybody wants to be a genius. Apart from the old geniuses, new geniuses also want to be a genius. Lin Ling, come and fight me if you dare. Said a large number of celestial emperors from the Ji clan. They weren't afraid of Lin Ling because Lin Ling's divine martial world beast was extremely strong. Shameless boasting. Come and fight. Fight. At this moment, the 9 spirits of heaven had ugly expressions. In the past, when Lin Ling fought in the Forbidden City, no one dared to speak up. Now that Lin Ling had disappeared for a year, these people became complacent. Sure, 9 spirits of heaven. After you lose, I will challenge Lin Ling. If Lin Ling doesn't dare to fight, then get the hell out of the Seven Emperors' heaven. On the other side, Ji Tianxian walked out and moved his neck. A powerful aura bloomed as the power of faith transformed into a qilin. Both of you agreed to fight. Remember, this is a spar. The rules of the Seven Emperors' heaven cannot be broken. Unless the other side refuses to admit defeat, you can't kill. At this time, a deep voice drifted out. It was Xian Di. This person was an expert with the title of Xian Di. With his seniority as the judge, it was very fair. However, it was clear that he was on the side of the 9 spirits of heaven. That's right. This battle will be a wager of merit points. Each person must take out 50,000 merit points, said an old man wearing a loose robe with talismans on it. This person was the talisman ancestor. He was obviously on the side of the Luo Emperor. This battle wasn't just about reputation, it was also about merit points. Chapter 1764. They were back. 9 spirits of heaven, you must not lose. Our merit points are all on you. The Fire Spirit Princess shouted, making the 9 spirits of heaven nod. In her hand, the halberd appeared. Both of them are gold-level heavenly emperors. Their source strength has reached the peak realm. Moreover, their talent is similar. Let's see whose fighting spirit is stronger. Baiyun Qiandi frowned. The unhindered heavenly emperor and the others were also a little worried. The current battle had reached a level that they could not see through. Fight. The 2 heavenly emperors were like meteors, crazily colliding. Boom. The plaza was protected by an array formation, but it still shook violently. The 9 spirits of heaven is Lin Ling's brother. I didn't expect him to be so strong. The spectators in the distance whispered. If the battle between the 2 was placed in the mortal world, it would be enough to sweep away any saint realm. Unfortunately, this was the 7 emperors' heaven, so there was no strongest, only stronger. Boom. 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 The 2 collided and a storm rose in all directions. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. On the left, the Faith Qilin appeared. It was like a Qilin god, and its every move was blessed by thousands of living beings. On the right, the halberd was divided into 9 souls, shocking the world and making ghosts and gods weep. The 2 of them fought for a full 2 hours, but at this moment Ji Tianxian sneered, 9 spirits of heaven lose for me. Spear of Faith. It was unknown when a divine weapon appeared in his hand. The golden light was resplendent, making him seem as if he had transformed into a heavenly war god. As the spear appeared, the wind and clouds in the sky churned. There was the pressure of heaven and earth, and it actually carried a trace of the power of law. Although it was not the most complete power of law, it was enough to sweep away a gold-level heavenly emperor. Despicable, he actually used a divine weapon. That divine weapon is probably about to reach the middle grade. On Baiyun Qiandi's side, everyone cursed angrily. A loss is a loss. There's no need to talk so much nonsense. Ji Tianxian sneered and attacked the 9 spirits of heaven with his spear, but the 9 spirits of heaven did not have a divine weapon in his hands. Although Lin Ling had given him a divine weapon before, he was not proficient in those weapons and was still proficient in the halberd, so he did not want those divine weapons. Rumble. Wherever the spear passed, the 9 spirits of heaven spat out blood. His body flew backward and his sky piercer was completely shattered. Moreover, the spear of faith didn't stop. It was still shooting towards the 9 spirits of heaven, with the intention of obliterating him. I admit defeat. The 9 spirits of heaven immediately shouted, but the spear of faith still shot out. How dare you? At this time, Transcendent Xian Di coldly shouted and waved his right arm. The formidable power of laws was like the 3 pure ones, enveloping the spear of faith and finally stopping its speed. There are times when martial artists can't control their strength in a battle. Since I didn't kill anyone, let's forget about it. Ji Tianxian put away his spear and said casually. This made the faces of Baiyin Tiandi and the other experts turn ugly. Previously, they had seen that if it wasn't for Transcendent Xian Di, the 9 spirits of heaven would have died. Alright, it's enough that you won. The symbol ancestor said faintly. Then he laughed and said, 50,000 merit points. How much did you have to contribute to the human world to exchange for so many merit points? Not bad, not bad. His voice was filled with pride, which made Transcendent Xian Di feel extremely uncomfortable. Who's next? Baiyin Tiandi, Little Flame, or Lin Ling? At this moment, Ji Tianxian was in high spirits. He looked down on the 9 spirits of heaven and said, right now, I already have 100,000 merit points. I'll put them all down. Any gold heavenly emperor can fight with me. Who dares? As expected of Ji Tianxian and the 9 spirits of heaven. Let them come up. If you don't dare, then you're trash. If you don't dare to fight today, then from today onwards, when you meet the heavenly emperors of the Law Overlord and Arcane Overlord, you have to kowtow. On the other side, the heavenly emperors of the Law Overlord side all shouted. Fuck your bullshit. The 9 spirits of heaven and the others cursed. Was there such a way to fight? If they didn't dare to fight, they had to kowtow. This Ji Tianxian was clearly teaching them a lesson on behalf of the ancient Ji family. Do you dare? Ji Tianxian sneered again. In the Battle of the Forbidden City, the ancient Ji family had lost face. Today they naturally had to vent their anger. On the other hand, Wuxiang Xian Di frowned. Just as he was about to speak, the symbol ancestor sneered and said, seniors like us shouldn't get involved in a fight between the younger generation. Moreover, this is a fair fight. Even if you report this to Emperor Lisho, you won't be in the right. After all, how can a martial artist grow without experiencing battles? Sometimes pressure is motivation. You. Wuxiang Xiandi's face turned cold. The other party had gone too far. Alright, I'll fight with you. If you have the ability, don't run away. At this moment, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded. Many people's faces changed. Someone dared to accept the challenge? They shifted their gazes and instantly saw a young man in a blue and white robe striding over with a smile on his face. Even if the sky collapsed, he wouldn't be alarmed. He was as transcendent as the clouds in the sky. Lin Ling. At this moment, everyone gasped. They didn't expect Lin Ling, who had disappeared for a year, to return at this moment. Boss. The 9 spirits of heaven were excited. It was as though they had seen their strongest pillar. Over the past year, Lin Ling had been dazzling at the start. Now he had slowly dimmed. However, they still believed that Lin Ling was omnipotent. Batty, you're back. Princess Fire Spirit was the most excited. She turned into a fire shadow and immediately shot towards Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling laugh. He was extremely happy to see his comrades and companions. He then lifted his head and saw Princess Fire Spirit pouncing on him. Like a little snake, she coiled around him. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Is this naughty little girl the Princess Fire Spirit or the second dream? He struggled to remove the naughty little girl from his body. Holding the second dream's hand, he walked forward slowly. He's Lin Ling? Looking at Lin Ling, the heavenly emperors who had been clamoring earlier all fell silent. When Lin Ling wasn't around, they were arrogant. However, after Lin Ling's return, they subconsciously felt a tinge of fear. Lin Ling. If not for the divine martial realm suppressing beast, who knows how many human realm giants would have killed him. The symbol ancestor's face was cold. He didn't get along with Lin Ling. At this moment, when he saw Lin Ling intimidating everyone into silence, he felt uncomfortable. You're the one who killed Ji Yuan and Ji Mengling, Lin Ling. This was the first time Ji Tianxian saw Lin Ling. He sensed that Lin Ling was only a 9th stage saint. He wasn't afraid and said coldly, "Do you know who Ji Yuan is? He's the grandson that the Ji family's old man valued the most. You've killed him. When the old man comes out of seclusion, you'll be dead. Who do you think you are? Nagging non-stop." Lin Ling glanced at Ji Tianxian and said rudely. Ji Tianxian wasn't polite to him either. He walked and said, "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. I'll turn you into a dog. Do you believe me?" Domineering. Chapter 1765. Announced the news. The corner of Ji Tianxuan's eyes twitched. Beat him like a dog? This was the first time he was looked down upon since he started practicing martial arts. He snorted and said, "You can fight me if you want, but you defeated Ji Mengling. Ji Mengling is a diamond-level heavenly emperor, so you should be a diamond-level heavenly emperor. Do you have the nerve to fight me? Don't forget I said that I could defeat all gold-level heavenly emperors. Are you?" "That's right. Lin Ling, can you be any more thick-skinned? You're bullying the weak. If you have the ability, fight Jianghu. Let's see if you dare. You only dare to be arrogant in front of the weak. You're like a dog in front of the strong." The heavenly emperors from the law overlords shouted angrily, trying to suppress Lin Ling with their words. The symbol ancestor also sneered. Lin Ling was indeed not qualified to fight. He also wanted to suppress Lin Ling's spirit, so he was about to speak when Lin Ling asked, "May I ask what is the strength requirement for a diamond-level heavenly emperor?" "A diamond-level heavenly emperor is at the powerful Wuxia realm," Ji Tianxian said with his chest puffed out. Diamond-level heavenly emperors were at the true Wuxia realm, but it did not mean that Wuxia realm could enter the circle of diamond-level powerhouses. Baiyun Qiandi was one of the examples. "You said that any gold-level heavenly emperor can challenge you, and the diamond-level heavenly emperors you mentioned are at the Wuxia realm. Then I want to ask, what realm am I at?" Lin Ling suddenly said. Silence. The heavenly emperors who were shouting earlier all fell silent, and their faces turned ugly. Lin Ling was actually only at the Saint Rudiment realm. In fact, he did not meet the requirements of the diamond-level heavenly emperor. In other words, he was still a gold-level heavenly emperor, but his combat strength was strong enough to shake a diamond-level heavenly emperor. Lin Ling is at the Saint Rudiment realm. He is still a gold-level heavenly emperor. Seeing that everyone was silent, Wuxiang Xiandi immediately laughed out loud. As expected of Lin Ling. Every time he appears he makes people feel proud and elated. As for Ji Tianxian, he seemed to have eaten a fly at this moment, unable to say anything. "You can't refute it? Then I'm qualified to fight you. Come, I'm going to beat you into a dog." Lin Ling sneered. His words were overbearing and grand. He didn't need to be polite to someone from the ancient Ji family. Lin Ling teach him a lesson. He almost killed the 9 spirits of heaven. Princess Hualing also waved her little fist, causing Ji Tianxuan's expression to constantly change. He wanted to fight, but he wasn't Lin Ling's opponent. However, if he didn't fight, then his arrogant words from before would be like slapping his own face. He had never thought that Lin Ling would come back at this time and mess up his plans. I'll admit defeat on his behalf. Lin Ling, if you want to fight, why don't you fight me? While Ji Tianxian was silent, a figure suddenly walked over slowly. This person was about 40 years old. Of course, martial artists were slow to age, but in reality he had cultivated for almost 200 years. He was a heavenly emperor powerhouse from the ancient Ji family, also under the law overlord. His name was Jianghu. Among the diamond-level heavenly emperors in the human world, his strength was also well known. He was stronger than Ji Mengling and Shenyuan Jiutian because he wasn't a genius, but he was a powerhouse who had cultivated for a longer time. "Jianghu, what is your strength? You have the nerve to fight? That means we can also let Wuxiang Xiandi fight." On the side of the 9 spirits of heaven, everyone mocked. These people were so thick-skinned. "If you dare to fight, then fight. If you don't, then we'll take away the merit points you lost earlier." Jianghu had cultivated for a long time, so he didn't care about the crowd's words at all. However, his words were more of a provocation. If they didn't dare to fight and took away the merit points, then the 9 spirits of heaven and the rest would lose a lot of money. Those merit points were extremely precious. If they were taken away, the 9 spirits of heaven and the rest would go bankrupt. "Alright, then we'll fight. But if we're going to play, then we'll play big. A total of 200,000 merit points to bet." Lin Ling naturally knew that the other party was trying to provoke him. However, he was currently lacking merit points, so he wouldn't miss out on it if someone offered it to him. You really dare to fight? Jianghu was immediately shocked. Wuxiang Xiandi's eyes narrowed. He knew that Lin Ling's strength could defeat Wuxiang, but Jianghu could defeat Wuxiang, who was in the second stage. He was stronger than Ji Mengling and the rest. Interesting. Jianghu accept his challenge. If you don't have enough merit points, I've just completed a huge task in the mortal realm and was rewarded with 100,000 merit points. I'll give it to you to bet. Symbol Ancestor was afraid that Lin Ling would regret his decision and immediately said. With Symbol Ancestor's words, Jianghu had nothing to fear. He instantly laughed coldly. If he defeated Lin Ling, he would get 200,000 merit points. That was a huge sum of money. Wait, although the bet has been made, Lin Ling, I suspect that you don't have 200,000 merit points. So please prove it. Symbol Ancestor was indeed astute. At this moment he said coldly. Many people stared at Lin Ling as though Lin Ling was a swindler. This was because they knew that Lin Ling had disappeared for a year and didn't have any merit points. Do you think I'm like you? You don't keep your words. Facing Symbol Ancestor's questioning, Lin Ling was fearless. He was like an unsheathed sword that was pointed at Xiandi. This caused Symbol Ancestor's face to turn ugly instantly. Back in the Avalon of 5 Elements, Lin Ling had also refuted him. Today he did it again. It was as though he, an expert with the title Xiandi, was actually a piece of trash. However, the cold smile on his face became even more intense. He wanted to see how Lin Ling was going to obtain a huge amount of merit points in a short period of time. The others also stared at Lin Ling. One must know that merit points were hard to obtain and they were accumulated over a long period of time. It was simply impossible to obtain 100,000 merit points in a day. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling smiled indifferently and looked towards the sky. Emperor Yu, Emperor Li Shou, I have news to announce. The crowd instantly went into an uproar. Lin Ling actually went to look for Emperor Yu and the rest? Idiot, do you think that Emperor Li Shou and the rest will privately give you merit points? You don't know it all. Merit points are distributed by the highest authority in the mortal world. Emperor Li Shou and the rest don't have the right to privately give you merit points. Symbol Ancestor's face was filled with mockery. Lin Ling speak. Lin Ling's return had actually attracted the attention of the 7 emperors. Therefore, after Lin Ling spoke, Emperor Li Shou's voice was heard. The Devil region's sealing boundary will be broken in a year's time. At that time the Devil race will invade. Lin Ling said indifferently. This sentence was like a thunderbolt that caused everyone's hearts to rumble. This was big news that concerned the safety of the entire human race. You're spouting nonsense. You must know that you're spreading rumors and bewitching people. Do you know your crime? Symbol Ancestor had originally thought that Lin Ling would say something else. However, all he said was this. He immediately sneered. However, Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. I've said it before. Do you think that I'm like you and the people behind you who don't keep their promises? I'm not a hypocrite. Chapter 1766. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The battle with Wu Sheng. Lin Ling, you must know that if this is false, you're lying to the highest authority in the human world. A low voice sounded at this time. It was the Law Overlord's voice. He naturally knew that Lin Ling was secretly scolding him. Lin Ling did not have a good impression of the Law Overlord. Back when he went to the Forbidden City, the Law Overlord had no enmity with him but had repeatedly harmed him. Thus Lin Ling did not give him any face. Law Overlord, you must know that if this is true, you're a sinner of the human world if you don't report it to the highest authority in the human world. Lin Ling said word by word. His voice became louder and louder, and he said that the Law Overlord was a sinner in front of countless people. A sinner. The world echoed with Lin Ling's words. The 7 emperors, one of the strongest in the world, had actually been scolded as a sinner by a weak celestial emperor. For a moment, the world fell silent. It was clear that the Law Overlord was furious. Others respected him, but this was the first time someone had looked down on him. I have a jade talisman here that records the location where the barrier was broken. Get someone to check it out immediately. Lin Ling then took out a jade talisman, and the Law Overlord appeared in the sky. He took the jade talisman with a serious expression and sent a voice transmission to the highest authority in the human world, asking the experts guarding the teleportation array in the demon domain to check it out. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was Lin Ling. No matter where he was always the center of attention. The Law Overlord, Symbol Ancestor, and the others had cold expressions as they waited for the results. If Lin Ling's information was wrong, they would do everything they could to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling seemed to be able to guess what they were thinking. He muttered to himself, "Don't think of anything bad. Your schemes will never succeed." The symbol ancestor's face twisted when he heard this. Lin Ling was very confident. After an unknown period of time, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky. A man carrying an ancient coffin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was the king of the northern desert, the strong cultivator who guarded the demon region. King of the northern desert, what's the situation? The law overlord was the first to speak. He did not seem to be worried about the demonic realm's seal. Instead, he wanted to know if Lin Ling was lying. The northern desert king completely ignored the law overlord. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling. He had met Lin Ling once in the fire tribe, but he had never imagined that this brat would be able to stir up such a huge wave in the human realm. Every time he appeared, the human realm would be shaken, and this time was no exception. The news is true. The king of the northern desert said coldly. Boom. Everyone's heart exploded. A year later, the demon race would really invade? Suddenly, they all looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's words were correct. He had once again become a hero of the human realm. The information this time is extremely crucial. Lin Ling, you have saved countless people. The human realm's highest deacon palace will reward you with 300,000 merit points. The northern desert king said respectfully to Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling's information was truly crucial. 300,000? Countless people gasped, and their eyes were filled with envy. The symbol ancestor's eyes widened. He had worked hard for a year and only managed to save 100,000 merit points. However, Lin Ling had obtained 300,000 merit points in a day. Comparisons were odious. Although the law overlord did not appear, everyone knew that he was definitely fuming right now. No one knew how Lin Ling knew about this sensational news. His disappearance and reappearance were all mysteries. Symbol ancestor, are you very jealous? I have a suggestion. You can also tell the human realm's highest deacon palace that the seal of the ghost region has also been broken. Lin Ling suddenly looked at the symbol ancestor. The symbol ancestor's eyes narrowed and he subconsciously asked, "Are you serious?" If he told this information to the human realm's highest deacon palace, he would be able to obtain 300,000 merit points. Sorry, I was just teasing you. However, Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders at the next moment. Many people could not help but laugh. You. The symbol ancestor was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. However, Lin Ling did not bother about him. Instead, he looked at Jianghu and said, "Now that I have 300,000 merit points, let's use 300,000 merit points as a bet for this battle." You. His words were filled with contempt as if he was saying, "Jianghu, you want to bet, but do you have that many merit points?" Jianghu's face darkened. He could not answer as he did not have that many merit points. He knew that Lin Ling was mocking him, but he did not realize that this was not the end of it. Why not add another 100,000 merit points? Lin Ling, 1 year later, the devil race will invade, and the Avalon of 5 elements will come into play. You seem to be very familiar with the Avalon of metal. I wonder if you can tell me how to completely control the Avalon of metal. This is also a great contribution. As long as you disclose the method, the human realm's highest deacon palace will reward you with another 100,000 merit points. Yes. At this moment, a voice asking for advice was heard. Many rumors emperor appeared in the sky. Yes. The crowd was in an uproar. Many rumors emperor was asking for advice from Lin Ling. Moreover, he was being rewarded with 100,000 merit points. Lin Ling had returned for less than a day, and in the blink of an eye, he had obtained 400,000 merit points. Previously, Jianghu had questioned Lin Ling's merit points. Now it seemed that he had no right to do so, as he had even fewer merit points than Lin Ling. This made Jianghu's face turn even uglier. He stood there as if he had been slapped hard in the face. "All right, after this battle, I will draw the runes of the Avalon of Metal and let you control it." Lin Ling laughed. He did not expect many rumors emperor to give him 100,000 merit points. He could not miss this opportunity. Good. Many rumors emperor laughed with satisfaction. He stared at Lin Ling and said, "You guys seem to be about to fight. Good, I will be the judge." Good. Symbol ancestor felt like vomiting blood. If many rumors emperor was the judge, he would definitely side with Lin Ling. However, he did not have the right to stop many rumors emperor now. "Thank you, many rumors emperor." "Thank you." Lin Ling bowed politely and finally looked at Jianghu. "Do you have enough merit points now?" I will only bet 200,000 merit points. If you want to fight, then come. Jianghu said indifferently. When he saw Lin Ling nodding, he laughed coldly. Thank you for giving me 200,000 merit points, human world hero Lin Ling. After he finished speaking, he strode to the center and waved at Lin Ling. On Symbol Ancestor's side, many people were shocked by Lin Ling. When they saw Jianghu, they immediately cheered. Lin Ling, go. Don't tell me you don't have the guts to fight. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling smiled faintly and walked out. He could naturally sense that Jianghu was at the second level of the martial saint realm. The origin of the illusory force in his dantian was extremely condensed. He might be able to carry the power of laws with a wave of his hand, which was twice as powerful as Shenyuan Jiutian and the others. Fortunately, Jianghu's talent was Earth Tier 10. Perhaps this was his only flaw. Don't tell me you are going to use that peerless divine sword. Chapter 1767. The Power of the Law of Space. Without that sword you're nothing. Sun God, come out. Jianghu roared angrily. The power of faith formed a blazing sun, and the terrifying thing was that a figure could be seen in the blazing sun. It seemed to be the sun god. It was said that the power of faith of the Ji family was guarded by countless gods. There was the god of Kailan, the sun god, the lord of the moon, and so on. The terrifying power of the law was overwhelming. Even with the protection of the array, ordinary heavenly emperors still found it difficult to breathe. Their origin energy could not withstand the overbearing power of the law. Divine light illumination. Endless rays of light burned and scorched everything. The ground melted like water. Lin Ling remained still, but his eyes flickered. He shook his left hand and a dragon claw appeared. 6 claws roared. At the same time, thousands of clones appeared behind Lin Ling and pounced on Jianghu. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding was heard. The terrifying thing was that when the dragon claw collided with the rays of light were as hard as metal. However, Lin Ling's strength was not weak either. With the power of 14 universes, the reward of the ancient god Empyrean, and the dragon claw, he was like an ancient war god. Lin Ling's combat strength is terrifying. He's indeed a legendary genius. He's the only one who can challenge Wuxia's second heaven realm as a saint realm cultivator. Quiet as a virgin, moving as a cunning rabbit. This is Lin Ling. The giants of the mortal realm watched the battle calmly. Their faces were solemn, as if they were watching a dazzling star slowly rising. Unfortunately, physical strength can sweep away the power of origin, but it's a little powerless against the power of the law. No one can escape from the law of heaven and earth. The Supreme Xiandi frowned and said, yes, the power of void origin has the power of the law. Lin Ling can't win against Jianghu in a head-on battle. 100 years ago, the ghost race invaded the ghost realm, and the Thousand Skull Great Emperor came. That Thousand Skull Great Emperor seemed to be killed by Jianghu, and he took the credit. The Northern Desert Lord and Sovereign Duo when also spoke up. They could see that Lin Ling's strength was invincible in the Saint Realm and he could even fight against a first-degree Wuxian, but facing a second-degree Wuxian would be difficult. The Symbol Ancestor was naturally able to see the gap between them. A dark and cold light flashed across his eyes. If this battle continued, Lin Ling would definitely lose. There was no doubt about it. Thank you, hero of the mortal world, for the 200,000 merit points, Symbol Ancestor said proudly. Wuxiang Xiandi and the others snorted coldly. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He realized that Jianghu's power of law was very domineering, and he could not get close to him at all. He was like the sun god, and his ancient divine emperor body had already been pierced full of holes. However, when his gaze fell on the sword in his hand, he suddenly revealed a cold smile. He also had the power of law, and he currently had 2 of them. Lin Ling, you killed young Master Ji Yuan and Ji Mingling in the past. Today I will kill you in front of everyone. At this moment, Jianghu let out a fierce roar, and his body shone brightly. He was like the sun god and he reigned supreme. If you can kill me, then do it. Why do you have to talk nonsense? Lin Ling tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. The 10 million doppelgangers in front of him had all fallen, but the tall ancient divine emperor body was still like a giant, and he moved forward majestically. The enmity between him and the ancient Ji family was irreconcilable, but he did not expect that Jianghu would dare to kill him in front of the 7 emperors. Since he dared to kill him, why should he let him live? Jianghu, don't think that you are stronger just because you have cultivated for a long time. I can tell you that you will regret it if you try to kill me. Lin Ling's sword stabbed out fiercely. He did not retreat even when his body was engulfed by the power of law. Regret? I, Jianghu, have never regretted anything since I started learning martial arts. Lin Ling, come on, let's see how you will die. Divine light illuminates the 9 provinces, and the sun shakes the world. In the sky, something terrible happened. 9 suns appeared, and the shadow of the golden crow could be seen in the suns. It seems that Jianghu wants to kill Lin Ling. If he explodes with the power of law of the sun god, Lin Ling will die for sure. Emperor Duo Wen frowned. Jianghu had 2 power of law and Lin Ling could not resist at all. However, just as he finished speaking, the sword light in front of him flashed by like the moon in the night sky. It was dazzling. This sword could be called the coldest sword. But what was shocking was that although the sword was slow, it had the power of law of heaven and earth. It looked slow, but it was actually very fast. What? Many titled CND experts were shocked. They thought that Lin Ling's power came from the peerless divine sword, but the sword was also extraordinary. Clang. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. The power of law of space bloomed and froze time. In the sky, the sun seemed to have stopped moving. That small area was completely frozen. A sword came from the horizon and appeared in the sun in the next moment, hanging in front of Jianghu's neck. The murderous intent gushing out from the sword made Jianghu's pupils tremble violently. The power of law of space has frozen time for a short period of time. Seeing this scene, Emperor Lisho and the other mortal world giants gasped. Lin Ling's domain of space was endless. The previous peerless divine sword could cut through 10 dimensions and cut through everything. Now the sword could freeze time and shorten the distance between the 2 sides. Could control life and death in an instant. Your power of law is very powerful, but I wonder if your neck is powerful as well. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared in front of Jianghu and said indifferently with the sword hanging on his neck. Jianghu's whole body trembled. Did he lose? How could he lose? He raised his eyes, which were filled with madness. He could not lose to a junior in the Saint Realm. Die. Light of the sun. His whole body turned into the sun, and the power of law erupted again. Obviously he did not want to admit defeat. He wanted to kill Lin Ling even at the cost of his life. Bastard. Emperor Lisho and the other experts immediately shouted. Jianghu had violated the rules of the duel. And Lin Ling was so close to Jianghu. How could he block it? Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's face was still calm as if he had expected it. He said coldly, I'm waiting for you to make your move. Dragon soars to the universe. His left hand stabbed out fiercely, and the 6 claws were shocking. On the dragon claws, the terrifying power of law of fire burst out, causing the scene of the underworld chant to appear behind Lin Ling. In the eyes of the crowd, they seemed to see a divine dragon clawing at the sun with its claws. Lin Ling also had the power of law and he had 2 of them. Whoosh! The dragon claws were invincible. They broke the sun and clawed into Jianghu's chest. Flames erupted and burned his whole body. Jianghu's power of law was very powerful, but it did not mean that he could block the power of law. He had lost this battle because he had underestimated Lin Ling. He should not fight to the death because if Lin Ling got close to him, he would die even if he was Wu Sheng. Whoosh! Under countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his huge dragon claws high, and Jianghu was on top of them. Boom! Seeing this scene, countless people were shocked. Lin Ling defeated Wu Sheng, who was in the 2nd heaven realm, as a saint. He had made history as the first in the 7 emperors world. No one could stop him. Chapter 1768. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Human Realms Big Shot. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a divine dragon, like a war king. Endless flames burned around his body and it was a ghastly sight. Smack. After that, Lin Ling threw Jianghu into the ground with his left hand and smashed him into meat paste. The heavens and earth became even more silent. Even the symbol ancestor felt a tinge of fear rising within his heart. Lin Ling had defeated Xinyuan Jiutian not long ago. He had thought that Lin Ling's strength was barely enough to defeat a first-level martial saint. However, within a short span of a year, the strength that Lin Ling had displayed caused even him to feel terrified. Of course it wasn't just him. Even Lin Ling's friends, Baiyin Tiandi and the North Sea Celestial Emperor felt a chill in their hearts. After all, Lin Ling was like a junior to them in the past. However, the brilliance that Lin Ling was emitting now was something that they had to look up to. This guy, I really don't know how he cultivates. He has so many trump cards and his fire talent isn't simple at all. He might have already reached the heaven realm. Emperor Li Shou muttered. Lin Ling had too many secrets. He was a triple cultivator of essence, qi and spirit. Many people didn't notice Lin Ling's fire talent. Without a doubt, Lin Ling had already stepped into the circle of diamond-level celestial emperors. Moreover, his combat strength was so strong that it made countless celestial emperors feel respect and envy. Great, it's just a spar, but you killed people quickly. Lin Ling, do you know your crime? Cold. It was the Law Overlord's voice. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Ling to emit such a tyrannical brilliance. However, the more it was so, the angrier he was. During the Battle of the Forbidden City, you ignored the heroes of the world and openly killed Ji Mengling and Shenyuan Jiuqian, as well as many experts from the ancient Ji family. You were lawless and did whatever you wanted. What do you think the Deacon Hall is? The majestic voice continued, causing the crowd's eyes to flicker. Wasn't the Battle of the Forbidden City agreed upon? Lin Ling and Ji Mengling had settled their grudges. Why did the Law Overlord want to settle the score now? Ji Mengling aside, Shenyuan Jiuqian was the celestial emperor of the ancient rhythm immortal platform. What did that have to do with the Law Overlord? The great calamity of the mortal world is approaching. Every expert is very important, but you want to kill Lin Ling, you are endangering the mortal world. Another voice was heard, and a shadow appeared in the sky. This person was wearing a large cloak and had a bloated body. He was imposing without being angry. It was Emperor Luo. Lin Ling died. However, to everyone's surprise, after the voices of the Law Overlord and encompassing sovereign were heard, a majestic aura came from afar. Golden light shone resplendently as they transformed into half-gods, looking down on the land. You killed me, Ji Yuan. An angry voice filled with pressure floated out majestically. The old master of the Ji family. The crowd was shocked. No one had expected that Lin Ling would cause such a commotion when he had just returned. Moreover, many people had heard that Lin Ling had killed Ji Yuan, and Ji Yuan was the most doted grandson of the ancient Ji family's old master. Moreover, among the countless bloodlines, Ji Yuan's talent was the most terrifying. Once he awakened, he would become a divine body. It was a pity that the Heaven's Chosen One was killed by Lin Ling before he could even be born. No wonder the ancient Ji family wanted to kill Lin Ling so badly. You're Lin Ling. However, to everyone's surprise, someone came from afar on a dragon. The divine dragon roared, and thousands of divine spirits seemed to have been summoned. A large number of beasts appeared in the sky. Divine Dragon Warrior, Shenyuan. At this moment, even Emperor Li Shou's eyes narrowed. Beside him, Emperor Yu also appeared and stared ahead fiercely. Besides Shenyuan, the Sky Overlord is also here. This time, it's even more lively than the Forbidden City. The Sky Overlord. Someone heard Emperor Yu's voice, and his expression changed drastically. The Sky Overlord, the other overlord of the ancient immortal platform, he was also here. Many people couldn't help but sigh. In their lives, they had never had the chance to see those big shots of the mortal world. However, today all the big shots of the mortal world were here for Lin Ling. It made people feel that Lin Ling had stirred up a storm in the mortal world. What a terrifying guy. But those people don't seem to have good intentions. Lin Ling were in trouble. At this moment, countless people subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. If they were in the same situation, they would be trembling with fear. So they wanted to see if Lin Ling would show any regret. However, they were disappointed. In the sky, Lin Ling's expression was calm, as if he didn't know what kind of danger he was in. You killed me, Ji Yuan, go to hell. Among them, the old master of the Ji family was the most impulsive. He was like a god of war, and after arriving, he attacked ruthlessly. Stop. At this moment, Lin Ling only had Emperor Li Shou and a few others behind him. Emperor Li Shou immediately appeared beside Lin Ling and blocked Old Master Ji's terrifying attack for him. The two big shots collided, and a storm swept in all directions. It was as if heaven and earth were being torn apart. Emperor Li Shou's expression was extremely cold. He naturally knew the purpose of these people. They were here to kill Lin Ling. First, Lin Ling was too dazzling. In the true martial realm, the Fire Tribe, and the Forbidden City, he had aroused the dissatisfaction of the older generation experts. Second, Lin Ling was a hero of the mortal world. Most importantly, his talent was not weak. Those experts had the idea of killing those who didn't belong to them, so they didn't want Lin Ling to grow. Emperor Li Shou, are you still going to protect your child? What kind of justice do you have in this world? The Law Overlord sneered and gave Lin Ling a huge crime. You killed so many people of the Ji family. No matter what, there must be an explanation today. Old Master Ji knew that he wasn't a match for Emperor Li Shou, so he calmed down. Emperor Li Shou, step aside. The Deacon Palace of the mortal world has rules. Breaking the rules is the same as breaking the law. Sky Master and other experts also spoke. If Lin Ling was an ordinary celestial emperor, then no matter how arrogant he was, they wouldn't bother to kill him. However, Lin Ling's talent was too terrifying. They couldn't see through him, so they put down their pride and took the initiative to attack. Yes, hand Lin Ling over. Although I'm also a celestial emperor of the seven emperors sky, this is a public matter, not a private matter. Don't think that just because you have the divine martial world suppressing beast, Lin Ling, you can do whatever you want. You broke the rules of the mortal world. Even the divine martial world suppressing beast can't save you. Kill him. Many experts who came with the mortal world giants snorted coldly. The entire seven emperors sky was filled with curses. The 9 spirits of heaven, Baiyin Qiandi, and the others were all worried. They didn't think that Lin Ling would become the enemy of the entire world. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He took out a flagon of wine and slowly drank. His calm demeanor instantly angered countless celestial emperors. How dare you be so arrogant in front of the Sky Master? Kill him. No one had ever dared to face a giant of the mortal world. Yet he was still so arrogant and unruly. To the giants of the mortal world, this was a huge insult. I say, are you guys done with your bullshit? Lin Ling finished a mouthful of wine and coldly spat out a sentence. Chapter 1769. Who dares to kill me? Law Overlord, you said that I killed Jianghu. Why didn't you speak up when he wanted to kill me? Lin Ling stared at the Law Overlord. The latter's pupils constricted and he was speechless. He wanted to kill you, but he didn't succeed. You killed him, so you broke the rules. Emperor Luo sneered and tried to pin Lin Ling to death by pointing at Lin Ling's crime. And the Forbidden City. How many Xiandi from the ancient Ji family did you kill? How do you explain that? The human realm overlord said coldly. Those people deserve to die. Lin Ling said expressionlessly, do you have dog eyes? They wanted to kill me, but I killed them instead. Then you guys settled the score. Are you going to stand up for me and kill my murderers after I die? A bunch of hypocritical old fogies. I know why you want to kill me. It's because I challenged your authority and didn't put you in my eyes. However, I can tell you that if you want others to respect you, you don't have to rely on strength. Instead, you have to rely on your heart. If you are like Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu, thinking for the common people of the world, Lin Ling will definitely kowtow to you. But the truth? You are still stubborn and ignorant. The demon area will invade in a year. Instead of worrying about these important matters, you are interested in killing an ant like me. Don't you think it's shameful? If the Deacon Palace of the human realm is filled with people like you, the human realm will be doomed. Lin Ling's voice was like a string of cannons. The human realm overlord's faces turned ugly. However, Lin Ling was right. The demon area's barrier was about to break. Instead of worrying about the human realm, they came to kill Lin Ling. Wasn't that shameful? What right do you have to speak? We are the human realm overlords and have made great contributions to the human realm. What right do you have to be compared to us? Emperor Luo shouted angrily. He didn't expect Lin Ling's words to be so sharp. Is that so? In that case, who had sealed the most enchantments in the true martial world? As for the shattering of the demon domain boundary, who was the one who announced the news? In terms of qualifications, I don't know if I'm qualified right now, fat pig. Lin Ling sneered as he stared at Luo Huang fearlessly. These people were obviously trying to kill Lin Ling by force. However, did they think that Lin Ling would not retaliate? The Luo Huang pointed at Lin Ling, his heart bursting with anger. He was indeed very fat, but Lin Ling was the first person in the world who dared to call him a fat pig. That's right. Lin Ling is now a hero of the human world. He has made 2 great contributions to the human world. How could he not have the right to speak? At this time, the Northern Desert Lord also spoke. He was not a private person, so he admired and was grateful to Lin Ling because the news of the demon domain boundary being broken had saved countless lives. Not 2 great merits, but 3. As the Northern Desert Lord's voice fell, Emperor Duowen's voice drifted out. In the current Avalon of 5 elements, aside from the Avalon of wood and water, the other 3 Avalon of 5 elements are not completely under control. However, Lin Ling seems to know how to control the Avalon of metal, so if he announces the method, it will be a great contribution. I know why you're here. Isn't it because Lin Ling went against your wishes and embarrassed you? That's why you want to kill Lin Ling. However, to the common people of the world, you don't have the right to kill him. The highest authority in the human world, the Deacon Hall, serves the human world. It's not a place for you to abuse your power for personal gain. Emperor Yu coldly said, causing the law overlords and the others to frown and fall silent. Indeed, they wanted to kill Lin Ling, but it was more for their own face and personal gain. As for the people Lin Ling killed, first they killed Lin Ling first. Lin Ling retaliated, so Lin Ling did not commit any crime. Second, they deserve to die because Lin Ling is a hero of the human world. Do they have the right to compare? Emperor Liso also spoke, his aura domineering. From another perspective, all the experts of the ancient Ji clan are dead. They are not more valuable than Lin Ling. Bullshit. The old man of the Ji clan immediately roared. Their entire clan was dead, and they were not more valuable than Lin Ling? This was shameless boasting, but Emperor Lisho's next words left him speechless. Then may I ask, in the ancient Ji clan, who made more contributions to the human world than Lin Ling? If you can't be sure, you can go ask the 3 Shen experts of the human world. The martial artists of the world will tell you the answer. This time no one could answer. In terms of contributions, who in the ancient Ji clan could compare to Lin Ling? If one were to ask the 3 great myths of the mortal world, then many people would refuse to accept Lin Ling. However, if one were to ask the 3 profound mysteries of the mortal world, then there would be countless people who would be grateful to Lin Ling. They didn't need to ask to know this result. Therefore the ancient Ji family deserved to die. Let me tell you one more thing. Lin Ling can summon the divine martial world-suppressing beast. Have you not thought about his background? Emperor Liso sneered and said again. Divine martial world-suppressing beast? The law overlord and the other human world giants were shocked, and their eyes flashed. The divine martial world-suppressing beast was said to be that man's mount. Could it be? You are saying that he is the disciple of Sword Immortal Tsang Tian? The Sky Lord's expression changed. He had missed this point. I'm not sure if he is the disciple of Sword Immortal Tsang Tian, but he might be related to him. Of course, this is only my guess, so you don't have to be too afraid. Now, do you still dare to kill him? Emperor Liso sneered. Everyone's eyes flashed. As giants of the human world, how could they not know about Sword Immortal Tsang Tian? It was said that Heavenly Earth used to be the residence of Sword Immortal Tsang Tian. Although this expert had disappeared, no one could guarantee that this expert would not return. As giants of the human world, none of them were fools. Now they could kill Lin Ling, but if the legendary Sword Immortal Tsang Tian returned, they would all die. No one wanted to be the first one to eat crabs. Come and kill him. Emperor Liso shouted again. The giants of the human world who were rushing over were all silent at this moment. Law Overlord, come, I will let you kill me. If you don't dare to kill me, then you are a coward. Lin Ling's face was cold as he looked at the experts and said, if he had not gone to the demon area, he would have been frightened when facing these terrifying giants. However, after facing Li Xiaoyao's statue, he was not afraid of these experts. Li Xiaoyao had been free and unfettered all his life. When he dominated the world in the past, these giants of the human world had not been born yet. The sky was silent. Countless people stared at the scene with shock in their hearts. Today all the giants of the mortal world had come, and all of them had declared that they would kill Lin Ling. But now Lin Ling had asked them to kill him and they did not dare to do so. This was extremely ironic. Could it be that these giants of the mortal world had come here to be clowns? Chapter 1770. If you want to fight, I'll fight you. In the Battle of the Forbidden City, the hero of the mortal world, Lin Ling, commanded the wind and the clouds. It is said that Lin Ling is frank and fearless. Today I see that he really lives up to his reputation. I'm Xinyuan Nanfeng. I overestimate myself and want to challenge the hero of the mortal world. Moreover, I heard that the hero of the mortal world, Lin Ling, is never afraid of challenges, so I guess you won't refuse this battle. At this moment, a young man walked out from beside the Sky Lord. South Xinyuan Peak? The crowd stared at the young man and their expressions changed drastically. 5 heaven monarchs. Baiyun Qiandi and the others frowned. The Xinyuan Nanfeng was extremely powerful. After cultivating for 100 years, his strength had already reached Wuxiang's level. Moreover, his talent was a terrifying 4th-grade heaven realm. He dominated all the heavenly emperors and was one of the 5 strongest heavenly emperors in the human world. South of Nanshan, Peak of Peak, Long Yunlong. He actually dared to challenge Lin Ling. He's the strongest contender to be titled Xiandi in 100 years. In the Heavenly Emperor War 3 years ago, he seized the 3rd position. All of the heavenly emperors sucked in a cold breath, as if seeing the arrival of a monarch. Even the symbol ancestor was secretly shocked. Although his title was Xiandi, his potential was inferior to Xinyuan Nanfeng's. This was because the latter would surpass him sooner or later. After all, he was a genius at the level of the Huang's son that the Xinyuan family had focused on nurturing. Lin Ling secretly activated his Eye of Time. He could see that the young man was very strong. He was probably the strongest person he had seen so far other than Prince Xiaoyao and the other mysterious young men. Most importantly, he vaguely saw a green dragon hidden in the young man's body, as if it was the dragon that had been hiding in Spirit Mountain. This was a powerful divine dragon warrior. You're a heaven grade 4th level talent and Wuxia's 4th stage realm. Do you think that I can win against you? Don't tell me that the Jianghu immortal platform only knows how to take advantage of people's perilous state? Facing Xinyuan Southern Peak's declaration of war, Lin Ling wasn't foolish enough to admit it immediately. He is a hero of the mortal world after all. He is the center of attention and is fearless. He should not be afraid of this battle. In the sky, Xinyuan Nanfeng smiled. His smile was gentle, but suddenly his expression changed. He said coldly, "Warriors protect the mortal world. They have to constantly increase their strength. You Lin Ling are afraid of everything. You don't have to be a hero of the mortal world. So, do you dare to fight?" He took a step forward and an azure dragon coiled around him. This was a real dragon. "Do you dare to fight?" His voice reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. It was like a law that made millions of people submit to him. Many human realm big shots had cold and gloomy eyes. They couldn't personally kill Lin Ling, but their disciples could. Moreover, this was a fair battle. Thinking about it, Lin Ling wouldn't have anything to say. Even if news of this spread to the 3 mystics of the human realm, those martial artists wouldn't say that they were overbearing. If you don't dare to fight, then your title as the hero of the mortal world will be taken away. Xinyuan Nanfeng said again, as if he was the one who decided Lin Ling's identity. Suddenly voices rose from all around. Lin Ling, the hero of the mortal world, is an existence revered by all martial artists. Why don't you dare to fight today? That's right, that's right. If I were him, I would definitely accept the challenge. Then, I would beat the 5 heavenly monarchs until they can never rise again and step into the camp of the strongest 5 in the heavenly emperor's world. Lin Ling won't refuse him. If he refuses, then he's a coward. Those heavenly emperors seemed to be flattering Lin Ling, but in fact they were mocking Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, what you said before was just an excuse. You and I are both heavenly emperors who have cultivated for hundreds of years. Therefore I'm not bullying the weak. If you don't dare to fight, then your title as the hero of the mortal world will be taken away. The 3 mystics of the human realm don't need a coward." Xinyuan Nanfeng shouted again. Then he looked at the Sky Master and said, "My lord, I refuse to accept Lin Ling as the hero of the mortal world. I hope that you can report this matter on behalf of all the heavenly emperors to the highest deacon palace in the human realm and take away Lin Ling's title as the hero of the mortal world." Currently, the heavenly emperors of the human realm did not dare to touch Lin Ling. Firstly, it was because of the Tsang Heaven Sword Immortal. Secondly, Lin Ling's title as the hero of the human realm was taken away. However, if that title was taken away, then they would not have to be so afraid of Lin Ling. "Alright, I will mention this matter to the highest deacon palace in the human realm." The Sky Master nodded. "I also agree with the Sky Master's suggestion." The Law Overlord and Luo Overlord both sneered. Many of the heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors world had ugly expressions. Were those 2 heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors world? Why were they helping an outsider? "Let's go." As if they knew that Lin Ling did not dare to fight, the heavenly emperors of the human realm all turned and left. Wait. However, at this moment, a calm voice sounded. Countless people looked over and saw that the one who spoke was Lin Ling. "Since you have already come to my door, I, Lin Ling, have no reason to be afraid of a battle. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. However, if I lose, my title as the hero of the human realm will be taken away." "However, what if you lose?" Lin Ling said word by word. Silence. Everyone fell silent. Lin Ling actually wanted to fight? One had to know that Lin Ling was only in the Saint realm, while Xinyuan Nanfeng was already half a step into the pinnacle of the human realm. He was known as one of the 5 great heavenly monarchs. There was no suspense in this battle. Could it be that Lin Ling was provoked by Xinyuan Nanfeng and lost his mind? "Ah, do you think you can win?" Xinyuan Nanfeng laughed loudly. "Cut the crap. Why don't you tell me what happens if you lose?" Lin Ling ignored Xianyuan Nanfeng's ridicule and said indifferently, "If I lose, the title of the 5 great heavenly monarchs will belong to you. Everything I have will belong to you. Merit points, treasures, and so on. I can tell you that I have accumulated 2 million merit points. Is that enough?" Xianyuan Nanfeng said proudly, looking at Lin Ling with contempt. Lin Ling dared to fight? He was courting death. 2 million merit points? Many people suddenly gasped. Xianyuan Nanfeng was really willing to pay a heavy price. However, many people also shook their heads. Although there were many merit points, Lin Ling obviously could not get them. Lin Ling. Emperor Li Shou and the others looked anxiously at Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not gain any advantage in this battle. Lin Ling shook his head at Emperor Li Shou and the others and said again, "Then let's fight, but I have a condition." "Say it." "As long as you dare to fight, I will satisfy any of your conditions. I can even let you find a helper to fight with me." Xianyuan Nanfeng did not expect Lin Ling to accept the challenge, so he said boldly. Of course he was qualified to say that proudly. "I don't need a helper, but this battle will be in 3 months. Lin Ling said indifferently. "Such a small condition? I can agree to it, but I hope you won't use the 3 months to run away." Xianyuan Nanfeng didn't care at all. For martial artists, breaking through to the next realm was measured in years. 3 months wouldn't change anything. Lin Ling is crazy. He is currently in the 9th stage of the Saint Realm. He can reach the peak of the Saint Realm at most in 3 months. Even if he reaches the Wuxia realm in terms of talent, he is no match for Xianyuan Nanfeng. Xianyuan Nanfeng has mastered the power of law, which is beyond everyone's imagination. Chapter 1771. Pride. Let's go. The Sky Lord looked at Lin Ling indifferently, as if to say that he only had 3 months to live. Then he led everyone away. The Dharma Overlord and the others sneered, leaving behind a sentence, and also disappeared. "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Lin Ling, take care of yourself." Their meaning was obvious. Lin Ling was too dazzling, so it caused the human world's legend to be dissatisfied. "Thank you for the compliment." Lin Ling seemed to not know the sarcasm in their words and replied indifferently. After a while, everyone left, leaving only the heavenly emperor powerhouses under Emperor Li Shou and the others. They were still in shock. They did not expect that today's battle between the 9 spirits of heaven and Ji Tianxian would cause such a huge commotion. "Everyone, let's disperse." Emperor Li Shou looked at the crowd and waved at Lin Ling, signaling for Lin Ling to follow him. Lin Ling nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the Fire Spirit Princess spoke. "Scoundrel, you will definitely win. Kill the 5 heavenly monarchs." Among everyone, only the Fire Spirit Princess still had confidence in Lin Ling. The others fell silent. Although they knew that Lin Ling would definitely dominate the Heavenly Emperor world, it was simply impossible in 3 months. Lin Ling rubbed the back of the Fire Spirit Princess' head and left with a smile. If it was in the past, he would not have such confidence. But now he was confident that he could enter the Wuxia realm in 3 months and defeat Xianyuan Nanfeng. Following Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu, Lin Ling came to a mountaintop. There was a small pavilion there, and there was a chess game in the pavilion. Looking into the distance, it seemed that the world of the 7 emperors could be seen. "Lin Ling, you're messing around." After Emperor Li Shou sat down, he immediately reprimanded. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then his heart warmed. He knew that Emperor Li Shou was worried about him. You shouldn't have been provoked by them. As for Xianyuan Nanfeng, he is one of the 5 heavenly monarchs. He has the talent of the heavenly realm. He was born with the power of the law. You are only a 10th grade Earth-rank talent. It will be very difficult for you to win. Emperor Yu sighed. His words were also filled with complaints. He thought that Lin Ling was too impulsive. "Thank you for your concern." Lin Ling bowed slightly and looked at the 2 emperors with his clear eyes. "In your eyes, if I accept the challenge, I will undoubtedly die. However, a cultivator's path is one that goes against the will of the heavens. If the path of the martial Tao is too smooth, it will cause a cultivator to lose their edge and become addicted to it. Only when one is in a life or death situation will one feel pressure and want to become stronger. Otherwise, one will remain stagnant. What's more, the world of martial Tao is about surpassing one's predecessors. If I can't even surpass Xianyuan Nanfeng, how can I reach the heavens? There are only 2 results in this battle. Xianyuan Nanfeng wins and his name moves the world, or I, Lin Ling, win and step into the world of stronger cultivators. That's all." Hearing this, Emperor Li Shou's expression eased a little. "I know what you mean, but the opponent you are challenging is too strong. 3 months is not enough." 3 months is enough. If Xianyuan Nanfeng dares to challenge me, I will make him regret it. Lin Ling said softly, but his voice was filled with unparalleled confidence. Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu narrowed their eyes. They realized that Lin Ling was not reckless and impulsive, nor was he trying to show off. Instead, it was a kind of pride that came from his soul, a kind of inviolable pride. At this moment, they felt that Lin Ling was not an insignificant cultivator. Instead, his head held up the sky and his feet stepped on the ground. It was as if he was above their heads. This time, Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu did not speak. Their hearts were constantly rumbling. Although they did not think that Lin Ling could win, they were still convinced by Lin Ling's pride. After a long time, Emperor Yu did not say much about the previous topic. He sighed, "The great calamity of the human world is coming, but the internal strife is endless. When will it end?" Emperor Li Shou let out a soft sigh when he heard this. Lin Ling also felt the same. In fact, he was not afraid of Xianyuan Nanfeng. Instead, he was afraid of the invasion of the demon race a year later. At that time, if he, Lin Ling, was not strong enough, he would be annihilated by the powerful demon race. However, there was still a year's time. By the way, last time in the Forbidden City when I fought with Xianyuan Zhuqian, 2 girls were worried about me. Emperor Li Shou, do you know their whereabouts? Lin Ling suddenly asked. During the battle in the Forbidden City, Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu also saw Yu and Yuer, so they naturally had an impression of them. They are my wife. I see. They are the daughters of the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother in Jianghu Immortal Platform. We have also seen them in the highest Deacon Palace in the human world. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother? Yes, the strongest existence in Jianghu Immortal Platform. Her status is comparable to the Sky Lord. Most importantly, her master is an extremely terrifying existence in the highest Deacon Palace in the human world. Even we have to look up to her. And that woman is said to be the most ancient existence in the world. She is comparable to the Firmament Sword Immortal. There are even rumors that the Firmament Sword Immortal and that woman came from the same master. Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu said solemnly. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's master is so powerful? And she came from the same master as the Firmament Sword Immortal? Lin Ling frowned. The Firmament Sword Immortal was Li Xiaoyao's chief disciple. Could it be that the mysterious woman was also Li Xiaoyao's disciple? However, there weren't many stone statues in the demon domain that had memories of this, so Lin Ling's mind was a little fuzzy. Perhaps he could only recall the memories when he saw someone. If they are your wives, it might be difficult for you to see them because the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother likes them very much. She doesn't allow ordinary people to get close to them. Moreover, they are accompanied by Tianzong martial artists who seem to be in charge of protecting them. However, Tianzong martial artists are the desolate sons of the human world. So, you can't get close to them. Emperor Yu explained. If it was an ordinary person or even the Shenyuan family, they could take Lin Ling away to find them. However, it was a little difficult for the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Because the latter's strength and status were not weaker than theirs, and she had a terrifying master, so they had to avoid her. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face became solemn. Although he had a part of Li Xiaoyao's memories, his current strength was too weak. Fortunately, with Li Xiaoyao's memories, Lin Ling's cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary people's. For now, Lin Ling, you should focus on the battle in 3 months. In order to help you improve your strength, we are going to let you enter the secret realm to cultivate. You can quickly improve your strength there. Emperor Li Shou said. For now, use your merit points to exchange for treasures to cultivate. Then wait for our news. Emperor Yu said. Lin Ling quickly bowed respectfully, said a few more words and then left. Emperor Yu and Emperor Yu looked at Lin Ling's back. They didn't know why, but although that back was thin and tall, they had a feeling that that back shouldn't appear in this world. Instead, it should appear in the martial god realm. Chapter 1772. Undercurrents were surging. The news of Lin Ling's return spread throughout the 3 mysterious realms in just a day. What surprised everyone was that the demon race would invade in a year's time. Secondly, it was the battle between Lin Ling and the 5 heavenly monarchs. Among the 3 mysterious realms, Lin Ling had once again become a hero. He was the idol of many martial artists. However, among the 3 legendary realms, Lin Ling had once again become a thorn in their side. Many experts and geniuses were jealous. Of course, the demon race's invasion also caused the peaceful human realm to be like boiling water. Those hidden experts and characters from 10,000 years ago all came to the surface. Because of the calamity of the human realm, It was useless even if they went into seclusion. If they couldn't stop the demon race, they would all die sooner or later. Of course, there were also some martial artists who weren't afraid of the demon race. Because the world was in chaos, the emperor's horoscope would appear. They were looking forward to it. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling again. This guy is in the limelight. Lord Martial God, don't be afraid of him. He only has 3 months left to live. In the Jianghu Immortal platform, the heaven-warping martial emperor also received the news. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he spoke. This news must not be leaked to Yu and the others. We have to hide it from them. Tell them that Lin Ling is still missing. Yes, Lord Martial God. An expert bowed respectfully. Martial God played with his fingernails and thought, this Lin Ling is really a cockroach. But you want to snatch my woman? I am the son of Huang. Where did you come from? Who do you think you are? At the same time, in the ancient Rhyme Immortal platform, within a mysterious immortal cave, a woman wearing a green robe was sitting cross-legged. At this moment, a voice drifted in from outside the immortal cave. Master, Yao Qi requests an audience. Yes. Come in. Yes. The woman was like the most elegant empress in the world. She waved her hand and said. At this moment, a woman around 30 years of age walked into the cave. She was none other than the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, the strongest expert in the Jianghu Immortal Foundation. She respectfully bowed and said, Master, there are rumors in the outside world that the enchantment in the depths of the Devil region has been destroyed. His voice caused the green-robed woman to tremble. Her beautiful eyes looked into the distance. Has the sealing barrier he left behind finally been broken? The barrier was broken, but where was he? Her voice carried a wisp of excitement and nostalgia, and there was even worship in her eyes. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother remained respectful. She knew that her master was thinking about the #1 man in the world. The demon race's invasion was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Along with it, Lin Ling, who had spread the news, also became famous. Lin Ling, you're really powerful. However, you're still too weak right now. Grow up quickly so that I can devour you. In the middle of an ancient lake, a young man dressed in black stood in the middle of the lake and smiled faintly. His smile carried a hint of evil. Rumble. At the same time, a terrifying murderous aura erupted, causing the lake water to transform into water dragons that shot into the sky. The water sprinkled down like rain, landing on the bodies of some martial artists in the distance. Their eyes immediately turned red as their murderous aura filled the air. Obviously, they were affected by the killing intent. Son of Heaven, your path of slaughter is getting stronger and stronger. A tall and sturdy man appeared in the lake at an unknown time. This person was low-key and calm, but if one looked into his eyes, they would definitely find that an even more terrifying murderous aura was brewing. Compared to Master's murderous aura, Son of Heaven is still too weak. His master, the Imperial Exterminator, was one of the most ancient existences in the world. According to legend, he had once fought with the #1 expert in the world, but in the end he was defeated. Devour more experts and your path of slaughter will improve. That Lin Ling you suggested last time is not bad, but you have to wait until he becomes stronger. The man's voice was hoarse. Lin Ling, I will definitely devour him and turn my path of slaughter into the great law of slaughter. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I hope you won't disappoint me. Only then will my many times of helping you not be in vain. The young man raised his head, and the evil smile on his face became even thicker. He was Son of Heaven. In the past he had helped Lin Ling many times. It was not because he had a good impression of Lin Ling, but because he didn't want Lin Ling to die so easily. In his heart, Lin Ling was only nourishment for his path of slaughter. That's right. To cultivate the path of slaughter, one must kill everyone in the world, family, friends, and even Master. When you cultivate to the peak, Master will let you devour him. Remember, all emotions are fleeting. Killing is the most important thing. In the past, Master lost to the #1 expert in the world, Li Xiaoyao, but he didn't kill me. In the end, he cut the grass without removing the roots. Not only was I not grateful to him, I also wanted to kill him many times. Unfortunately, I was not as strong as him, so there was nothing I could do. The man coldly spat out these words. He actually dared to bewitch his disciple into devouring him. This was the cultivation path of the path of slaughter. The entire mortal world was filled with turbulent undercurrents. However, Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. Right now, he only had one goal, and that was to increase the level of his fiend god overlord physique. This time he had obtained a large amount of merit points, and all of them were exchanged for heavenly treasures. 5 wood heaven-shaking liquid, the body-tempering liquid from the martial god world. In Li Xiaoyao's memories, there was a type of body-tempering liquid that was even more precious than elixirs. It was precisely used to increase one's vitality. And this was Lin Ling's confidence. If he followed his previous cultivation method, it would be impossible for him to catch up to the southern Shenyuan peak in 3 months. However, according to Li Xiaoyao's method, it was much easier. The 5 wood heaven-shaking liquid was not only a spiritual liquid for cultivation, but also a spiritual liquid for curing poisons. In Li Xiaoyao's memories, this was a type of spiritual liquid that the martial god world always carried around with him. It could cure a myriad of poisons. However, the materials required for the 5 wood heaven-shaking liquid were very rare. In order to save merit points, Lin Ling considered buying some of them from the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth. After cultivating in seclusion for a few days, Lin Ling felt that his realm was slowly increasing. Then he exited seclusion. Several divine weapons appeared in his hands. These divine weapons were treasures that Lin Ling had exchanged for with merit points. They were then forged by Lin Ling. They were so powerful that they already carried a touch of the power of law. One must know that the power of origin was the most primitive power of heaven and earth. However, the power of law was the power that controlled the power of origin. The power of law was the symbol of Wuxia's strength. Whoever had more power of law would be stronger. This time, Lin Ling was cultivating in the rainforest sacred land. When he walked out, everyone smiled slightly. "Big brother, you're out." Little Flame rubbed his bald head and said with a smile. Lin Ling threw a stick-like divine weapon over. "Catch it. This divine weapon can help you increase your strength by 30%. Little Flame's strength was estimated to be at the early Saint Rudiment stage. However, after holding the shining divine weapon, his face suddenly changed. An indescribably powerful force came from the stick. He stared at the 9 spirits of heaven and shouted, "Second brother, how about we fight?" Chapter 1773. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. "Alright, this time I'll defeat you in 3 moves." The 9 spirits of heaven walked out with a smile. He had fought Little Flame many times, so he was familiar with this scene. Ancestor Taiyin and the others were also watching the battle between the two. Naturally, they knew that Little Flame could not win, but it would be good if the 9 spirits of heaven could give Little Flame some pointers. "Second brother, I'm sorry, take this." At this moment, Little Flame seemed to have transformed into a giant ape. The giant stick in his hand smashed down and the wind and clouds surged. The law was overbearing. This? The 9 spirits of heaven's eyes widened, and an irresistible thought rose in his heart. When did Little Flame become so fierce? "No, you have the power of the law. How can we fight?" The 9 spirits of heaven did not dare to take the stick, and immediately jumped out of the battle circle. Everyone stared. In the past, Little Flame was no match for the 9 spirits of heaven, but now the 9 spirits of heaven was defeated in 1 move. How could this be? Could it be the divine weapon in Little Flame's hand? But how could a divine weapon have the power of the law? Subconsciously, everyone looked at Lin Ling and Lin Ling smiled faintly. This stick looks like a beginner divine weapon, but in fact, it already has half the power of the law. Because it is not engraved with runes but a boundary. Boundary? Baiyun Chendi and the others widened their eyes. They had heard of runes, but they had never heard of a divine weapon engraving a boundary. The boundary was obviously bigger. It was because of the boundary that the demon race could not easily invade the demon realm. But Lin Ling actually engraved a boundary in a divine weapon? This was too crazy. This is the first time I've heard of it. The North Sea Celestial Emperor Hongyan's mouth was wide open. Even with her knowledge, this was the first time she had heard of a divine weapon engraving a boundary. "How do you know about these powerful things?" the North Sea Celestial Emperor asked. She was a diamond-level Celestial Emperor, the strongest among them, but in front of Lin Ling she was like a child. "Well, I figured it out myself." Lin Ling shrugged. Those spirit formation runes came from Li Xiaoyao. Of course he wouldn't say it out loud. "Unfair, boss," the 9 spirits of heaven shouted. "Although you gave me a divine weapon in the past, they were all saber, spear and sword. I disdained using them. But this time I give up the halberd and use your divine weapon." The 9 spirits of heaven shouting, "Hongyan, Hongyan, Hongyan, Hongyan. Yen, take the halberd, Ling Yumum." Lin Ling waved his right hand and threw a white halberd at Shenyuan Jiuhun. Shenyuan Jiuhun was stunned for a moment before he started dancing. In fact, merit points could also be exchanged for divine weapons, but there was no halberd type of weapon. That was why he had never used a divine weapon. But now Lin Ling had personally forged a halberd for him. "Boss, I love you." Stroking the halberd in her hand, the 9 spirits of heaven rushed over and hugged Lin Ling. She wanted to kiss him, but Lin Ling kicked her away. "I want one too, bad guy. I want a divine weapon too so I can protect Grandpa, Auntie Nianchen and the others." The fire spirit princess jumped around Lin Ling. She was very cute. "Although controlling these divine weapons does not require much strength, you must be in the Saint Realm, so I have prepared them for all of you." Lin Ling waved his right hand and a large number of divine weapons flew out, one for each person. Everyone laughed happily. "Of course, the materials needed to forge these divine weapons cost me a lot of merit points, so you have to give me some merit points," Lin Ling said. "No problem, I'll give them all to you." The unhindered Heavenly Emperor and other powerhouses nodded, especially Bai Yin Tiandi. Although she was in the first heaven of Wuxia, she had never controlled the power of law. But now she had. Ancestor Extreme Flame, Yu Mingyun, Qin Xiaolan, and the others smiled as they looked at Lin Ling. Although they were also tempted by the divine weapon, they also knew that with their current strength, they wouldn't be able to control it even if they had it. "Next, I'm going to Splendid Land to buy some treasures. When I come back, your strength will be greatly improved," Lin Ling said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 spirits of heaven immediately said that they would go together and give all their merit points to Lin Ling. It's rare for the family to be reunited. "Let's go," Ancestor Tai Yen suggested. Lin Ling nodded. Currently he was not afraid of anyone in Shenping province, so it was not a big deal for the family to go together. Moreover, it was just buying materials. After buying them they would come back and mix them. It would not take much time. Splendid Land was more lively than usual at this moment. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses who were rarely seen could be seen everywhere. A year later the demon race will invade. Many hidden powerhouses in the mortal realm will come out. Sensing the turbulent undercurrents in the world, Bai Yin Tiandi and the other powerhouses frowned. Faintly they felt some pressure as if a storm was coming. However, subconsciously they looked at the young man in the lead. For some reason their hearts relaxed. It was as if no matter how big the storm was, the young man would block it all. "Hee little Bai Yin, do you like him? He's your junior brother. You're an old cow eating young grass." "North Sea Celestial Emperor, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Oh, it's fine if you don't like him. Anyway, I like him. I'll follow him for the rest of my life. Also, even if you don't admit it, I'll secretly tell Lin Ling." "How dare you?" Everyone chatted and laughed as they followed Lin Ling to the splendid mountain and river. After that, Lin Ling let everyone walk freely while Lin Ling went to the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth alone. The Great Hall of Heaven and Earth was the auction house in Shenping province. This time, Lin Ling needed several materials that were difficult to find in ordinary places, except for the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth. However, what made Lin Ling helpless was that he did not meet Lu Susu this time. However, the powerhouse guarding the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth knew Lin Ling. Because the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth was backed by the tranquil Emperor of the 7 Emperors, it did not take much time to buy those treasures. After buying all the required treasures, Lin Ling let out a sigh of relief. This time his strength could be greatly improved. Then he went to look for Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. They played around in the splendid landscape for a day, which gave Lin Ling a rare chance to relax. In the evening they found the most luxurious restaurant and went in to eat and drink. However, when everyone stepped into the restaurant, an oppressive atmosphere spread out. It should be known that in addition to the cultivators from Shenping province, there were also cultivators from Shenyuan and Shenhuangdeu opening shops and markets in Splendid Land. After Lin Ling and the others entered, they discovered that this restaurant was not opened by the cultivators from Shenping province. Moreover, there were many powerful cultivators in the restaurant. After Lin Ling and the others stepped in, the people in the restaurant were stunned for a moment. Then they continued to eat and drink indifferently. In their hearts, these people should be coming to this restaurant for the first time. They did not know that this restaurant was actually a place where the 3 Shen experts of the mortal realm exchanged information. The people who came here were either rich or noble. Moreover, they were called kings. Something is wrong. That is the Black Mountain Heavenly Emperor, a Heavenly Emperor expert from 500 years ago. He disappeared for a long time. I did not expect him to appear again. Chapter 1774. Do you know who you've offended? Those women aren't bad. Waiter, let them drink with us. Cold? At this moment, a cold and domineering voice suddenly rang out. In a corner of the restaurant, a one-eyed man was drinking wine and speaking indifferently, and he seemed to be referring to Yumun Yun and the others. In the restaurant, the corners of many experts' mouths curled up, revealing cold smiles. No matter where they were, unfamiliar newcomers would always have no status. The waiter in the restaurant pondered for a moment, then walked towards Lin Ling and said at the same time, "That guest is not weak. If you don't mind, please let the woman beside you drink with us. After this, the restaurant will reward you handsomely." Yes. Obviously, the waiter knew the one-eyed man and knew how terrifying he was, so he followed the other party's request. "Ah, those women are indeed not bad. I'm also a little tempted. Why don't we call one of them to drink with us?" In the restaurant, the other experts also smiled faintly, as if they were also a little tempted. As for the experts who lived by martial arts and did not like women, they were all curious. They stared curiously at Lin Ling, wanting to know how the young man would respond. Although Lin Ling's reputation had risen, it did not mean that everyone knew him. Moreover, many of the experts here had come out of seclusion and had been cultivating for 500 to 600 years. The waiter's request stunned Lin Ling for a moment. Then he stared indifferently at the waiter and said, "I'm here to eat, not to drink with you. Seeing that you don't know anything, I'll give you a chance. Go over and slap that guy, then I'll overlook your rude words from before." "Yes." "What?" "Yes." The waiter's pupils constricted and he snorted coldly, "What if I refuse?" "Yes." Right now he was working for an expert, so he was not afraid of Lin Ling. Moreover, it was Lin Ling's first time in this restaurant, so he probably did not know the rules. Lin Ling smiled. Asking his wife to drink with him, was the other party reasonable? "I know you're unwilling, but you have to know that there are many ancient existences in this world that you can't afford to offend. For example, our Yunlai restaurant." The servant continued with an indifferent expression. "So before you do anything, you better find out where this place is." Bang. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling grabbed his head with his right hand and ruthlessly smashed it into the ground. The rigid golden diamond cracked open, and the servant was stuffed into the ground, leaving only his head outside. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and instantly fainted. Before, he had wanted to tell Lin Ling where this place was, but Lin Ling didn't even bother to listen and directly attacked. The restaurant suddenly quieted down, and the eyes of the experts flickered. They had already seen that this group of people was not weak, all of them at the peak of the Saint Realm, and 2 of them were even on the same level as Wuxia, but they were still not optimistic about this group of people because the owner of the restaurant was from the famous Yun family. Although the famous Yun family was not comparable to the ancient Ji family or the 3 great Shi clans, the Yun family had an ancient origin and had a good relationship with the giants of the mortal world. In addition, they were responsible for recording the history of the mortal world, so many people gave them face. One had to know that in this world, strength was respected, but if one did not have the strength to dominate the world, then the other great forces in the alliance would be one of their strengths. "There's a good show to watch." Some of the masters suddenly sneered. The Yunlai restaurant had survived until now, so it had naturally encountered many such situations, but those who dared to behave atrociously here would not have a good end. "Sir, do you know who you have provoked?" At the same time, the one-eyed man took a sip of wine. He had been here for many years and had a good relationship with the Yunlai restaurant, so the previous waiter had spoken up for him. Lin Ling smiled again and walked towards the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man toyed with his wine cup and didn't even look at Lin Ling as he said, "Experts are as common as clouds in this world. Some people, some things once provoked will lead to earth-shattering revenge. Therefore you shouldn't have acted rashly before. You should have asked clearly about the origins of this restaurant and the people who appeared here." His words made the 9 spirits of heaven and the others laugh. Although the restaurant seemed to have a great origin, Lin Ling was not someone they could easily provoke. "Since you have already provoked me, what do you want?" Lin Ling finally spoke. "Kill you." The one-eyed man still did not look at Lin Ling, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. However, invisible waves of energy began to roll out from his body. This person was the famous heavenly emperor 500 years ago, and his strength had now reached the peak of the Saint Realm. The waves of energy turned into ghost heads, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they stared coldly at Lin Ling. At this moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant became extremely gloomy. However, the wave of energy from the single-eyed man's head had just surged when a golden claw clawed at him. The terrifying thing was that as soon as the claw appeared, all quintessence energy was swept away, and it caused the pupils of the spectators to narrow. In the next moment, the one-eyed man was grabbed by the head and raised high. Lin Ling did not even bother to say anything. The dragon claw in his left hand grabbed the one-eyed man and slammed him into the ground. Gotcha. The luxurious golden diamond cracked, and another head appeared on the ground. It was as if a radish was buried in the ground, leaving only the head above the ground. Since you opened your door to do business, is this how the restaurant treats its customers? Lin Ling looked indifferently at the depths of the restaurant. Customer, this is the restaurant's negligence. Please forgive us. Today, customer, you are eating and drinking here. Everything is free. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out of the restaurant and bowed respectfully. This restaurant was used to exchange information. When Lin Ling and the others came, he thought they were newcomers, so he did not give them any face. However, who knew that this group of guys was also very overbearing, treating people like radishes? It was impossible not to be afraid. However, although he was afraid, it did not mean that his backer was afraid. He smiled and said, "This restaurant is opened by the famous Yun family. It is an honor for you to come here." His words reminded Lin Ling of the backer of this restaurant. Bang! Lin Ling threw a punch at the table beside him and it turned into dust. The shockwave was shocking. So, do you still want to do business? For him, it was just a meal, but these people wanted his wife to accompany them. If it were not for Ancestor Tai Yen and the others, Lin Ling would have torn down the restaurant. These guys have guts. Staring at the broken table, many experts' faces changed. The restaurant had announced their backer, but the young man was still not afraid. Yes, yes, yes. Servants, quickly bring out the best food and wine. The owner of the restaurant hurriedly shouted. Soon after, the waiters carried out the dishes. The owner of the restaurant smiled obsequiously. Lin Ling could not be bothered to make a fuss about it on account of Ancestor Tai Yen and the others. Everyone quickly sat down. More than 10 people began to eat and drink. It was very lively. These guys are really fearless. They caused trouble here, but not only did they not leave, they even began to eat and drink here. The Yunlai restaurant has rules. Any newcomer who comes will be humiliated. After 2 or 3 times, the restaurant and customers will recognize him. This kid broke the rules. The experts in the restaurant whispered, but they were looking forward to the show that was about to come. Although their voices were soft, Lin Ling's soul force was powerful, so he naturally heard them. This made him speechless. He did not expect that a simple meal would cause so much trouble. Chapter 1775. In the Yun clan's restaurant. Come, Xiao Yan, drink with Grandpa. All right, Grandpa and Yenchen, Xiao Yan will drink to you. In the crowd, Ancestor Tai Yen and Emon Yenchen were the weakest, but they respected them the most because they were Lin Ling's elders. Therefore they all laughed heartily. Of course, they could see that the restaurant wasn't ordinary, but they believed that Lin Ling could solve everything. At that moment, outside the restaurant, many people were talking. I've heard that in a year, the demon clan will invade. The Deacon Palace is going to open the Vine Leaf world. Indeed. Celestial emperors who have less than 200 years of cultivation are all qualified to enter. Besides, apart from the 3 legends of the human world, even Wu Sheng can enter. Hee. In Champion University, Celestial Emperor Wuxia is also qualified. Yes. He's lucky, but Sister Yun is also qualified. Yes. I've received an invitation, but I'm more interested in the Great Evolution Mountain, where Xian Di went. I've heard that there are many mysterious places there. Yes. Sister Yun will be able to go once she becomes a titled Celestial Emperor. Yes. Everybody's eyes twinkled. They could hear that those people were geniuses of the Celestial Emperors. They had all received an invitation to go to the mysterious places. Sister Yun, I'm going to the restaurant. I've heard that some people dared cause trouble in our restaurant. I'm going to take care of them. Yes. A young girl about 15 or 16 years old entered the restaurant first. She glanced at the restaurant manager and walked toward Lin Ling under the manager's reminder. The guests were excited because the owner of the restaurant had come back. I won't talk nonsense. I'll give you a chance. 1. Break one of your arms and get the hell out of here. 2. Die. Yes. Lin Ling and the others were still eating, but the girl walked over and said coldly. To her, people dared come to her restaurant and break the rules. How audacious. Grandpa, come and eat more. However, Lin Ling and the others didn't seem to see the young girl's threat. Lin Ling was constantly picking up food for Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. As for Little Flame and the rest, They were having a drinking competition and acted as if they did not see the young lady. This scene undoubtedly caused the people in the restaurant to suck in a breath of cold air. The members of the prestigious Yun clan had arrived, yet these people were actually ignoring them? Do you know who I am? At first, the girl wanted to resolve the matter quickly, but she didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Young lady, don't you want to know what happened? We're here to eat and we won't give you a penny less. However, the moment we entered the restaurant, you insulted us. We didn't blame the restaurant, but you're blaming us? Lin Ling and the others ignored the young girl, but Yuman Yun and Qin Xiaolan still decided to reason with her. Shut up. I don't care what grievances you've suffered, but the restaurant belongs to my family. I have the final say here. If I think you're wrong, then you're wrong. However, the young girl didn't give them any face at all. She didn't care who was right or wrong. She just wanted to chase away these filthy trash so that they wouldn't affect the mood of her sister and the other geniuses. Yuman Yun and Qin Xiaolan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She wants them to shut up? The restaurant belongs to the prestigious Yun clan. No matter what your background is, you can't afford to offend them. The young girl said again. Ling, get rid of this annoying fly. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke, and he didn't even look at the young girl beside him. Kill her? Ling had always been domineering and willful. She immediately smiled like a little witch. Yuman Yun and the others weren't as heartless as Lin Ling, and they hurriedly persuaded her, don't, just teach her a lesson. Got it? Ling turned into a fire shadow and shot toward the young girl. She reached out with her small hand and formed a small area of burning clouds. The young girl's eyes narrowed. She didn't expect these people to dare to attack. She shouted angrily, how dare you? Bang. Ling imitated Lin Ling and grabbed the young girl's head and slammed it into the ground, leaving only the young girl's head outside. At this moment, she was spitting out blood, and her face was full of anger. Hee the third radish. Ling said with a smile. Meanwhile, the restaurant was silent. All the powerhouses stared at the three radishes on the ground. Their bodies were cold and trembling. These guys were crazy enough. Your Excellency, you're quite bold. My sister was just advising you, but you attacked her. At this moment, a large number of figures finally walked in from the door. The woman in the lead was wearing a green robe and carrying a golden bow on her back. At this moment, she had a cold expression. Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang. The crowd gasped. They came here all year round and naturally knew the background of that woman. She was the eldest daughter of the prestigious Yun clan Yun Tang. She was the most senior among the Yun clan disciples. Your sister was just advising us? Noble families really know how to slander people. If your restaurant doesn't welcome people, you can just say so. But your sister said that we should all cripple one of our arms and get out of the restaurant. At this time, Lin Ling's calm voice floated out. Yun Tang's eyes twinkled. Even so, you wouldn't dare humiliate her. She looked at the three radishes on the ground and pulled a long face. Those guys were treating her sister like radishes? The more she looked at them, the angrier she got. She threatened them, if you offend the prestigious Yun clan, you'll probably die here. Shio. At that moment, Lin Ling turned into a ghost and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of Yun Tang. He had a sword on her neck and said, what did you say before? Say it again. How fast? Yun Tang's expression changed drastically. She wasn't weak in Champion University, but in front of that young man she couldn't fight back. At that moment, a sword was on her neck and she could die at any moment. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation in her restaurant. Your Excellency, you wouldn't dare kill me because if you kill me, the prestigious Yun clan won't let you off. Yun Tang took a deep breath and said firmly. However, just as she finished speaking, the words of the person beside her made her not dare to be firm. Lin Ling, it's actually you. Next to her were the three legendary geniuses of the human world, Princess Wuxia and Tianxian. At that moment they were both astonished. The restaurant was in an uproar. Lin Ling, surprisingly it was Lin Ling. Who didn't know Lin Ling in the human world? He wasn't very strong, but he had a strong background. He was only a saint and he didn't fear the leader of the sky. He was the first of the three legendary geniuses of the human world. Do you still dare say what you said before? Lin Ling said indifferently, causing Yun Tang's expression to stiffen. Previously she had thought that Lin Ling would not dare to kill her, but now she did not dare to think so. At least, if there was no one stronger than Lin Ling in the restaurant, Lin Ling did not need to be afraid to kill her. However, she was a dignified young lady of a prestigious family. How could she swallow this humiliation when she was asked to lower her head and admit defeat? Chapter 1776. Astraline Xiandi. I was wrong before. Yun Tang hurriedly apologized. As she said this, her body trembled. She actually bowed her head and admitted defeat. This was a complete loss of face. What a snob. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. He withdrew his sword and slowly walked towards Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. Now no one dared to provoke Lin Ling. Those heavenly emperors who were watching a good show were secretly lucky that they did not make a move before. Otherwise, their end would have been very miserable. As for the owner of the restaurant, his face was ghastly pale. Earlier, he'd thought that Lin Ling had offended the wrong person, but now he knew that he was the one who'd offended the wrong person. A mere Yunlai restaurant was like an ant when compared to Lin Ling. Yun Tang's eyes were cold. She led the geniuses to another table and sat down. Previously they were like the top geniuses of the mortal world, high-spirited. However, after entering the restaurant they were silent. The reason was naturally because of Lin Ling. Humph, he's only relying on the divine martial realm beast. The giants of the mortal world do not dare to touch him, but the other heavenly emperors do not put him in their eyes. Brother Tianxian, why do you say that? Because if the giants of the mortal world touch Lin Ling, it would be bullying the weak. However, if the other heavenly emperors touch Lin Ling, no one will object. Those geniuses whispered as if they were cheering themselves on. However, what they said was true. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to see, but the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. The giants of the mortal world did not dare to touch Lin Ling, but the powerhouses of the same generation could. Lin Ling, you only have 3 months to live. We are looking forward to the battle with the 5 heavenly monarchs. Ji Tianxian suddenly sneered. It was as if he wanted to prove that he was not afraid of Lin Ling in front of Yun Tang and Princess Firecloud. Princess Firecloud's eyes flickered. In the past, when she saw Lin Ling, she was like a white swan. But now, when she saw Lin Ling, she was like a toad beneath a swan. The sensation that Lin Ling had caused in the human world was not something that she could do. However, it was precisely because of this that she had always wanted to see Lin Ling fall. Ji Tianxian, do you want to die? On Lin Ling's side, the 9 spirits of heaven immediately stood up and said, Yo, a loser dares to be arrogant? I admit that I'm no match for Lin Ling, but I can beat you like a dog. Ji Tianxian immediately counterattacked. Not long ago, he had arranged a battle with the 9 spirits of heaven. He had beaten the 9 spirits of heaven until they begged for mercy and admitted defeat. It was just that after Lin Ling went on stage, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Since it's like this, then you guys can fight. Let's see who will beat who into a dog. Let's have some fun after dinner. At this time Lin Ling said with a faint smile. His words caused Ji Tianxuan's expression to change. He didn't dare to speak anymore. He wasn't afraid of the 9 spirits of heaven, but he was afraid of Lin Ling. You were so arrogant before, how did you become trash now? Seeing that Ji Tianxian didn't dare to speak, Lin Ling's sneer became even thicker. Ji Tianxian angrily stood up but quickly sat back down. Ah, trash trash. The 9 spirits of heaven and the others all laughed, feeling elated. In the past, before Lin Ling returned, Ji Tianxian and Jianghu were the most arrogant in the 7 emperors of heaven. But after Lin Ling returned, how could these people dare to be arrogant and overbearing? Ji Tianxian, go. Our Yun sect's guest elder, Gangyin Xiandi, is here. With him here, there's no need to be afraid of Lin Ling. Yun Tang suddenly said. At this time at the door, a tall figure slowly walked in. This person was like a door god. His face was cold and his body was covered with scars. He is. Princess Wuxia frowned as she stared at the person. My family's guest elder, the ancient expert Xiandi from 1,000 years ago. Yun Tang smiled. Previously, she saw that the situation was not right, so she secretly called for the guest elder to come. It's him. I remember now. 1,000 years ago, he was an extremely famous immortal emperor powerhouse. He once entered the demon domain and fought against several demon monarchs. Later, because he was poisoned with astral silver, his strength greatly decreased. I never thought that he would become a guest elder of the Cloud sect. Some ancient experts said in awe. The Yun sect's background was indeed not weak. Even Gangyin Xiandi had been recruited. One had to know that an expert at the level of Xiandi was an existence that could call the wind and summon the rain wherever he went. And with an expert titled Xiandi, there was no doubt that Yun Tang and the others did not need to be afraid of Lin Ling. Yun Tang's face was filled with pride. she said indifferently, Gangin Xiandi, you stay here. If you meet an arrogant junior, directly slap him 3 times. If he doesn't listen, cripple him. She was obviously talking about Lin Ling. Everyone in the restaurant sneered. It was as if they had turned the situation around. They were no longer afraid of Lin Ling and could even humiliate Lin Ling. Yes, young miss. Gang Yin Xiandi replied expressionlessly. On Lin Ling's side, the North Sea Celestial Emperor and the other experts had ugly expressions. The other party was an expert titled Xiandi. There was no doubt about his strength. They were no match for him at all. Lin Ling, are you leaving? Yumun Yun said softly. This place was not suitable to stay for long. Lin Ling, if your life did not belong to the southern Shenyuan Peak, I would have taught you a lesson right now. Now if you don't dare to stay, scram. Although Yumun Yun's voice was very soft, Yun Tang still heard it. She immediately sneered, as domineering as an empress. I've just eaten. Let's sit down and watch a good show before leaving. 9 spirits of heaven, go beat that Ji Tianxian into a dog. However, Lin Ling said indifferently as if he did not know how powerful Gang Yin Xiandi was. As soon as he said this, many people looked forward to it even more. Did Lin Ling not know that he was no longer in charge here? If he dared to stay, then he would definitely lose face. Ji Tianxian, get out here. The 9 spirits of heaven believed Lin Ling's words and walked out. Good. 9 spirits of heaven, your wings have hardened. Let me see where your confidence comes from. Ji Tianxian walked out with a cold smile. And behind him, Yun Tang played with Hong Yan's fingernails and said indifferently, give him 300 slaps. Even if the sky falls, I'll support it. This time she clearly wanted to challenge Lin Ling. Ji Tianxian, beat him until he looks for his teeth on the ground. The crowd and the heavenly emperor behind Ji Tianxian were all cheering at this moment, as if they were representing the human world to teach Lin Ling a lesson. The entire restaurant was filled with cheers, making the white-clothed heavenly emperor and the rest have cold faces. These guys clearly wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Outside the restaurant, 2 figures appeared. Under the sunlight, they looked at each other. A terrifying aura also bloomed. In the distance, a large number of people slowly gathered to watch. Although they did not know who those 2 people were for a moment, they could sense that those 2 people were powerful heavenly emperor powerhouses. 9 spirits of heaven, don't be anxious. This time I'll think about how to defeat you and make you lose more face. Of course, those 300 slaps are unavoidable. Ji Tianxian puffed out his chest and said proudly. From beginning to end, he did not put the 9 spirits of heaven in his eyes at all. Because he had just defeated the 9 spirits of heaven not long ago, so the 9 spirits of heaven was a defeated opponent in his heart. Chapter 1777. Like a radish. Cut the crap, let's fight. Excitement turned into fighting intent, causing the 9 spirits of heaven to hold the halberd and pounce towards Ji Tianxian. Sai, as a heavenly emperor, every move is watched by the human world. Why be so impatient? It's simply an insult to the status of a heavenly emperor. Ji Tianxian said proudly, his entire body shining with golden light, as if a god of war had descended. In the end, his eyes lit up. As the saying goes, where you fall, you get up. Today, I'll use the move that defeated you in the past to defeat you once again. Aha, is this the so-called where you fall, you get up? Hearing that, Yun Tang and the rest could not help but laugh. Ji Tianxian was going to heavily humiliate the 9 spirits of heaven. Unfortunately, they were thinking too much. The current 9 spirits of heaven was no longer the 9 spirits of heaven of the past. The moment the halberd appeared, the 9 spirits scattered, as if shocking the world and making ghosts and gods weep. The 8 halberds pressed down on Ji Tianxian from all directions, forming a terrifying power of law. At this moment, Ji Tianxian was still laughing, but in the next moment his pupils constricted and his body began to tremble. The power of law? The 9 spirits of heaven last time did not have the power of law. No, it was the halberd in his hand. Get down. While he was still in shock, the 9 spirits of heaven's attack arrived. Rumble. A majestic power attacked. The law was tyrannical, causing Ji Tianxian to spit out a mouthful of blood. In his anxiety he used the spear of faith, but it instantly shattered. It could not block the power of law of the halberd. Ka. The halberd was like a tyrannical hammer, directly smashing him to the ground. Many of his bones were also broken. When they saw this scene, everyone in the restaurant and outside the restaurant had their mouths wide open. They were speechless. Ji Tianxian was defeated in one move? At this moment, the 9 spirits of heaven felt the stuffiness in his heart and spat it out. He took a step forward and grabbed Ji Tianxian, who was on the ground. His left hand was like a palm leaf fan as he ruthlessly swept it out. I'll let you be arrogant. Pa pa pa. I'll let you challenge me. Pa pa pa. Weren't you very proud in the past? Why are you so weak today? Pa pa pa. The frenzied slapping sounds continued to ring out. The crowd saw that Ji Tianxuan's entire face seemed to be inflated as it swelled crazily. His teeth were spitting out, and every slap would produce a stuttering sound. This was the previously arrogant Ji Tianxian? This was the Ji Tianxian who defeated the 9 spirits of heaven last time? Everyone hissed and sucked in a breath of cold air, while Yun Tang and the rest looked as if their parents had died, their faces extremely ugly. They never thought that the 9 spirits of heaven's strength would increase so much. Ji Tianxian was simply beaten like a dog. Aha! On Bai Yun Tiandi's side, everyone burst into laughter. They were not surprised at all because that was the halberd forged by Lin Ling, so if the 9 spirits of heaven still lost, then he would not need to practice martial arts. As for the son of several people, the unhindered Sky Emperor laughed and said, the 9 spirits of heaven treated him as a radish seed. Alright. The 9 spirits of heaven ruthlessly slapped Ji Tianxian 300 times. After venting their anger, they grabbed Ji Tianxian and wanted to stuff him into the ground. How dare you? At this moment, Yun Tang stood up. She had invited Ji Tianxian to the restaurant for a meal to discuss entering the secret realm. How could she be humiliated by Lin Ling's people right now? What? You want to act shamelessly after losing? 9 spirits of heaven, do as the unhindered Sky Emperor said. I want to see who can stop you. Lin Ling let out a cold laugh. He had long known that Yun Tang and the others would not let this matter rest. In fact, his guess was right. After Gangyin Xiandi arrived, Yun Tang could only win and not lose. Gangyin Xiandi attack. Sure enough, Yun Tang shouted angrily. Today she would teach everyone here a lesson. Yes, sir. The expressionless man said in a low voice. His body dispersed and turned into white mercury that flowed towards the 9 spirits of heaven. At this moment, the 9 spirits of heaven naturally knew that an expert had attacked him, but he was not afraid. He was stuffing Ji Tianxian into the ground because he believed in his boss, Lin Ling. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of him. Was Lin Ling. Slap his face. Seeing Lin Ling appear, Yun Tang roared. She did not dare to kill Lin Ling, but if it was about teaching him a lesson, why would she not dare? The mercury turned into a palm and pressed down on Lin Ling like it could topple mountains and overturn seas, causing many people in the restaurant to sneer. Lin Ling could not block an expert at the level of Xiandi. He would definitely be slapped in the face. At this moment, Lin Ling raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. Cultivating the 36 heavenly mercury arts, you can easily comprehend the power of 36 Tao laws every time you break through. The power of this art is very strong, but unfortunately, this art came from the martial god realm. There is no corresponding healing art, so you will inevitably turn into mercury. Now, your internal organs should have turned into mercury. You must have borrowed some mercury from the silver worm lich every year, otherwise you would have died long ago. The silver worm lich is very difficult to cultivate, so it must have been given to you by the famous Jianghu family. That is why you became their slave. The voice turned into soul power and went directly into Gangyin Xiandi's soul, causing his pupils to fiercely tremble. He immediately looked at the young man in front of him and said, "How do you know all this?" "Unfortunately, what's the use of knowing? Sorry, for the sake of the silver worm lich, for the sake of survival, young hero, I still have to teach you a lesson." The ruthless palm was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, but in Gangyin Xiandi's eyes, the young man in front of him was as still as a mountain. This made him secretly sigh. This Lin Ling was not afraid even if the sky collapsed. He was much better than those heavenly emperors of Yun Tang. Unfortunately, if it were not for the fact that he had no choice, he would not want to teach this rising star a lesson. "I can save you." However, at this moment, a confident voice floated over, causing Gangyin Xiandi's expression to change dramatically. The slap also stopped abruptly. Whoosh. Although the slap did not land on Lin Ling's face, it was still very close to Lin Ling. The terrifying astral wind blew Lin Ling's hair, but he still stood there like a pine tree, unmoving like the king of hell. Martial arts from the martial god realm are not something that can be practiced by warriors of this world. If I want to save you, I naturally have to use the martial god realm's method. Fortunately, I happen to know a kind of spiritual liquid called the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid. It can enhance all of your vitality, including melting the mercury in your body. Lin Ling said indifferently. Gang Yin Xiandi sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "How do I know if you are telling the truth? The price of doubting me is very high, but you have no choice now because the silver worm lich is only a temporary measure. It can't prevent your body from melting into mercury. Therefore you have at most 100 years of life left. You have to gamble," Lin Ling said. Gang Yin Xiandi's eyes kept flickering. He could not help but marvel at this young man's calmness. Even now he could still talk to him calmly. "Fine, I'll gamble." Gang Yin Xiandi suddenly gritted his teeth. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's palm landed on his face and said, "No one can slap me. Although you did not succeed, at least you had the intention. Also, this is the price you have to pay for doubting me." Gang Yin Xiandi's eyes widened. Lin Ling slapped his face. Chapter 1778. Spiritual Liquid Engraving Enchantment Hiss. Immortal Emperor Gang Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. This young man's methods were truly ruthless. He knew that the Yunlai restaurant was extremely famous in the Shanpeng Great Territory. But now the Yunlai restaurant was being treated like radishes. If this news were to spread out, it would undoubtedly be a huge joke. "I hope you're right. The price for deceiving me is even greater." Gang Yin Xiandi had been used to life and death over the years, so he was not afraid of offending a distinguished family. He turned into mercury and flew toward the restaurant. At this moment in the restaurant, Yun Tang and the others did not know about the conversation between Lin Ling and Gang Yin Xiandi. At this moment, Yun Tang was drinking wine and said sweetly, "Yunlai restaurant is the place where my Yun family befriends the heroes of the world. It has 1,000 years of history, and no one has ever been able to behave atrociously here and then leave safely. No matter if it's a hero of the human world or someone with a powerful background, even a dragon has to bow down here." As expected of a distinguished family, the other celestial emperors were all flattering. However, just as she finished speaking, a hand appeared behind Yun Tang, grabbed her, and slammed her into the ground like planting radishes, leaving only her head outside. With a boom, the ground shook as if a bomb had exploded. Everyone's faces froze. Yun Tang spat out a mouthful of blood at this moment. She stared at the person who had attacked her and shouted hysterically, "Gang Yin Xiandi, you're crazy." She thought that with Gang Yin Xiandi around, Lin Ling would not be able to cause any trouble, so she was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling embarrassed. However, who knew that Gang Yin Xiandi would actually attack her? What was going on? "Sorry, I've been entrusted by Lin Ling, so all of you will be planting radishes." Bang. Gang Yin Xiandi said expressionlessly. He looked at everyone in the restaurant, making their hearts tremble. Bang, bang, bang. Earth-shattering noises came from the restaurant. The hard ground cracked open as radishes were planted one after another. Outside the restaurant, those who were watching the show all held their breaths. There was only the sound of their hearts beating, rising and falling one after another. From their point of view, the restaurant could be said to be a vegetable garden. A large number of heads sat on the ground like radishes, especially Miss Yun Tang. Her long hair was disheveled and she looked the most embarrassed. "All right, the radishes are planted. This meal was not bad. Let's go back. Thank you for your hospitality, Yunlai restaurant." Phone. Lin Ling shrugged and smiled indifferently. Ancestor Tai Yen and the others, who were still in shock in the restaurant, all burst into laughter. "This meal was not bad. Boss, I've got to hand it to you. I only planted one radish, but you planted everyone else. The speed is way too fast." The 9 spirits turned and couldn't help but exen. Everyone laughed and left the restaurant. Although they didn't know what had happened, they were sure that it was Lin Ling's masterpiece. The restaurant was silent. The radishes were still there. Yun Tang's face was green and red. She spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. "Lin Ling, I won't let you go." She didn't expect that not only would she lose face today, but even the Yun family's guest elder would be taken away by Lin Ling. At this moment, Ancestor Tai Yen and the others followed Lin Ling to the rainforest sacred land. Behind them, a burly but expressionless person followed. A powerful person with the title Xiandi was on par with the Supreme Xiandi and the others. With such a powerful person following them, the 9 spirits of heaven were undoubtedly under great pressure. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was relaxed. His force didn't have a powerful Xiandi, but now he had finally subdued one. After returning to the rainforest sacred land, Lin Ling immediately began to mix the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid. 3 days later Lin Ling walked out. At the same time, everyone received the news and gathered in Lin Ling's small courtyard. A mysterious liquid appeared in Lin Ling's hand. This liquid was multicolored and emitted a mysterious aura. "Boss, is this the treasure you talked about that can increase one's strength?" Little Flame curiously stared at the jade bottle in Lin Ling's hand and asked, "Do you drink it directly?" Lin Ling shook his head. "I use this liquid to carve a cultivation boundary. I use the boundary to cultivate. The boundary is also called the heaven-shattering divine world." Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiandi's eyes flickered. He had been cultivating for a long time, but this was the first time he had heard of this kind of cultivation method. He couldn't help but look at Lin Ling indifferently as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling asked Little Flame and the others, then started to carve the boundary runes on the ground. This kind of boundary rune was extremely complicated, but it had many functions. For example, if one wanted to increase one's realm, then the boundary rune would strengthen the realm. If one wanted to increase one's soul power, then they would carve the corresponding boundary runes. Thus, Lin Ling had also asked for the requirements of the crowd before inscribing the corresponding spirit formation runes. After a long time, everyone stared at the circular boundary runes on the ground and couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. "Little Flame, that's a cultivation array to increase one's physical body and realm. Go in and give it a try. Shenyuan Jiutian, you only want to increase your realm and talent. That cultivation array belongs to you," Lin Ling continued to say. The boundary rune was about 5 meters wide and was carved with 5 wood heaven-blasting liquid. It emitted a colorful light and was extremely dazzling. Lin Ling finally looked at Gangyin Xiandi and said, "Astral Immortal Xiandi, that belongs to you. See if it's effective. If it's effective, then give me all your merit points. I'll carve the cultivation array for you when I'm free." The latter couldn't help but nod his head. Astral Immortal Xiandi didn't care about merit points. His life was the most important. After entering the enchantment, he sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, he felt a mysterious power caressing his body like a gentle hand. The frozen mercury in his body seemed to be boiling at this moment. It slowly melted and disappeared into green smoke along the top of his head. "It's effective." Gangyin Xiandi was excited. He didn't expect that he had made the right bet. Gangyin Xiandi opened his eyes and said excitedly, "How many merit points do you need to use this kind of cultivation array? You can tell me directly. I'll take care of all these cultivation arrays in the future." Lin Ling smiled faintly, "No problem. If you don't have any merit points at the moment, I can carve the cultivation array for you. You can stay in the rainforest sacred land." Okay. Gangyin Xiandi nodded happily. He didn't know that Lin Ling was even happier. After all, if Gangyin Xiandi stayed here, then his rainforest sacred land would have an expert like Xiandi overseeing it. After dealing with Gangyin Xiandi, Lin Ling also carved the cultivation array and began to cultivate. His cultivation array was a triple cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit. This time, the most important thing was to upgrade his fiend god overlord physique. After sitting down cross-legged, a gentle aura spread throughout his body, making Lin Ling feel comfortable all over. In his body, the small world crazily erupted. From 14 universes of strength, it increased to 15 universes of strength. Moreover, his dragon claws seemed to have come alive. Originally it was 6 claws, but gradually, it awakened to 7 claws. With every claw awakened, Lin Ling could increase his strength by 1 universe. Chapter 1779. Vine Leaf World. Time passed slowly. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the 7th level of the Divine Demon Overlord body. At that time, he would definitely have a 10th level heaven rank talent, and the 7th level would be Ancient God Descends. Legend has it that in Star Picking Nation, if one's Divine Demon Overlord body reached the 7th level, then everyone would be an emperor-like existence. If one reached the 8th level, it wouldn't be difficult to rule the world. If one reached the 9th level, the Divine Demon Overlord body would descend and have the talent to become an emperor. At that time, as long as one's realm increased, it would be easy to dominate. After an unknown period of time, when Lin Ling opened his eyes, he glanced around and saw that the surrounding barrier runes had dimmed a lot. It seemed that he had to carve a new one. "Your Majesty, it should be an 8th level heaven rank immortal body now." Elder Z's excited voice sounded. This Li Xiaoyao's cultivation method was indeed powerful, surpassing Star Picking Nation. Although Lin Ling still looked like an Earth rank talent on the surface, he was already an 8th level heaven rank talent and could withstand many powerful attacks. However, the divine demon overlord body was a realm every 10 levels, so on the surface, it was still an earth rank 10th level. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to carve a new barrier rune, the mother insect's voice sounded, "Lin Ling, the secret realm has opened. Quickly come to the Heartbreak Ridge." At the same time, Princess Fire Spirit, Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, and Baiyun Tiandi all received the news. However, the unhindered Sky Emperor and the rest were old, so they didn't receive the news. Heartbreak Ridge Vine Leaf World. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Last time, Emperor Li Shou had told him that he would enter the secret realm to cultivate soon. He didn't expect to come at the right time. Legend has it that the Vine Leaf World is the best cultivation place for heavenly emperor powerhouses in the mortal world. You can soar to the heavens in one go there. Only heavenly emperors who have cultivated for less than 200 years can enter. Scoundrel, we can use the cultivation array at any time, but the Heartbreak Ridge Vine Leaf World is not a place we can go at any time. Princess Fire Spirit stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. At present, Yang Kai's talent had reached about the 8th grade of the heaven rank and his physical strength had greatly improved. As for his cultivation, it had reached the peak of the Saint Realm, so his self-preservation ability had increased. He could try going to the Vine Leaf World. Let's go then. Lin Ling led a few people forward, heading to where the 7 Emperors' Heaven was. After a long time, when Lin Ling arrived at the 7 Emperors' Heavens, a large number of heavenly emperors had already gathered there. Each and every one of them was transcendent and had extraordinary potential. Among them there were many diamond-level heavenly emperors. But thinking about it, the requirement this time was for heavenly emperors who had cultivated for less than 200 years. Without a doubt, these heavenly emperors' talents were extremely terrifying. To put it bluntly, these were the genius celestial emperors that the highest deacon palace of the mortal world wanted to cultivate. And after Lin Ling and the others arrived, many heavenly emperors looked at Lin Ling indifferently, their eyes filled with provocation. They weren't afraid of Lin Ling. The giants of the mortal world were afraid of Lin Ling's mysterious backer, but they weren't afraid. Because if they really wanted to target Lin Ling, the mysterious backer behind Lin Ling wouldn't be able to put down his face to teach them a lesson. Lin Ling, this Vine Leaf World is an ancient void region. Legend has it that you can reach the martial god world. I hope your strength can increase greatly inside and defeat the 5 great heavenly monarchs in 3 months, greatly raising the prestige of the 7 emperors. A heavenly emperor said indifferently, seemingly blessing Lin Ling, but in fact he was mocking Lin Ling. Because with Lin Ling's strength, it was impossible for him to defeat the 5 great heavenly monarchs in 3 months. Enough nonsense, let's go. Emperor Li Shou said indifferently and led Lin Ling and the others forward. The other 7 emperors also led their own subordinates and flew into the sky. This time, all the geniuses of the 3 myths of the mortal world had gathered in the Mountain of Pain. After a day, a large number of strong heavenly emperors appeared in the sky above the Mountain of Pain. Their chi was so strong that it made the clouds roll. All the geniuses of Champion University arrived at the ancient celestial stage. Of course, the highest deacon palace of the human realm will not treat you unfairly. Whoever obtains the most vine fruits will be rewarded with 2 million merit points and can enter the Daohua pool to cultivate once. The second place will be rewarded with 1 million merit points and can enter the Daohua pool to cultivate once. The second place will be rewarded with 1 million merit points and can enter the Daohua pool to cultivate. The third place will be rewarded with 500,000 merit points and can enter the Daohua pool to cultivate. As for those who are not ranked, 1 vine fruit can be exchanged for 10 merit points. The heavenly emperors took a deep breath when they heard that. Their eyes were burning with passion. The Dao transformation pool was an extremely precious place. Someone had once comprehended the power of the laws in the Dao transformation pool. Even titled celestial emperors yearned to enter the Dao transformation pool, let alone heavenly emperors. Lin Ling was stupefied. Even though he could carve deployment spells, he had to spend points to get materials. Therefore he could never have too many points. However, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the entire sky and discovered that there were many diamond-level heavenly emperor powerhouses. Wanting to seize even more merit points was difficult. Lin Ling couldn't compete with diamond-level heavenly emperors. The 5 celestial emperors aren't here. They went to the titled Xiandi's mysterious world. Someone suddenly said in a low voice, making many heavenly emperors jealous. The 5 celestial emperors represented the 5 strongest people among the heavenly emperors. But the mysterious world they went to was better, and their strength had increased greatly. But it was good that they weren't here. The competition wasn't that big. Subconsciously, many people looked at Lin Ling. They knew about the battle between Lin Ling and Shenyuan Nanfeng. But Shenyuan Nanfeng had entered the Xiandi's mysterious world. 3 months later, his strength would increase greatly. Lin Ling's chances of winning were even slimmer. Lin Ling was aware of those gloating gazes. He sneered and ignored them. Now let's test your talent. Those with immortal physiques that haven't reached the 5th grade of the Earth realm are not allowed to enter. At this time the old man spoke again. A huge pagoda fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. The huge pagoda was divided into 3 levels. Each level had 9 lights. They tested the Earth realm, Heaven realm, and Divine realm respectively. All the heavenly emperors' faces changed. The requirements for this trip to the mysterious world were much stricter. Apart from cultivation time, there was also a talent requirement. Jianghu Immortal Platform's heavenly emperors go first. The old man said indifferently. Many genius heavenly emperors approached the huge pagoda one after another, and the huge pagoda kept emitting light. Most of them were 1st grade of the Heaven realm and a small number of them were Earth realm. Talent could also be improved. Obviously, during this period of time, Jianghu Immortal Platform had secretly paid a lot of treasures to nurture the heavenly emperors. And there were a few people who were terrifying 5th grade of the Heaven realm, causing the big shots of the mortal realm to narrow their eyes. Heavenly emperors had reached the 5th grade of talent. In the future they might even have the chance to form a divine body. Chapter 1780. Talent Test. Princess Wuxia eliminated. Eliminated. The old man continued to speak. When he mentioned Princess Firecloud, her face was gloomy and even a little ferocious. In the past, she was a 1st grade Heaven rank talent and was the center of attention. But now, she didn't even have an Earth rank talent and lost the opportunity to enter the Vine Leaf world. And all of this was caused by Lin Ling. Is he a hero of the human world? Destroying someone's future, what a despicable method. Many people from Champion University sympathized with Princess Wuxia. They stared at Lin Ling coldly. One of them said, "Princess Wuxia, you're a celestial emperor of Champion University. Today you're eliminated, I'll get justice for you." Brother Mustang, a short time ago Lin Ling came to the Cloud Tower restaurant and caused trouble. He taught me a lesson. I hope you'll get justice for me. Not far away, a woman also looked at that person and said. This woman was Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang, causing that person to nod again, his expression even colder. He had a high social status in Champion University. He was one of the 10 celestial emperors. Apart from the 5 celestial emperors, he was one of the strongest celestial emperors. He was a silver, gold, and diamond cultivator. After a short time, it was the 7 emperors' turn. The celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' celestial emperors were similar to those of Champion University. Most of them were Di-Chi cultivators, not many Tian-Chi cultivators. The strongest Tian-Chi cultivators were level 4. Princess Hualing wasn't weak, she was level 3 Tian-Chi cultivators. She had also become stronger because of Lin Ling's isolated world. Alright. Good. Emperor Lisho nodded happily. Now it was Lin Ling's turn to test his talent. Many people from the 3 legends of the human world were staring at Lin Ling. Lin Ling wanted to fight against the 5 celestial emperors. Now they wanted to see if he had enough potential. At that moment, some people rejoiced in Lin Feng's misfortune. Some people were breathing rapidly. Some people looked ice cold. However, Lin Ling's expression was calm, as if he was doing the most normal thing. When his hand touched the giant tower swayed. Ripples bloomed in the 3rd floor of the tower and 3 lights shot out. Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and their eyes widened. The 3rd floor of the pagoda represented the divine rank immortal body, and the 3 lights represented the 3rd grade of the divine rank? Impossible. Lin Ling tested again. The Sky Sovereign from the ancient rhyme Immortal Platform roared. How could Lin Ling have a divine body? Lin Ling was also startled at this moment. However, he quickly understood that it was probably caused by the netherworld flame. He retracted his hand again and suppressed the netherworld flame in his soul. He hit it and then touched the giant pagoda. This time, however, the giant pagoda paused for a moment. Then, the lowest level of the pagoda blossomed with 10 lights. This represented an Earth Tier 10th grade talent. Seeing this scene, many people let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that they had made a mistake before. Lin Ling was actually an Earth Stage 10th grade talent. Haha, an Earth Tier 10th grade talent dares to compete with the 5 heavenly monarchs? There's no suspense in this battle. This Lin Ling is too disappointing. I'm guessing that Lin Ling won't even be able to block a single move from Senior Shenyuan Nanfeng. Many people were talking to themselves. If Lin Ling's talent was too strong, they would feel great pressure. However, Lin Ling's talent was ordinary and almost at the bottom. Therefore they felt relieved. At least, they believed that the heroes of the mortal world would be surpassed by them sooner or later. As for some diamond-level heavenly emperors, they only glanced at Lin Ling and didn't say much. Obviously they didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes. Hearing those words, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to them. The reason why he didn't release the netherworld flame was because there was no benefit to it. It was better to save it for a critical moment and use it to create an unexpected effect. Alright, those heavenly emperors whose talent is not up to standard are not allowed to enter the vine leaf world. At this time the old man said faintly. Everyone advanced along the grief ridge. This time it was extremely quiet. An indescribable atmosphere pervaded the air. It could affect the emotions of martial artists, but it had a strong supporting effect on some martial artists. For example, Dugu Konglei cultivated the path of sadness. The power of sadness allowed him to be more familiar with the power of loss. The grief ridge was filled with gray stones. A moment later, a huge stone door appeared in front of them. It was close to 50 meters tall and 20 meters wide. Green liquid flowed out from the door frame, covering the space inside the door and emitting a resplendent light. We're here. Many heavenly emperors began to flicker. Lin Ling, the vine leaf world, was discovered 1,000 years ago. It's also ranked second in the heavenly emperor mystic realm. This mystic realm is very dangerous. Beside Lin Ling, Bai Yun Tiandi tucked her fringe behind her ears, revealing her fair skin. Lin Ling was curious. Ranked second? And there are many mystic realms in the mortal world. There are hundreds of heavenly emperor mystic realms, but some are dangerous and some are simple. The vine leaf world is ranked second in the mystic realms. It's also the second most dangerous, but its hidden benefits are also ranked second. Like the true martial realm last time, it's also a heavenly emperor mystic realm, but it's ranked first. It's very difficult. Bai Yun Tiandi said. Lin Ling nodded. The true martial realm was actually very dangerous. It was just that the great Eastern Demon King did not interfere in the mortal world. Otherwise, many heavenly emperors would have died. The vine leaf world is a god's back garden. However, when it was first discovered, an expert discovered the evil Buddha lineage. This lineage is an evil demon from the desolate era. Bai Yun Tiandi said. No wonder I don't have any impression of the vine leaf world. Lin Ling nodded, startling the white-robed heavenly emperor. He didn't understand Lin Ling's meaning. In fact, Lin Ling's meaning was that Li Xiaoyao was also not familiar with the vine leaf world. The history of the mortal world is divided into near ancient, high ancient, ancient, and desolate era. The evil Buddha lineage that existed in desolate era was obviously very terrifying. However, the vine leaf world's void is unstable. After the first exploration, the experts who were too strong couldn't enter. Only heavenly emperors could. Near ancient, high ancient, ancient, desolate era? For great eras? High ancient should be the era of star-picking nation. High ancient should be the era of Li Xiaoyao thousands of years ago. And desolate era? It seems to be an era beyond Li Xiaoyao's knowledge. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Although Li Xiaoyao dominated an era, there were still many things in the world that Li Xiaoyao didn't know. It seemed like he had to find the statue that Li Xiaoyao left behind in the mortal world as soon as possible. Get lost. As Lin Ling and the others were talking, suddenly ripples appeared in the air. The celestial emperors of the seven emperors world all moved back. At that moment, a large number of strong cultivators walked past them. It was the celestial emperors of Champion University. The leader of the group was unstoppable. Surprisingly, he was a cultivator of the third level of the Tian level. In the seven emperors of the world, only a few people weren't pushed back by the Qi, and Lin Ling was one of them. Not bad. You're only a earth-level cultivator and you can resist my Qi, not bad. The leader of the group wasn't very tall, but he looked dignified and majestic. Mo Shang, what do you mean? Bai Yun Tiandi knew him. I'm just telling the seven emperors of the world to be careful. Don't get killed in the vine leaf world, said the man indifferently. He continued leading the way. The celestial emperors of Champion University looked at Lin Ling evilly. Chapter 1781. Vine-leaved savage beast. Lin Ling ignored the man's provocation. He sensed that the man had the power of laws and there were quite a few of them. He was an extremely difficult existence to deal with. My Jianghu Immortal Foundation is the same. If we meet you in the Vine Leaf world, you will regret it. From afar, the Heaven Empyrean with the ancient Immortal Foundation also spoke. At this moment, Lin Ling had clearly become a thorn in his side. Of course it wasn't Lin Ling. Among the three great myths, there were many celestial emperors who had grudges against each other. It was just that Lin Ling had the most enemies. I'll accompany you. Sensing the hostility, Lin Ling muttered to himself and then stopped talking. Shameless boasting. Many people stared at Lin Ling with disdain. Lin Ling's strength was not weak, but facing the top heavenly emperor, he still did not have the qualifications to be proud. That's one of the 10 great heavenly emperors, Mo Shang. His strength is only beneath the 5 great heavenly monarchs. After those experts left, Bai Yun Qiandi frowned and said, moreover, he's ranked 18th on the Martial Pavilion's Earth ranking. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. The Martial Pavilion Earth ranking? He hadn't challenged it for a long time, but he knew that the value of gold there was the highest. As for the Earth rankings? In the past he could only look up to her. Who would have thought that she was getting closer and closer? Lin Ling, after the battle in the Forbidden City, many people guessed that you were ranked 3rd on the Upper Shin ranking. However, after you defeated Jianghu, the Martial Pavilion guessed that you had entered the Lower Shin ranking. As for your rank, no one is sure. Moreover, you are the only Saint Rudiment realm on the Lower Shin ranking. Bai Yun Qiandi added. Big brother so powerful. Xinyuan Jiutian sucked in a breath of cold air. Being able to enter the Earth list meant that one's strength was recognized. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only in the Saint realm. What if he stepped into the Wuxia realm? What about the rankings? The Earth board is also a list of diamond-level heavenly emperors. The 5 great heavenly monarchs are at the top of the list. Among them, the southern Xinyuan peak is ranked in the top 5. This is also the reason why everyone thinks that you can't win. Bai Yun Qiandi said again. Go in. Lin Ling was more or less familiar with the situation, so he waved his hand and said. He had entered the Earth role, but he was very curious about his ranking. He hoped to prove himself in the Vine Leaf world. Through the ancient gate, the crowd entered one after another. It was as if they were passing through water. When they reappeared, a dense spiritual energy rushed towards them. The area in front of them was like a primeval forest. Tall trees rose from the ground, and large amounts of vines intertwined like dragons. There were also countless exotic flowers and plants. The ground was covered with huge yellow leaves, giving people the feeling that they had come to the back garden of God. Roar, roar, roar. From time to time, terrifying roars could be heard, causing Lin Ling's expression to change. He knew that these were vine leaf savage beasts. In the vine leaf world, because it was a world of its own, there were many unknown savage beasts hidden. These savage beasts were neither demons nor devils, and were extremely terrifying. After looking around and not seeing Bai Yun Qiandi and the others, Lin Ling stepped forward. Tall trees blocked the sky. In addition to the dense spiritual energy, there was also the smell of decay. Lin Ling could not help but be more cautious. After walking for 2 hours, suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in front of him. The light was faintly discernible like a bright pearl. Lin Ling did not stop and continued forward. After a while, he saw a fist-sized fruit on top of a vine that looked like a giant tower. The fruit was as clear as crystal, and there were lightning snakes swimming around it. It looked extremely extraordinary. Lightning-patterned fruit. Lin Ling gasped. In Li Xiaoyao's memory, this was an extremely rare fruit. Those who consumed it could increase their lightning power. If they consumed a lot of it, they could even comprehend the law of lightning. Unfortunately, it's useless to me. Lin Ling shook his head. He was good at space and fire, but he was not familiar with the lightning element. However, Lin Ling would not waste such a precious treasure. Even if it was not of great help, it would be good to gain some lightning power after consuming it. Even if it was not useful, he could still use it to trade. When Lin Ling walked forward, a terrifying shadow suddenly rushed down from the dense forest in the sky. A pair of lightning wings appeared and roared like thunder. It was actually a white tiger with lightning wings. The most frightening thing was that this white tiger was very fast and carried the law of lightning. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He shouted, "Electromagnetic white tiger." In Li Xiaoyao's memory, the electromagnetic white tiger was an existence that could not be underestimated. When it reached its peak, its strength could be comparable to Wuxia. Fortunately, this electromagnetic white tiger had not reached its peak yet. However, Its speed was too fast for Lin Ling to defend himself. Dragon Claw? Lin Ling did not choose to dodge because he could not avoid the opponent's speed. He stretched out his left hand and the dragon claw roared. 7 claws erupted with the power of 2 universes. Coupled with the strength of his body, no one could stop him. Boom. The earth exploded and the wind blew the surrounding trees apart. Brr. The electromagnetic white tiger obviously did not expect this human to be so strong. It turned into lightning and disappeared again to attack Lin Ling from behind. Ancient God Emperor. Lin Ling shouted once more, and an entire 15 universes of his strength erupted. Presently, Lin Ling's natural talent seemed to be at the 10th grade of the Earth rank, yet it was actually at the 8th grade of the Heaven rank. If it wasn't for the fact that he was pressed for time, he could even break through to the 10th grade of the Heaven rank. Boom. The ancient God Emperor punched out and combined with the Dragon Claw, reaching a terrifying 17 universes of power. The white tiger was fast, but compared to Lin Ling it was no match for Lin Ling. After colliding with Lin Ling, it was blasted into pieces, leaving behind a pair of wings that fell to the ground. Lin Ling wiped the sweat from his forehead. If not for his increase in strength, dealing with this beast would be even more troublesome. Brr. At this time, another roar came from the trees in the sky, causing Lin Ling's expression to change. There were more electromagnetic white tigers? Obviously, those vine-leafed savage beasts were guarding the lightning-patterned fruit. Swish, 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 swish. The power of laws bloomed and thunder rumbled in the sky. A total of 5 electromagnetic white tigers jumped down, their speed even faster than Lin Ling. Soaring Dragon Universe. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling erupted with the law of fire, causing the fire dragon to soar into the sky. Immediately, 2 of the white tigers were burned alive. The remaining 3 were even more ancient. They circled around the soaring flames and pounced on Lin Ling from the side, making it impossible for Lin Ling to block them. Swish, swish. The terrifying power of thunder engulfed Lin Ling, turning the forest into a pool of lightning. However, within the lightning, Lin Ling's hair fluttered wildly and his eyes were cold. The lightning wrapped around his body but did not cause him any harm. This was an absolute defense. An 8th grade heaven rank ancient god emperor's defense was terrifying. Sword come freeze. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. Sword light flowed like water and froze time. One of the electromagnetic white tigers was unable to escape and was split in 2. The remaining 2 let out terrifying roars and turned into lightning before disappearing. Obviously, Lin Ling seemed to be in the Saint realm, but he was so strong that even they were afraid of him. Lin Ling breathed a sigh of relief. If the fight continued, he would have to use his full strength and his trump card, soul power. This lightning pattern fruit is really difficult to obtain. Chapter 1782. Was he ignoring Lin Ling? Cosmic energies, he must be a celestial emperor on the same level as Wuxia. Lin Ling said calmly. After becoming a martial saint, one would possess a source of ethereal power. Every move one made would contain the power of the natural order. However, this power of the natural order was useful against the weak. Against a cultivator of the same level, it all depended on the power of the natural order that they had comprehended. As long as he's not a celestial emperor under the emperor of Li Shou, he's an enemy, said Lin Ling coldly. He knew that many people in the vine leaf world wanted him dead. But finally, a silhouette appeared in the forest. That person was tall and slender. He was wearing Champion University's robe and had lightning twinkling around him. He looked at the fruit on the tree and smiled. Lightning fruits perfect for me. If I eat them, I'll understand more lightning cosmic energies. Ah. That person burst into laughter. He was extremely excited. Your Excellency, I saw the fruit first, said Lin Ling indifferently. This vine leaf world is worthy of being called God's back garden. Apart from the vine fruits that have to be handed over, all the other exotic flowers and herbs belong to us. That person laughed again, which made Lin Ling stunned for a moment. That person was ignoring him? Did he think the lightning mark fruit was his? Lin Ling didn't feel like talking anymore. Let that person finish talking to himself. Sure enough, that person kept talking to himself and was extremely happy. After a long time he looked at Lin Ling. In his eyes, a young man in a blue and white robe stood there, holding an ancient sword. His long hair fluttered and his aura was extremely extraordinary. Of course, he could see that the young man was just a saint. Piss off. That person indifferently spat out a sentence. I killed a few electromagnetic white tigers to get the fruit and you want me to piss off? Said Lin Ling, smiling coldly. You think you can kill electromagnetic white tigers? Not bad. That person finally looked at Lin Ling. His eyes twinkled and he said, You look familiar? Are you Lin Ling from the Seven Emperors? Lin Ling was one of the mortal world's 3 great legends. In the hearts of many heavenly emperors, Lin Ling's strength was not strong, but his personality was extremely proud, daring to not fear the mortal world's titans above their heads. Therefore, many heavenly emperor powerhouses had long wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Besides, Lin Ling had many enemies, so many people knew Lin Ling and wanted to kill Lin Ling. Not bad at all. I hadn't thought that I, Jining, would be so lucky. Not only did I get a thunderbolt fruit, but I also killed Lin Ling. Killing Lin Ling is a great reward in some powerful groups, even in Champion University. Celestial emperors have a whole new level of respect for you. In his heart, Lin Ling was already a dead man. Everybody knew how strong Lin Ling was. He had defeated Jianghu. Ordinary Wuxia cultivators couldn't compete with him, but he was stronger than Jianghu, so he was confident. Lin Ling was still calmly listening to him. He didn't look surprised at all. Jining didn't know that he hadn't been lucky enough to meet Lin Ling, but that Lin Ling had been waiting for him the whole time. What's your ranking on the list? Finally, Lin Ling uttered softly. You can't look up to me. I'm the 182nd Celestial Emperor, said Jining indifferently. I thought you were ranked very high, that's why you were so confident. However, you're only 182nd. I don't know where you get your confidence from. Lin Ling said coldly, causing Ning to stare blankly for a moment. His face grew even colder. Then you will know now. Boom. After he finished speaking, he attacked forcefully. Terrifying lightning power bloomed. Thunder dragons roared, and all the plants in the vicinity fell down in fear. Heaven tier. This was the pressure of a heaven tier. In front of my talent, are you Lin Ling qualified to speak? I can tell you that I have a second-grade heaven tier talent, Lightning King physique. Boom. Amidst the aura of endless thunder, Ning took a single step forward, using his innate talent to suppress Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was like an immovable wisdom king. The ancient god the Arch appeared behind him and was as steady as Mount Tai. He said indifferently, ranked 182nd, your strength is indeed a little weak. What? Jining was shocked. During the test, Lin Ling was only an earth tier talent. How could he not be afraid of his heaven tier talent? You have some skills, but that's all. Lightning dragon imprisoning palm. Terrifying lightning exploded. Jining's eyes turned white. The lightning law appeared violently and turned into a twisting lightning snake palm, fiercely slapping at Lin Ling. This was the power of law, and it contained 2 laws. Lin Ling, you shouldn't be so arrogant. Facing a diamond tier celestial the Arch, you're still too weak. Now that you've met my palm, which is the fusion of my talent and law, you can only be electrocuted to pieces. But if I kill you, I'll become a hero of the human world and make all the celestial thearchs look at me in a new light. Jining let out a long roar accompanied by that terrifying palm. His aura was extremely ferocious. You think too much. However, facing that palm, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. The sword in his right hand maintained a forward thrust. The sword light was like cold moonlight. The moment it slashed out, time froze. At the same time, Lin Ling's dragon claw fiercely slapped out. The power of law erupted, and the underworld flame was chanting. Boom. The claw collided with the palm, and it was like thunder and fire. The next moment, Jining stepped back with horror on his face. Lin Ling had 2 laws and they were fused into an attack. First, he used his sword to freeze time. Then the fire law erupted, and in the midst of the frozen lightning, Jining's lightning law collapsed. This Lin Ling was stronger than the rumors said. That's all you've got. I don't understand why you ignored me after coming here. Lin Ling took a step forward. Like the moon in the water, his dragon claw fiercely slashed out. Jining's expression changed drastically, and he felt ashamed. He did ignore Lin Ling before because Lin Ling was only a saint. But now he knew that he was not qualified to ignore him. Everlasting battery. Facing Lin Ling's raging dragon claw, Jining obviously did not have time to use his power of law, because he only controlled 2 laws. He was stronger than Lin Ling because his talent was more powerful. Boom. The lightning pool appeared and it could kill any Saint Realm powerhouse. However, this did not include Lin Ling. Lin Ling's dragon claw was like a dragon flying in the sky. It rushed through the lightning pool and landed heavily on Ji Ning's chest, sending him flying. Physical strength. After crashing to the ground, Ji Ning's expression changed drastically. In terms of the power of law, Lin Ling was not weaker than him. In terms of talent, his talent was useless against Lin Ling. In terms of source energy, Lin Ling defeated 3 intelligences. You want to kill me with such strength? Become a hero of the human world? Make the other heavenly emperors look at you differently? Chapter 1783. Forest Battle. Now, do you still dare to ignore me? Lin Ling's voice was so loud that it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Ji Ning spat out a mouthful of blood, turned into lightning and fled into the distance. Lin Ling, you definitely don't have an earth-level talent. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to defeat me. You have hidden your strength well, but I will tell the celestial emperors about your strength so that they won't underestimate you. You are dead. His speed was extremely fast, but his heart was raging with anger. First, he had been humiliated by Lin Ling like a clown. Second, he had encountered the lightning pattern fruit, but he had been suppressed by Lin Ling, so he hadn't been able to get the treasure. He hated Lin Ling to the bone. Can you escape? At this moment, Lin Ling didn't chase because the speed of lightning was very fast. This talent wasn't any weaker than the space domain, so he could only use his soul power. Maple Snow Depressing Blade. 100 small knives shot forward with majestic speed. Wherever they passed, the tall trees all withered. At this moment, Ji Ning was using his talent to crazily weave through the forest. He sneered. This Lin Ling is everyone's enemy. Today I met him here, so I must tell the stronger celestial emperors that Lin Ling will die in the Vine Leaf World. The Vine Leaf World doesn't have the Li Shou Emperor or the Divine Martial Realm suppressing beast. Lin Ling will definitely die. Yes, that's it. Before Lin Ling dies, I must be there and let him know who killed him. His sneer was getting stronger. However, this sneer quickly froze. A terrifying soul power enveloped him, causing his body to tremble. He turned his head and saw the sky change color. 100 frightening small knives shot toward him. At that moment, he felt an irresistible feeling, and a large number of thoughts appeared in his mind. Lin Ling had actually been hiding such a terrifying technique up his sleeve. If he had used this trump card from the very beginning, Ning would have died long ago. Lin Ling's strength must be around the top 100 of the Earth list. No. Ji Ning made a sound of unwillingness. He deeply regretted meeting Lin Ling this time. Perhaps he shouldn't have ignored Lin Ling from the very beginning. Swoosh. 100 soul force knives flew past, cutting down Buddha Annihilation. In the forest, Ji Ning's body stopped. He stood there with an expressionless face, but his soul had completely collapsed. After a long time, several figures came out from the forest. When they saw the dead Ji Ning, their faces turned cold. Ji Ning told us that he saw Lin Ling. I didn't expect that Ji Ning would be dead by the time we arrived, said one of the women, frowning. It was Celestial Emperor Yun Tang. She hated Lin Ling to the core. Therefore, when she was in Champion University, she had told anyone who saw Lin Ling to tell her that she wanted to kill Lin Ling in the Vine Leaf World. Lin Ling isn't simple. Ji Ning is a diamond-level Celestial Emperor. He's not weak. He's ranked 180 on the Earth list. Look around, there are no traces of a battle. It means that Ji Ning was killed while he was running away. Not just any Celestial Emperor can make a 180 on the Earth list run away, said one of the men coldly. The others' expressions changed. Lin Ling was that strong? They had thought that Lin Ling had defeated Wu Sheng, but he was only as strong as Wu Sheng. However, that's all there is to it. Right now, the ancient Ji family, the Shenyuan clan, the Yi clan, and the Eternal Palace have all secretly issued rewards for killing Lin Ling. The rewards are bountiful, so he must be killed. Indeed, we're all diamond-level Celestial Emperors. Only one of us is weaker than Ji Ning. If we join hands, killing Lin Ling won't be difficult. Celestial Emperor Tsang Yun, use your celestial whirlpool eyes to find Lin Ling. There were 9 Celestial Emperors in total. Some of them turned into clouds, some turned into streams of water and shot towards the forest. On the other side of the forest, after Lin Ling harvested the lightning-patterned fruit, he immediately moved forward. But soon his expression changed. His soul force detected a large number of powerhouses rushing towards him. Their auras were terrifying, as if the laws of heaven and earth were pressing down on him. This made Lin Ling realize that these people were not to be underestimated among diamond-level Celestial Emperors. They were much stronger than Jianghu. Catoptric Deflection. Lin Ling quickly moved through the forest, covering a distance of 1,000 miles each time. However, the strong cultivators behind him were so talented that they weren't shaken off by Lin Ling. 1,000-mile crane. In the distance, a scholarly youth folded a paper crane with both hands and waved it in the air. His talent was extremely strange. It seemed that as long as something was folded by both hands, it would turn into a real thing. A paper crane flew out faster than them. With a single wing, it could travel 100,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, it blocked Lin Ling's path and kept exploding. Obviously, this talent was too heaven-defying, so it had a flaw. Was the time limit? However, this was enough. When the void in front of him kept exploding, Lin Ling's path was clearly blocked. Those explosions lasted for a few breaths, but to a strong cultivator, a few breaths were enough to change everything. Around the forest, 9 figures slowly walked out. They had caught up to Lin Ling. Lin Ling stared at one of them and said coldly, "Celestial Emperor Yun Tang?" Celestial Emperor Yun Tang exhaled lightly and said, "There are many people who want to kill you. It's just that I'm the most anxious. Of course, Princess Wuxia is also one of them, but she can't enter here. I've replaced her." That's right. In the outside world, because of the 7 emperors' identities as heroes of the human world, we don't dare to touch you. But here we don't have so many scruples. Lin Ling, you don't seem to be able to cause any big waves now. One of the youths tilted his head and smiled. The other people also revealed killing intent in their eyes. In the Vine Leaf world there were many people who wanted to kill Lin Ling, but they were the first to find Lin Ling. Are you so sure that you can kill me? However, what surprised Celestial Emperor Yun Tang and the others was that Lin Ling was very calm, as if he didn't know that his great calamity was approaching. This made everyone laugh mockingly. Lin Ling was indeed a genius. He had become a Celestial Emperor for a very short time, but he had already stepped into the diamond level. Unfortunately, if it was a one-on-one battle, it would be difficult for them to win. But if the 9 of them worked together, even the top 50 experts on the Earth board wouldn't be able to stop them. I'll let you see our talent. Black light descends. One of the thin women said coldly. Her talent was 2nd grade heaven rank. After it was released, the forest turned into darkness. Moreover, there was a light enveloping it, causing black armor to appear on the bodies of Celestial Emperor Yun Tang and the others. My talent is very heaven-defying. Even if it's trash, I can turn him into an expert. The thin woman smiled proudly. There weren't many Celestial Emperors who entered the Vine Leaf world this time. Ordinary Celestial Emperors were all eliminated. Those who remained were the elites of the elites. These 9 people were clearly all elite geniuses. Darkness descended. Other than Celestial Emperor Yun Tang and the others had already lost their 6 senses. Moreover, Celestial Emperor Yun Tang and the others were protected by the darkness. Their defense was stronger. Very heaven-defying talent. Chapter 1784. Heaven-defying talent, it's too late to know now. I can only say that you, Lin Ling, think you have some ability so you ignored us. You don't know you're just an ant. In the darkness, the thin woman's voice floated out. I'm indeed an ant, but killing you is not difficult. Humph, Lin Ling said indifferently. Since you say you're so powerful, then try to break my talent. The woman laughed disdainfully. At this time, the darkness surged like a tide, sword light flashed, and in the next moment, a murderous figure appeared behind the woman, a sword hanging on her neck. Now you're still so confident? Humph. A voice like the netherworld floated over, making the woman tremble. Lin Ling found her in the darkness? Your talent is very heaven-defying. The dark element can block any fluctuation, breathing, spiritual energy, life force, and even yin and yang energy. Unfortunately, there is a flaw. The one who appeared behind the woman was Lin Ling. The woman trembled even more. Her talent was very heaven-defying, but this was the first time it was seen through. She said unwillingly, "You're talking nonsense." Nonsense. She didn't think that with Lin Ling's knowledge, it was impossible for him to know her secret. Unfortunately, she didn't know. Lin Ling's knowledge was indeed unknown, but what about Li Xiaoyao? Soul fluctuations can never be avoided. I can find your soul fluctuations in the darkness. Humph. Lin Ling spat out a word, sword light flashed. Plop. A head fell down and the sky sovereign fell. The surrounding darkness suddenly disappeared like a tide, and the remaining 8 people all appeared, staring at Lin Ling. You killed the Black Clan spirit disc. Humph. Surprised voices sounded at the same time. Her talent is not bad, it can greatly increase your defense. Unfortunately, it doesn't mean that she can increase your defense. Lin Ling's calm voice floated out, and the 8 people all stopped breathing. What kind of courage could remain calm in such a situation? This Lin Ling was worthy of being called a genius among geniuses. That's right, Lin Ling's words had pointed out the weakness of the Black Tribe. However, how could an ordinary person find such a weakness in a situation where they were surrounded? The tree of talents surpasses the heavens and the earth. Her fruit should be on the dark side. Unfortunately, she doesn't know that the more heaven-defying a talent is, the greater its weakness. Lin Ling raised his sword, making the 8 people's faces even more serious. Under the joint attack of the 9 of them, Lin Ling was still able to kill one of them. It must be said that Lin Ling should be proud of himself. What about your talent? What were the flaws? At first, the young man let out a cold shout, his hands forming a complicated seal. Only I am in heaven and earth, I want to seal the sky command. The mysterious aura emanated out, causing Lin Ling's eyes to widen. Then he sensed the aura enveloping him. Suddenly, a familiar name rose up in his mind. The Grasshead clan, he said. You're quite knowledgeable. That's right, I'm a member of the Grasshead clan. I can cast beans to turn into soldiers and break grass into humans. Right now, I've already folded you like straw paper. The young man sneered. Urgent as the law, only I am in heaven and earth, seal the sky command. His talent was extremely ancient. Li Xiaoyao had also seen it back then. It was a kind of immortal-like talent that could fold all things in heaven and earth, including humans. This was an extremely heaven-defying talent. However, this kind of talent had 2 major flaws. First, people with this kind of talent had very weak physical bodies. Second, if they encountered experts with stronger talent than them, they would receive feedback. The young man wanted to fold Lin Ling to death, but a terrifying force immediately came back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He said with a shocked expression, he's not an earth-ranked talent, he's definitely a heaven-ranked talent. What? Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang and the others sucked in a cold breath. Lin Ling hid his talent. The previous test was incorrect. He wants us to be careless. What a sinister heart. One of the women frowned. Right now, everyone thought that Lin Ling's talent was ordinary, but Lin Ling's talent was actually very terrifying. In this way, Lin Ling could catch the enemy off guard and kill them. Sinister? Lin Ling sneered. First, he didn't want to deliberately hide his talent. Second, even if he hid his talent, he didn't come to deal with these people. He came to deal with the 5 heavenly monarchs, Shenyuan Nanfeng. You are not qualified for me to scheme against. Lin Ling moved and the sword in his hand slashed out. Time freeze. This sword happened extremely quickly. Although the time was frozen was very short, it allowed Lin Ling to appear in front of the Grasshead clan's youth. With a slash of the sword, another powerful heavenly emperor fell. The Grasshead clan's talent was heaven-defying, but their defense was indeed not strong. Everything counters each other. There will never be an invincible talent, so my talent doesn't have any advantage, but its defense is strong enough. Lin Ling's powerful aura bloomed. The ancient god emperor descended, turning him into an undefeatable god of war as he pounced on the remaining 7 people. I agree with your view. Although their talent is heaven-defying, their weakness is also great. However, we are really strong. Kill. The remaining 7 people also erupted with auras that soared into the sky, and the power of laws bloomed. 10,000 Magnet Fist, my talent can break any divine weapon. A powerful heavenly emperor punched out. Around the fist, majestic ripples spread out, causing all the stones on the ground to float up as if they were magnets. Lin Ling's sword also trembled at this moment as if it was being controlled, causing Lin Ling's gaze to change. He quickly put away the sword in his hand, and a dragon claw appeared, slapping out mightily. Rumble. The power of fire erupted and the power of laws gushed out. Clang. The dragon claw and the 10,000 magnet fist collided, and the heavenly emperor's expression changed. He knew that Lin Ling had the power of the law of fire, but after the collision he realized that Lin Ling's law of fire was more terrifying than he imagined. This meant that Lin Ling's talent in fire was also not weak. Let me help you. 100 Poison Barrier. A woman behind him floated up and opened her hands. All the poisonous creatures in the ancient forest shot towards Lin Ling like darts. These poisonous creatures were extremely terrifying. There were spiders and scorpions. If he was careless, he would not be able to fight anymore. This person was clearly proficient in poison. In the mortal world, she was the disciple of the 5 poison primordial spirits Xian Di. Sure enough, none of the people here were weak. At this moment, Lin Ling had already broken the 10,000 magnet fist so he could use his sword. He slashed out with his right hand, and a terrifying force formed a storm, forcefully stopping the poisonous creatures from attacking. Divine Treasury Scriptures. Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang also floated up, her face having a solemn look, silently reciting something. Immediately, the surroundings around Lin Ling's body became extremely heavy, as if he was carrying more than a dozen great mountains. Kill him. He's already trapped in the swamp by me. Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang's eyes had a crazed look. She must kill Lin Ling. Ancient Divine Emperor, the heavens cannot trap, the earth cannot suppress, break for me. Lin Ling reared his head back and roared. All the strength in his body erupted and cracking sounds rang out. In front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling actually charged out of the bindings of that power. How terrifying. This guy's physical body has probably reached the power of 12 universes, or even higher. Chapter 1785. Escape, go to hell for me. Lin Ling's expression became even colder, akin to an emperor, akin to a peerless sword god. He could not be considered to have deep enmity with these people, but these people insisted on killing him. Everything was for the sake of fame. After killing him, they could become the mortal world's hero. Fame, one word could make people lose their reason. But since they dared to come and kill, then let's see how they kill. Lin Ling distorted space and appeared in front of Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang. Dragon claws carried a flaming storm vortex, grabbing at Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang tightly. Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang's expression immediately changed drastically. She did not expect that Lin Ling was so fierce. She hurriedly displayed the divine treasures above her head, attempting to block Lin Ling's attack. I'll help you. The other heavenly emperors made a move one after another at the critical moment. Even if they disregarded morality, disregarded honor, they also wanted to kill Lin Ling. World Eye Cut. Major Thousand Boundless Palm. These heavenly emperors all had laws on them. At this moment, all of them slammed onto Lin Ling's dragon claws. Rumble. The entire forest turned to ashes. All of the ancient trees turned to ashes at this moment. The clash of heavenly emperor powerhouses was horrifying. Of course, the truly terrifying one was still Lin Ling facing several powerhouses attacking. Lin Ling only spewed out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward, but he did not die. This guy. The expressions of those heavenly emperor powerhouses became even more solemn. Was this still the Lin Ling who was at the mercy of others? They thought that Lin Ling's strength was merely thus. But now they discovered that Lin Ling was actually growing in secret. His strength was more than 10 times stronger than the rumors in the outside world. Absolute defense, this talent is too heaven-defying, kill him. That's right, no matter how strong his defense is after his aura weakened, it's absolutely impossible to block our attacks anymore. Those heavenly emperor's pupils were all red. The harder Lin Ling was to deal with, the more they wanted to kill. Because a death grudge was already sowed. If Lin Ling did not die with that frenzied drive, the ones who died in the future would be them. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was flying backwards. He sneered and immediately flew into the distance. He was not so stupid as to clash head-on with those heavenly emperors. After all, in terms of cultivation level, everyone there was stronger than him. If they really had to fight force with force, that would be when he broke through his cultivation level. He's running away. Chase him. Seeing Lin Ling leave in a carefree manner, Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang and the rest roared with ugly expressions. They had so many people besieged and actually failed. This kind of thing absolutely could not be allowed to happen. Wind strike. And right at this moment, a large number of clones appeared in front. At this moment, they were all staring at Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang and the rest with a cold smile. These were all Lin Ling's clones. Bastard. Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang and the rest knew that those clones could not stop them, but they could give Lin Ling enough time to escape. Kill. The heavenly emperors pounced over. And in front, Lin Ling's blue robes fluttered. Every time he appeared, he could be 1,000 miles away, rapidly rushing forward. But his expression was still calm, without any panic. The current him was not afraid of those heavenly emperors. But continuing to fight would only attract even more powerhouses. This was not a situation that Lin Ling wanted to see. He lacked time at the moment. As long as his god-fiend overlord body stepped into a new realm, he would be able to easily obliterate those heavenly emperors. After all, with the advancement of his God-fiend overlord body, his Yellow Springs flames could also fully unleash its power. Therefore he had to find a safe place and smoothly break through. An endless black mountain range appeared in front of him. It was silent and there were dark clouds drifting out. Upon closer inspection, those were actually insects, countless insects. The most terrifying thing was that when those insects sensed Lin Ling, they actually filled the sky and flew towards him. Dragon soaring universe. Boom. Lin Ling frowned. In the vine leaf world, no savage beast could be underestimated. Therefore, for safety's sake, he immediately erupted with the law of fire. Roar. The fire dragon roared out. What was surprising was that those insects were not afraid of the flames. They still swept over and made a scalp-numbing sound. What are these poisonous insects? Roar. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the pursuers behind him were getting closer and closer. There was not much time left for him to hesitate. Maple snow depressing blade. Roar. Lin Ling pushed out the remaining soul force. This time, those insects actually circled around Lin Ling and then pounced on the heavenly emperors behind Lin Ling. It's the poison soul insect, one of the world's poisonous creatures. It mainly devours souls. Roar. Lin Ling moved forward again. When the poisonous insects approached, Li Xiaoyao's memories helped him recognize those terrifying insects. Those insects were extremely powerful. In Li Xiaoyao's memories, there was once a martial artist who used his own body as a goo to cultivate those insects. Once they were born, they were invincible in the world and dominated the world. They were called insect emperors. Unfortunately, such a powerhouse met his nemesis in the end and fell. And on Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang's side, someone let out a cry of horror. Then he fell from the sky. After landing on the ground, his entire body trembled in pain. He dug his face. And in his soul and brain, a large number of insects were crawling, devouring everything. This scene was undoubtedly shocking, making Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang and the rest tremble in fear. They immediately retreated, then landed on a mountain range behind them. Only then did they let out a light breath, but their expressions were extremely ugly, even with a hint of malevolence. Another Heavenly Emperor fell. This Lin Ling was so difficult to kill. This Lin Ling's talent was ordinary during the previous test. Who knew that he hid his talent? All of us were deceived. Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang shouted in a low voice. Lin Ling's combat power was very strong. This was a well-known fact. Fortunately, Lin Ling's talent was ordinary, so many people did not pay attention to him. But now they knew that all of that was fake. Then what now? Someone said with a frown. Wait for him here. Even if we don't want the vine fruit, we have to kill him. Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang said coldly. The death grudge had already been sowed. With Lin Ling's personality, he would definitely kill them in the future. Perhaps, he might die in the mouths of those strange insects. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Those few heavenly emperors were still waiting there quietly, giving Lin Ling a fatal blow at any time. At this moment, Lin Ling was still heading forward. It was just as he rushed past the sea of insects, buzzing sounds came from ahead. Looking around, the sea of insects that blotted out the sky and covered the earth attacked again. There were even more than before. The scene was extremely spectacular. Your Majesty, enter the Purple Mansion immediately. Purple Elder's anxious voice came and Lin Ling nodded. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the Emerald Tower. Then the Emerald Tower fell from the sky, but it was still entangled by a large number of poisonous insects that wanted to devour the Emerald Tower. In the Purple Mansion, Lin Ling appeared. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. There were too many poisonous insects. Even an expert like Xian Di would die here. This vine leaf world was indeed terrifying. Right now, he needed to increase his strength even more. The peerless divine sword is about to be born. Then Lin Ling appeared in the 6th level of the Purple Mansion, Divine Weapon Palace. He stared at the sword embryo that was erupting with a violent aura, and his eyes revealed a look of anticipation. In front of him, 100-meter-wide spiritual energy shield sat in the starry sky. He could vaguely see the shape of a sword in the spiritual energy shield. However, the space around the spiritual energy shield was constantly cracking and then fusing together. This showed how terrifying that sword was. Chapter 1786. 10th Grade Heaven Realm. This vine leaf world was invited by Emperor Li Shou. I shouldn't have come, but there are merit points. For the sake of my future plans, I shouldn't miss out on them. But now I have time to make another breakthrough. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He took out all of the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid and began to inscribe spirit formation runes. Aside from being used for cultivation, these spirit formation runes could also be used for recovery and healing. In the martial god realm, these spirit formation runes were the most commonly used spirit formation runes. All of the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid formed a barrier rune that was 100 meters wide. Complex runes appeared in the starry sky, blooming with dazzling light. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the middle, absorbing the mysterious energy within. At the same time, Lin Ling's essence, energy, and spirit domains were slowly increasing. The barrier runes were 100 times more effective than the half-saint's essence liquid. Gentle energy assaulted him, as if it was the most mysterious energy in the world. Lin Ling felt like roaring towards the sky. Inside his body, the small world crazily erupted. Even a strand of his hair and fingernail had awakened a small world. Pop, pop, pop. Every time a small world erupted, Lin Ling's strength crazily increased. From 15 universes of strength, it quickly rushed to 16 universes of strength. A terrifying ancient god aura blasted out. In the distance, Purple Elder looked at Lin Ling with excitement. In the current world, Lin Ling was the only successor of the star-picking nation. Now, the star-picking Great Emperor's fiend god overlord body had once again descended, restoring the glory of the past. One had to know that in ancient times, there were many people who cultivated the fiend god overlord body. However, there were very few who could step into the 7th layer. This was because this cultivation technique became more and more difficult to cultivate as one progressed. Now Lin Ling had stepped into a new realm. This 5-wood heaven-shattering array is indeed powerful. If His Majesty relied on the half-saint's essence liquid, who knows how long it would take him to step into the 7th layer. Purple Elder said excitedly. Boom. Behind Lin Ling, the ancient god Venerable descended. He was tall and mighty like a Vajra, but he also had the aura of an invincible god of war. As for Lin Ling, he was still cultivating. Besides the fact that his godly devil overlord physique had reached the 7th layer, his soul force had also increased by leaps and bounds. It had reached the 183rd level, a total of 3 levels. Don't underestimate these 3 levels. For many people with soul force, they wouldn't even have the chance to increase 1 level in their entire life. Lin Ling's cultivation had finally reached the peak of the Saint realm, only 1 step away from Wuxia's realm. In his Dantian, the power of the Saint Ocean was like a monstrous wave that kept rolling. It showed signs of transforming into the source of void power. However, after all the boundary runes dimmed, the crazy increase finally came to an end. Lin Ling was only a sliver away from Wuxia's realm. Wuxia's realm is no small matter. If the power needed to break through is insufficient, then I won't be able to step into it for the rest of my life. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and sighed regretfully. He was so close to stepping into a stronger world. However, he had a feeling that the paper window was not far away. 16 universes of power plus the dragon claw, a total of 18 universes of power. Lin Ling stood up. The aura around his body was terrifying. His power had actually formed a powerful law. Boom. Lin Ling punched out and another world appeared in the starry sky. It shattered like glass. One-dimensional space. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Who said that physical body cultivation was useless? The scene before him had already proven everything. Because the strength of his physical body was so great that it directly broke through the void and formed a one-dimensional space. One-dimensional space meant that the power of the punch had reached another world. That was why the spatial fragments had scenes of another world. From another perspective, this was a power stronger than the spatial distortions, spatial gaps, spatial storms, and black hole vortexes in the spatial domain. And this power was also the power of law. Heaven and earth had laws and the universe had laws. A punch could form the power of law. This showed how much Lin Ling's strength had increased. After all, the current Lin Ling had not reached Wuxia's realm. Yellow Spring's flame. Lin Ling shouted again. On his finger, a white flame finally appeared. It burned like a ghost flame and had a mysterious color. Right now he could finally use the Yellow Spring's flame easily. Although Lin Ling currently controlled a law of fire, the Yellow Spring's flame was one of the heaven and earth divine flames. Therefore, the law of fire he controlled was stronger than ordinary people's law. The power of the Yellow Spring's flame is definitely not limited to this. Lin Ling felt the flame in his hand. After a long time he opened his eyes. His face was filled with surprise. Other than the powerful law of fire, the soul of anyone who was burned to death by the Yellow Springs flame was controlled by Lin Ling. Lin Ling wanted that soul to enter reincarnation. If Lin Ling did not allow it, the soul could only follow Lin Ling. This was the power of the Yellow Springs flame. It allowed Lin Ling to transform into the Yellow Springs Great Emperor. And the most terrifying thing was that those souls that were controlled had 50% of their strength from their previous life. For example, if Lin Ling killed a powerhouse on the level of Xiandi, even if that soul only had 50% of its strength left, it would still be a terrifying existence among titled heavenly emperors. In this way, Lin Ling would probably have a Yellow Springs army. Most importantly, that powerhouse would never be able to resist Lin Ling. The power of the Yellow Springs flame was beyond Lin Ling's imagination. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. My Fiend God Overlord physique has one-dimensional space, but the Peerless Divine Sword is even stronger. When it was born, it had 10-dimensional space. This means that I actually have 11 space laws in the space domain, and this is just the beginning. Now that the Peerless Divine Sword has been reforged, I'm afraid its power will not be limited to this. After putting away the Yellow Springs flame, Lin Ling thought of another key point and could not help but become excited. The Peerless Divine Sword was probably stronger than he imagined. Your Majesty, if you don't control such a divine sword well, there will be signs of the void collapsing around your Majesty's body at any time. Purple Elder reminded. The Peerless Divine Sword was too strong, but if the wielder was not the strongest in the space domain, then it would be difficult to control it. I know this, but I only need to forge a scabbard. Lin Ling nodded. With the seal of the scabbard, the Peerless Divine Sword would not cause the void to collapse at any time. Think about it, when Lin Ling held the Peerless Divine Sword in his hand, but before the sword was drawn, the space around Lin Ling's body would split open. This would not be of any help to Lin Ling, so he needed a scabbard. This time my strength has greatly increased. Heaven rank 10th grade talent, 5 elements power, Fiend God power, Yin and Yang power, I will be immune to them. Lin Ling smiled faintly and left with large strides. Outside the Jade Pagoda, a large number of poisonous insects were entangled. However, in the next moment, as if they had met their natural enemy, the poisonous insects retreated like a tide. Lin Ling walked out of the Zifu. Previously, he had released his soul force to make the poisonous insects retreat. Soul force was the key to repelling the poisonous insects. Then Lin Ling looked at the mountain in front of him. No one would dare to approach that area. Perhaps there would be many vine fruits, but before that, it was time to deal with those pursuers. Chapter 1787. Counterattack. Lin Ling is probably dead. If we continue, it'll be difficult for us to get more vine fruits. Those poisonous insects have already left. Let's go closer to the Black Mountain Range and look for more. That's a good idea. 9 of them had come to kill Lin Ling and now there were only 6 left. Therefore, when they thought about Lin Ling, they felt uncomfortable. Celestial Emperor Iron Leaf, Celestial Emperor Freeze, go and see, said Celestial Emperor Yun Tang calmly. 2 of the Celestial Emperors nodded and left the mountain range. At that moment, Celestial Emperor Yun Tang nodded at the people next to her. The Celestial Emperors looked furious. They released cosmic energies and attacked the 2 Celestial Emperors by surprise. One of the 2 Celestial Emperors was from the ancient Celestial platform and the other one was from the Celestial Emperors of Champion University. The most important thing was that Celestial Emperor Yin Tang and the others had wasted a lot of time and they hadn't obtained many vine fruits. Therefore, they wanted to share the vine fruits with the 2 Celestial Emperors. Celestial Emperor Yin Tang, what are you doing? The 2 Celestial Emperors were severely injured, but they didn't understand what was going on. You have a lot of vine fruits, it's useless for you to keep them. Why don't you give them to me? Said Celestial Emperor Yun Tang indifferently. She stretched out her hand and put her hair behind her ear. The 2 Celestial Emperors' expressions changed drastically. They smiled wryly and said, "You should know that we like you. If you want the vine fruits, just tell us. Why kill us?" "That's just a lie," said Celestial Emperor Yun Tang, shaking her head. She didn't believe him. Maybe she had asked him to help her because she wanted to use him. You talk too much." The Celestial Emperors next to her attacked again and killed the 2 Celestial Emperors. Lin Ling is probably dead. Let's leave, said the Celestial Emperors to Celestial Emperor Yun Tang. They wanted to leave, so they killed the 2 Celestial Emperors. Another ungrateful slut. No wonder you and Princess Fireglow are together. You both have some strength, so you play with other people's ugly women. However, right at this moment, an icy cold voice drifted over from the ground ahead. Under their gazes, a young man in a blue and white robe walked over slowly. Was Lin Ling. The pupils of Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang and the rest turned intent. Lin Ling actually did not die? One had to know that the poison soul insects were extremely powerful and impossible to guard against. They also had to avoid the sharp edge, but Lin Ling came out alive. You're really lucky. After Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang was surprised, he immediately started laughing. Lin Ling did not die, but he should not appear before his eyes again. Because this was courting death. Lin Ling did not pay attention to her, but he looked at the people beside Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang and shook his head coolly. Very pitiful people. Today Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang can obliterate those two people. Tomorrow she can definitely obliterate you. You guys are actually working for her, lamentable. Lin Ling, you're trying to sow discord. Looks like you're not confident in your strength, so you use such a scheme. Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang froze for a moment, as if knowing Lin Ling's goal, and shook her head disdainfully. While the few people beside her started laughing coldly and said coolly, "Want to make us kill each other, then you can take advantage of the fishermen?" Unfortunately, this kind of instigation has no use. They also thought that Lin Ling knew that he was not a match, so he sowed discord between them. At this moment, Lin Ling leaped up from the front and also landed on the mountain range. He said with a cold expression, "Instigation? I still have this kind of interest, I just feel sorry for you guys. When useful, you guys are cannon fodder. When useless, you guys are betrayed. Such a woman, you guys are actually still together with her, it's indeed very pitiful. Being able to work for Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang, this is our honor. As for death, only trash will die and we're not trash." Among those few people, a young man said with a cold smile. The meaning of his words was that people without value could die, but they were valuable and would never die. Therefore, they would also not be betrayed by Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang. So confident? Then next you'll see how you guys die for this woman. The sword in Lin Ling's hand was pulled out. Ancient God Empyrean descended, no longer talking nonsense, turning into a terrifying sword, slashing out with its sharpness exposed. Previously you guys hunted me down very happily, right? Now all go to hell for me. The sword came out like water, the void exploded. You shouldn't appear again because against me your divine weapon is useless. Among the few heavenly emperors, that heavenly emperor with magnetic talent sneered and punched out. While Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang and the others sneered, this time they definitely could not let Lin Ling escape again. Clang. Fist and sword collided, a storm swept out. I said before, any divine weapon is useless against me, could it be that you're deaf? That heavenly emperor who punched out shouted coldly. He easily blocked Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling did not reveal a surprised look and said indifferently, "Previously I just didn't want to cripple this sword, but now, it has no choice but to cripple it because my strength is too great, causing the divine weapon to be unable to accommodate my strength." Die. Clang. Lin Ling swung his sword, and the sword in his hand immediately broke, turning into sparkling fragments, causing the expressions of Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang and the others to change drastically. They knew that Lin Ling was holding a divine weapon, but at this moment the divine weapon was also broken. This meant that when he clashed with that heavenly emperor earlier, Lin Ling did not use his full strength. The reason was that Lin Ling was somewhat reluctant to part with that sword. However, the sword was no longer suitable for Lin Ling, so when Lin Ling unleashed his full strength, the sword would definitely break. This also meant that Lin Ling did not use his full strength previously, and what was ironic was that the heavenly emperor who was fighting with Lin Ling was extremely proud. What? The expression of the heavenly emperor who was fighting with Lin Ling changed drastically. He sensed that Lin Ling's strength was even more terrifying than before. Bang! The broken sword floated everywhere. Lin Ling smacked a palm out, the power of 18 universes erupting, causing those sword fragments to shoot out like a storm, piercing through that heavenly emperor's body, falling to the ground, directly dying. Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang and the rest sucked in a cold breath. Not long ago Lin Ling was not their match. But now he easily killed a heavenly emperor and it was just one move. Their hearts exploded like a bomb at this moment, completely unable to believe what was happening in front of them. I said before, you all are very pitiful. For a woman all of you died. Now you should know what it means, right? After killing a heavenly emperor, Lin Ling looked at the remaining people and said, Taking a step forward, the aura of an ancient god Empyrean erupted without holding back at all, crushing these heavenly emperors with talent. Rumble. Ancient god Empyrean descended, bronze skin, ice-cold eyes, tall body as if dominating the world. Over at Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's side, one of them felt his legs go soft and directly knelt down, being crushed by the aura of talent. He was only a first-grade heaven-ranked talent. Facing a 10th-grade heaven-ranked talent, it was as if he had met the supreme son of heaven. Chapter 1788. Evil Buddha Lineage. Now do you still think that you won't die? Lin Ling punched out. The void shattered like glass and the power of spatial laws also appeared. No, don't Lin Ling, I'm just following orders. The kneeling heavenly emperor shouted anxiously. That punch gave him a lot of pressure as if it was a brilliant heavenly might. He never thought that in a short period of time Lin Ling would kill them like killing dogs. Unfortunately, it was too late to beg for mercy now. Boom. Under the punch, that heavenly emperor turned into dust, shattering like space. Shocked. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang and the rest were shocked. At this moment they were all afraid. Lin Ling seemed to have transformed. That strength gave them the feeling that it was like the 10 great heavenly emperors. You stop him. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang shouted, turned into a cloud and hurriedly left. Did you see that? You guys are cannon fodder. Lin Ling lightly spat out a sentence, making the remaining heavenly emperor's body tremble. But he stared at the escaping heavenly Emperor Yuntang, and his face turned pale. Previously he thought that he was valuable so he was not trash. But now he was actually also cannon fodder. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang could betray them at any time. While he was shocked, the fist seemed to come from the void, forming a terrifying storm that swept out. Crackling sounds immediately rang out continuously. Following the fist of the ancient god Empyrean, the surrounding void shattered like glass, reflecting a beautiful world. That was a one-dimensional world and it was extremely resplendent. And that heavenly emperor stared at the incoming fist, his face was even more ashen. Was he going to die here? 9 people came to kill Lin Ling but they were all wiped out. Lin Ling was much more terrifying than the outside world's rumors. Bang! Without leaving any words behind, that heavenly emperor was killed with a punch. Everything was as Lin Ling said, he was just cannon fodder. Lin Ling didn't look at the dead heavenly emperor. Moving his feet, he pounced toward the fleeing heavenly emperor Yuntang. At the same time in the sky, the terrifying fire dragon king appeared in Lin Ling's hands and swept out fiercely, burning heaven and earth. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang was not proficient in movement technique martial arts. Therefore, not long after she escaped, majestic law of fire came crushing over, cutting off her path of retreat, sealing her on the spot. There were dragons roaring all around. And in the distance, Lin Ling stepped on the void and slowly walked over. His blue and white robes were a shocking sight. Lin Ling. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's pretty face was extremely pale. She never would have thought that chasing after Lin Ling to kill him would end up being hunted down by Lin Ling instead. You should know what happened to Princess Fireglow, so you shouldn't have provoked me. A cold voice floated out from the sky, causing Heavenly Emperor Yuntang to immediately kneel down. Lin Ling, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. I will do anything you want me to do, including offering my body. She was begging for mercy. Because her surroundings were sealed by terrifying law of fire. There were dragons roaring, making her unable to retaliate at all. Do you think that I'm those fools? Would I believe you? Furthermore, even if I believe you, do you think that I'll definitely like you? Lin Ling landed on the ground step by step and said a sentence mockingly, making Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's expression freeze there, as if she was humiliated. She said that she would offer her body, hoping that Lin Ling would spare her life. But she forgot that Lin Ling did not seem to be interested in her body at all. Make your move. I don't like to kill people who have no strength to resist. Lin Ling stopped in front of Heavenly Emperor Yuntang and looked down at her. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's entire body trembled. No idea why, the feeling that the current Lin Ling gave her was actually stronger than senior apprentice brother Mustang. She really could not understand how Lin Ling suddenly became so powerful. I won't make a move. I'm not your match at all. Lin Ling, I hope that between us the well water does not interfere with the river water. After all, killing me has no benefits for you. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang raised her head and said, wanting to make a final effort. You should want to say that you're a member of a prestigious family. If I kill you, I'll be offending a prestigious family? It's a pity that I've already killed 2 people from the prestigious clans. I don't have a good impression of this ancient clan, and I don't have a good impression of you either. That's because I hate ungrateful people. Lin Ling extended his right hand, making the surrounding flames become even crazier. You won't kill me. You said before that you won't kill people who have no strength to resist. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's heart trembled fiercely and she immediately said anxiously. Indeed, but it doesn't include sluts. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth outlined a hint of a cold smile. His right hand clenched fiercely into a fist. The surrounding terrifying flames drowned towards Heavenly Emperor Yuntang. You! Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's beautiful eyes opened wide. Her divine treasury records were also burned clean at this moment. It could not stop Lin Ling at all. Was she going to die? She still did not understand until now, why did this great battle that was originally a sure win result end up like this? Lin Ling, he seemed to have the means to become stronger at any time. This caused everyone to underestimate him. Rumble. The flames drowned Heavenly Emperor Yuntang very quickly. But what made Heavenly Emperor Yuntang terrified was that she actually did not die. That's right, she was still alive. It was just that she was alive in the state of a soul. People who were burned to death by the Yellow Springs flame, their souls were all controlled by the Yellow Springs. Originally still wanted to take in my first subordinate, but you're too disgusting, so it's better to go and die. Lin Ling's calm voice floated out, making Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's soul tremble. In her soul, Lin Ling seemed to have dominated her everything. Her entire life was mainly to flatter Lin Ling. It was as if she could make Lin Ling smile happily, her soul would be freed. Lin Ling was her natural king. But now that man who possessed innate pressure felt very disgusted by her soul, so he did not want to leave her behind. No, don't give me a chance. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang shouted anxiously. It was as if facing the Yellow Springs Great Emperor, she was like a slave, wanting to make the Great Emperor happy. Die. Lin Ling turned around and left. With a bang behind him, Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's soul immediately turned to ashes. Even if it was flattery, Lin Ling would not give her the chance either. And the green ring left behind by Heavenly Emperor Yuntang, Lin Ling collected all of it. Looking carefully, there were more than 1,000 vine fruits inside. If exchanged for merit points, this represented 10,000 merit points. Don't miss out on the green rings of those heavenly emperors from before. Lin Ling smiled and walked towards the mountain range from before. But when he arrived, a mysterious aura spread out from the mountain peak. The heavenly emperors who had died before actually all stood up. The scattered flesh and blood were attracted by a mysterious power, condensing together and emitting a dark golden light. This power was extremely strange. It clearly gave people a feeling of extreme holiness, but it also revealed an evil nature. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. What were these things? Buddha is merciful, save all living beings. Those who stood up let out low cries, their eyes emitting a dark golden light. Lin Ling hurriedly collected the green rings on their bodies. With a step, he left the mountain range and headed towards the Black Mountain Range in the distance. Chapter 1789. Tyrant Shi Ren. According to legends, the evil Buddhists had existed since the ancient times. Nobody knew why they had disappeared. Then they had reappeared in the vine leaf world. Lin Ling didn't know anything about the evil Buddhists, so he had to be careful. Do all the dead people turn into evil Buddhists? Then the vine leaf world will go crazy. Lin Ling thought to himself. At the same time, he released his soul power, forming a soul light shield around his body to avoid the poison soul insects. Not long after, the Black Mountain Range came into view. Looking carefully, the mountain range looked like a black evil Buddha, smiling at the world. The vine leaf world is a terrifying place, thought Lin Ling, frowning. Suddenly he saw a gigantic cave at the bottom of the mountain range. It didn't look dangerous. Lin Ling thought for a few seconds and then flew into the cave. The cave was huge and winding. It was as if one could reach the other side of the Black Mountain Range. Gradually, a large number of voices came from the front, as if they were arguing about something. Lin Ling's eyes lit up and he quickened his pace. The cave became bigger and bigger. In the end, Lin Ling arrived in a cave that was 1,000 li wide. There was an ancient vine in the cave. There were many fruits hanging from the vine. They looked like lanterns. Vine fruits. Upon closer inspection, there were actually countless vine fruits here. Lin Ling smiled. He hadn't thought he'd get such a good harvest. At the bottom of the vine, many people were gathered. They were the celestial emperors of the three myths. They were discussing how to divide the treasures. Ji Tianxian, piss off. We saw the vine first. You're not qualified to divide it. You're dreaming. There are 100,000 vine fruits here. You can exchange them for 1,000,000 points. Aren't you afraid that you'll die if you keep them all to yourself? Let's divide them equally. The celestial emperors didn't want to submit. No need to argue. Those are vine fruits, they're mine. If you talk too much, die. Just at this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded out, causing the dozen or so heavenly emperors to frown. Who had such guts? They turned around and saw a young man in a blue and white robe. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Ah, it's you, Lin Ling. You're arrogant. Surprisingly, you want to steal our spoils of war, said Ji Tianxian, smiling coldly. Lin Ling was stronger than him, but there were many celestial emperors there, so he didn't fear Lin Ling. Last time, you were a radish, right? Now you want to be a radish? Lin Ling said calmly. He was indeed snatching the spoils of war. However, from another perspective, if he were to obtain these treasures, others would also come and snatch them away. Therefore he showed no mercy. Moreover, in the vine leaf world there were many people who wanted him dead, so there was no need to show mercy. Fellow disciple, if you want the vine fruits, you need to be strong enough. Be careful, greed will get you killed, said a celestial emperor from the ancient rhyming celestial stage. He was a diamond celestial emperor, ranked 98th, so he didn't fear Lin Ling. Shoo. However, at this moment Lin Ling took a step forward. The ancient god emperor descended, causing the space to shatter. Lin Ling's hand suddenly grabbed the immortal emperor's head and then ruthlessly smashed it into the ground. Too fast. That celestial emperor didn't have time to react. Lin Ling smashed him into a coma. The ground also cracked and the huge vines swayed, shocking everyone to the point that they were stunned. Now, do you have any objections? A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing all the celestial emperors to tremble. Lin Ling was so strong? Lin Ling, good job. Kill all of them. The vine fruits will belong to us, the seven emperors' heavens. We'll split them. Ji Tianxian didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. He wanted to take the vine fruits for himself, but he couldn't convince the others. Now, Lin Ling represented the seven emperors' heavens and intimidated the celestial emperors. Are you the subordinates of Emperor Li Shou? Hearing that, Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and walked over, saying as he walked, we're the subordinates of the law overlord, but we're all celestial emperors of the seven emperors' heavens. Before Ji Tianxian could speak, one of the celestial emperors said, you guys are really thick-skinned. The law overlord has harmed me many times, and now you want to split the vine fruits with me? Lin Ling laughed. His words made Ji Tianxian and the others' jaws drop. However, one of the celestial emperors said, let's put the internal strife of the seven emperors' heavens aside for now. Otherwise you, Lin Ling, won't be able to answer to the seven emperors. Nice words. Then when I was provoked by the celestial emperors at Heartbreak Ridge, where were you? Lin Ling looked at them mockingly. The celestial emperors were speechless again. When others bullied me, where were you? Since you didn't do anything, you still have the nerve to share the harvest with me? I'll give you an incense stick's worth of time. Scram. Lin Ling spat out a few words. When the word, scram, came out, the celestial emperors' faces turned ugly. The harvest they found with great difficulty was all Lin Ling's now. 1, 2, 2, 3, 2. Lin Ling coldly counted and tyrannically snatched the harvest. Lin Ling, you've got guts. The celestial emperors all retreated from the cave, all of them furious. How could they know that Lin Ling was too lazy to waste time, so he didn't kill them? If they continued to talk, they would all stay here forever. After a moment, the cave was empty. At this time, a smiling voice came, Lin Ling, the harvest is not bad. How about these vine fruits belong to me? In front of the cave, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then, a tall woman wearing armor slowly walked over. Her face was dignified without being angry, but her eyes were staring at the tall vine with excitement. She seemed to have just found this cave. You want to snatch my vine fruits? Lin Ling was a little surprised, but he fearlessly looked at the woman. He sensed that the woman's strength was very strong. He feared that she had 3 laws in her body and was a heaven-ranked talent. Yes, I do want to, but I won't snatch it. I don't want to be reprimanded by the old ancestor. The woman stopped and lightly said, I am from the Stone Clan. My name is Shuririn, and I am ranked 8th among the 10 celestial emperors. If it were anyone else, I would definitely snatch this harvest, but you won't. It's not that I don't dare, but that I don't want to go against the old ancestors' order. The woman's voice was extremely cold and even carried a trace of disdain. It seemed that she didn't take action because she was giving face to the Stone Clan, and the Stone Clan's old ancestor was the Stone God. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression eased. The Stone God had helped him in the past, and he still remembered this favor in his heart. Therefore, although this woman's words were arrogant, he didn't take it to heart. How about we make a deal? You give me all these vine fruits and I will give you merit points. I only need to go to the Daohua pool to cultivate. How about it? The woman looked at Lin Ling indifferently, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. She couldn't attack Lin Ling, so she chose to cooperate. Chapter 1790. Everyone has their own needs. The Daohua pool could allow one to comprehend the power of laws. As long as one was ranked in the top 3 of the vine leaf world, they could enter. However, Lin Ling did not care about this because he did not lack the comprehension of laws. What he lacked was cultivation resources. If he gave all the vine fruits to Shi Ren, then if she finished first, she would give all the points to Lin Ling. Lin Ling wouldn't lose anything. Everyone has their own needs. Shi Ren was stupefied. She hadn't thought Lin Ling would be so straightforward. She smiled, showing her white teeth. Her smile was beautiful. Actually, she was a stone cultivator, so she looked like a stone statue. But she had many admirers in Champion University. Don't worry, you won't lose anything if you cooperate with me. The evil Buddhas have awakened and the outside world is in chaos. You have to be careful of the celestial emperors and the evil Buddhas. Therefore, cooperating with me is the best option, said Shi Ren. Besides, I can protect you. When we go back to the Shi clan, I can ask the Stone God for rewards. Hearing this, Lin Ling was stunned. What right do you have to protect me? I'm the 8th Celestial Emperor, what do you think? Said Shi Ren, smiling proudly. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. Let's collect the vine fruits. I know a place with a lot of vine fruits, but last time I didn't have enough people to help me. This time if you help me, I'll have a great harvest. Besides, you're lucky. After all, in the vine leaf world, I'm the only one who's on the same side as you. I'm only protecting you because of the Stone God. Shi Ren ran towards the vines and started collecting the vine fruits. Lin Ling smiled wryly. He didn't think Shi Ren was stronger than him. He didn't know where she got her confidence from. They quickly collected the vine fruits. Shi Ren couldn't help but smile. She had a great harvest this time. Lin Ling asked Shi Ren to take care of the vine fruits because the Stone God was there. He wasn't worried that Shi Ren would go back on her words. Let's go, let's get out of here. Shi Ren took the lead and led Lin Ling out of the cave. Lin Ling glanced around the cave before leaving. He could vaguely feel that there was a terrifying aura in the cave, but it was hidden very well, so Shi Ren did not notice it. As for that mysterious existence, Lin Ling didn't know what it was, but he was certain that the mysterious existence was somewhat afraid of them, so it didn't make a move. After the two of them left, a mysterious aura condensed in the cave like evil clouds, turning into a burly figure. This person was like a Buddha but also like an evil spirit. Amitabha, I actually encountered 2 formidable geniuses. If I devour them, then my strength would recover greatly. Unfortunately, the young man's natural talent is too formidable. He's at the 10th grade of the heaven rank, and he's even concealing his divine rank talent. I'm unable to devour him with my current strength, so I'll devour the weaker ones first. The mysterious figure passed through the mountain, and at the place where it disappeared, a huge swastika appeared on the rock wall. However, this swastika wasn't a sacred golden color, but a dark golden color. The evil aura was extremely dense. At this moment in the cave, Shi Ren's footsteps were steady as she slowly walked forward. Her armor made a crisp sound from time to time, making her look like an empress. Behind her, Lin Ling, dressed in a blue and white robe, slowly followed. He was a little worried about the Fire Spirit Princess and the others because the vine leaf world was becoming more and more dangerous. How can you be sure that I'll get more vine fruits if I cooperate with you? Along the way, Lin Ling asked curiously. First, I know a place with a large number of vine fruits. Second, in the vine leaf world, the strong can snatch the harvest of the weak. It's that simple. Shi Ren didn't turn around and said indifferently, I'm the 8th ranked Heavenly Emperor in the Heavenly Emperor world. I have a 3rd grade Heaven ranked talent and 3 law powers. I'm known as a tyrant, so with me only we can snatch others, others can't snatch ours. What you need to do is to wait for me to defeat those heavenly emperors and collect the harvest of those heavenly emperors. Her words were as arrogant as ever, as if Lin Ling was her follower. However, Lin Ling didn't care and continued to ask, how is the strength of the 10 great heavenly emperors? All of them are third-grade heaven-ranked talents. Their realms are between the second and third level of Wuxiang's realm. They have at least 3 law powers. Shi Yuren explained. Lin Ling nodded. Currently, he had 2 law powers, one in the one-dimensional space and the other in the soaring dragon universe. As for the law of freezing time, because the sword was broken, it had lost the power of the law. However, freezing time was effective against the weak, it didn't have much effect on the strong. However, Lin Ling's current 2 law powers were stronger than other people's law powers. This was because the talents of those 2 law powers were very strong. After a long time, the 2 of them walked out of the cave and arrived at the vine leaf world outside. Tall vines were everywhere, and from time to time, the roars of savage beasts could be heard, making people feel as if they had arrived at a primitive forest. Shi Yuren led Lin Ling forward. After a long time, the 2 of them stopped on a vine leaf. This leaf was 10 meters wide like a stone platform, and under the vines there was a great battle. 4 figures were fighting a savage beast. The savage beast was a poisonous creature that looked like a rhinoceros and was extremely powerful. However, the 4 of them were not weak. Working together, they managed to kill the poisonous creature. Looking around them, the vines around them were full of vine fruits. Counting carefully, it was no less than Lin Ling's harvest in the cave. Hee, Calamity Celestial Emperor, this time we've had a great harvest. Among the 4, a thin and weak man couldn't help but laugh. The other 3 also had satisfied smiles on their faces. Celestial Emperor Cyan Claw, you did well this time. You secretly followed that bitch Shi Yuren and found this place. When she left, you immediately informed us. Therefore you can have 10% of the vine fruits. If I finish first, you'll be stronger than all the Celestial Emperors in Champion University. You can bully anyone you want," said a woman wearing black armor, smiling indifferently. Lin Ling knew her. Back in the world of True Martial, that woman was the leader of Champion University. She was a strong cultivator from the evil clan, called the Calamity Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor Sangclaw, I spared your life, I wouldn't have thought you'd betray me. You promised me that you wouldn't tell anyone about this, otherwise I would have killed you already. At this moment, a furious voice suddenly rang out from the vines. In the next moment, the sound of armor colliding could be heard, and a meteorite fiercely smashed down from the sky. That meteorite was extremely ancient. A mysterious light appeared on its surface. It was cosmic energy. Tyrant Shi Yuren. On the ground, the skinny man stared at the meteorite in the sky. He was terrified. Chapter 1791. Help. Good, I knew you would come, but I can't give you the vine fruits. Shi Yuren, you couldn't compete with me in the past and you can't compete with me today either. Besides, we're not in Champion University, the Stone Clan won't know if I kill you. Yes, said the woman in black armor indifferently. She stretched out her hand and black strength surrounded the meteorite. After a few seconds, the meteorite was about to fall from the sky. She clenched her fists. Boom. The meteorite immediately exploded, and the broken pieces of stone flew in all directions like darts. The woman in black armor was terrifyingly strong. Calamity Celestial Emperor. Yes. Shi Yuren also flew down from the sky. Her pretty face was extremely ugly. The Heavenly Emperor of Calamity was also one of the 10 great Heavenly Emperors and was also known as the Queen of Calamity. She was ranked above Shi Yuren and was just 1 rank higher. Their talents were about the same, and the only thing that was stronger than Shi Yuren was the power of law, and that power of law was called the power of calamity. It was extremely powerful and could destroy the heavens and earth. I found the vine fruits. If Celestial Emperor Cyan Claw hadn't betrayed me, the vine fruits would have been mine. But I know the rules, so you and I will fight. The winner will take the vine fruits, said Shi Yuren. She didn't want to lose the fruit, so she invited her to fight. It was the only way she could get the vine fruits. Why should I accept your challenge? We obviously have the advantage in numbers, but you're alone, so we're definitely bullying you with numbers. Yes. But Calamity Celestial Emperor didn't want to waste too much time, because the longer she stayed, the more dangerous it would be. Therefore, she wanted to kill Shi Yuren as soon as possible. You? Yes. Shi-Ren hadn't thought Calamity Celestial Emperor would be so unreasonable. Haha, Tyrant Shi-Ren, you can't escape today. When you die, I won't let your corpse go, said the skinny Celestial Emperor Cyan Claw, smiling evilly. He had been attracted to Shi-Ren for a long time. Now they had more people and they were going to get the vine. However, just as the four of them were laughing coldly, a laughing voice suddenly rang out from the sky. You want to bully me with numbers? Since that's the case, I'll have to interrupt you. I'll also join in this game. The voice floated down from the sky, causing the Heavenly Emperor of Calamity and the others' expressions to change drastically. Tyrant Shi-Ren had helpers? Bastard Tyrant Shi-Ren, you're also well prepared. The Heavenly Emperor of Calamity immediately roared. Tyrant Shi-Ren was not weak. If she had a strong helper, it would be hard to say who would win this battle. Moreover, Tyrant Shi-Ren had always been arrogant. The helper she had invited would definitely not be weak. Bang! At the same time, a figure jumped down from the vines in the sky like a meteor crashing into the ground. However, when Heavenly Emperor of Calamity and the others saw the person who landed, they were all stunned. Then, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. The person who came was actually Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also considered a helper? Tyrant Shi-Ren, you seem to have forgotten that the four of us here are all Diamond-level Heavenly Emperors. Although Lin Ling is also a Diamond-level Heavenly Emperor, he's obviously a newcomer. Do you think he can be your helper? The Heavenly Emperor of Calamity shook his head and finally could not help but laugh. The other three were the same. They thought that Tyrant Shi-Ren would invite some powerful expert, but who knew that it would be Lin Ling? Lin Ling is liked by many people. There are rewards for killing him. Hehe, Tyrant Shi-Ren, you've helped us. Today not only did we get the vine fruit, we also got an additional reward. Heavenly Emperor Cyan Claw said sinisterly, causing Tyrant Shi-Ren's beautiful face to become even colder. These guys were laughing at them. How arrogant. Lin Ling, can you stop the three of them? I only need an incense stick's worth of time. After I deal with the Heavenly Emperor of Calamity, I'll help you kill the three of them. Tyrant Shi-Ren said coldly. With Lin Ling's help, she would not be suppressed anymore. The three of them? They're too weak. At this moment, Lin Ling was sizing up the Heavenly Emperor of Calamity and the others. He could not help but frown. His target was the Heavenly Emperor of Calamity because the latter was one of the 10 great Heavenly Emperors. If Lin Ling wanted to know where his limit was, he would definitely have to fight the 10 great Heavenly Emperors. Too weak? Heavenly Emperor Cyan Claw and the others narrowed their eyes and then laughed even louder. Even Tyrant Shi-Ren shook her head. Heavenly Emperor Cyan Claw and the others were not weak among the Diamond-level Heavenly Emperors. Especially when the three of them worked together, their attack power could threaten the 10 great Heavenly Emperors. How could Lin Ling say that they were too weak? Heavenly Emperor of Calamity, you don't mind if I kill him, right? Heavenly Emperor Cyan Claw sneered and shook her head. I don't mind. If you kill him, the Xinyuan clan's reward will be yours. The three of you can go. Leave Tyrant Shi-Ren to me. Heavenly Emperor of Calamity said calmly. In her heart, Lin Ling was already a dead man. Shi-Ren was her opponent. Lin Ling, be careful. Tyrant Shi-Ren reminded. Her eyes were filled with worry, hoping that Lin Ling could hold on until she won. Lin Ling, get over here. Don't disturb the battle between the 10 great Heavenly Emperors. Lin Ling, do you think you can be a helper? You can't see yourself clearly. You should know that there are many people in the Vine Leaf world who want you dead. In the end, you will die in our hands. Don't forget about me when you go to hell. The three of them strode into the depths of the forest and waved at Lin Ling. Are you in such a hurry to die? Lin Ling was stunned by their attitude. Then he sneered and followed them. Tyrant Shi-Ren was even more worried. However, she couldn't help Lin Ling now. You shouldn't have brought him here because you've killed him. But now you should worry about yourself. Heavenly Emperor of Calamity ignored Lin Ling's battle. Her eyes fell on Tyrant Shi-Ren. The latter was her real opponent. At this moment, the atmosphere in the forest was oppressive. Heavenly Emperor Green Claw and the other two looked coldly at Lin Ling. They crossed their arms as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Ling, when you sealed the boundary in the realm of true force, you shouldn't have embarrassed us. You should know that sealing the boundary is one thing but strength is another. Heavenly Emperor Green Claw said faintly. Why bother talking nonsense with him? Which one of you is going to do it? Let me do it. The three of them finally looked at a burly Heavenly Emperor. It was very suitable for him to deal with Lin Ling, Do you really want to kill me? You should know that although I got first place in the ceiling boundary, I didn't hurt you at all. If the Shenyuan family wanted to kill me, it would make sense. But don't you think it's a little meddling if you want to kill me? At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. Chapter 1792. Let me kill her in 3 moves, said the tall and sturdy Tiandi coldly. A barrier appeared around him. The air, the spiritual qi, the wind, and even the light were all compressed. It was terrifying. In his cosmic energies, one would definitely be compressed and die miserably. Xiao Da's cosmic energies are getting more and more powerful. Heavenly Emperor Green Claw and Heavenly Emperor Green Claw had solemn expressions. They felt some pressure in their hearts. The other party was not much weaker than them. Then they sneered at Lin Ling. They wanted to see Lin Ling being crushed to death. However, in front of them Lin Ling was standing there like a pine tree. He was wearing a blue and white robe. At that moment he looked like an invincible god. Cosmic energies couldn't affect him at all. What are you playing at? A soft voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth, shocking Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da like thunder. His expression changed drastically. How could Lin Ling possibly not fear his power of laws? Boom. At that moment Lin Ling took a step forwards. A terrifying qi filled the air. It was as if a giant had descended. Boom. The barrier around Xiao Da broke apart. His face turned deathly pale. Tian-level talent? He sensed a strong pressure. He didn't even have the right to raise his head in front of Lin Ling. At that moment he started shaking violently. Wasn't Lin Ling an earthly level talent? How come he had reached the Tian level? You lied to us, said Xiao Da as he stepped backwards. He had lost the ability to fight. The difference between their levels was too great. He had no hope of winning. I won't get involved in your enmity with Yungu and Champion University. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da only wanted to leave this place right now. Lin Ling smiled coldly. Won't get involved? When Xiao Da was strong he wanted to be a hero of the human world. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but when he was weak he wouldn't get involved? You don't have a choice. Lin Ling's body moved as the ancient god Empyrean erupted with the aura of a monarch that could make all living things kneel before him. Lin Ling punched out as the power of laws erupted. Crack. Under that punch, Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da's enchantment directly turned into dust, making Heavenly Emperor Azure Claw and Heavenly Emperor Azure Claw open their mouths wide, feeling extremely ironic. When Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da used his enchantment, he reigned supreme. But now Lin Ling just smashed the enchantment into dust with a single punch. This disparity in strength was simply the difference between clouds and mud. What else do you want? I won't interfere anymore. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da retreated frantically and shouted anxiously. The fear and reverence in his heart grew thicker and thicker. What do I want? Isn't that what you want to do? Lin Ling's killing intent surged. A dragon claw appeared, and the power of 18 universes slashed out fiercely. Wait, I admit defeat. I shouldn't have interfered with your matters with the human world's legends. Lin Ling, from now on, I will take a detour whenever I see you. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da was getting more and more panicked. Are you begging for mercy? I'm sorry, I'm not interested in the begging of the weak. If you were a beauty, I might have let you go. Lin Ling returned Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da's words back to him, making Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da feel as if he was slapped hard. His face was as pale as paper. Boom. Without any mercy, Lin Ling killed Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da with a single punch. Then he looked at Heavenly Emperor Azure Claw and Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da. I said before, the 3 of you are too weak. Plop. Heavenly Emperor Azure Claw stood there like a statue. Seeing Lin Ling kill Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da with their own eyes, their hearts were also rumbling violently. When did Lin Ling become so powerful? One had to know that they were stronger than Jianghu, so they didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes at all. But now they realized that Lin Ling's strength was probably close to the ranks of the 10 great heavenly emperors. This was a very terrifying growth rate. If they didn't remember wrongly, the last time Lin Ling defeated Jianghu was only a month ago. Wait, Lin Ling, why don't we shake hands and make peace? You have to know that if we join forces you might not win. Heavenly Emperor Azure Claw shouted coldly. One-dimensional space. However, Lin Ling let out a low roar and answered his question with his strength. One-dimensional space came from the body of the God-fiend Overlord. It didn't have much requirement for the void energy in his Dantian, so Lin Ling could use it continuously. The space shattered and a beautiful world appeared. The person beside Heavenly Emperor Azure Claw had just reacted when his body shattered like glass. I might not win? Lin Ling looked at Celestial Emperor Green Claw calmly. Celestial Emperor Green Claw opened his mouth wide and swallowed hard. Another Celestial Emperor had been killed like a vegetable. Lin Ling's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Lin Ling me. Heavenly Emperor Azure Claw knew that if there were 3 of them, there was still a chance. However, if there was only one of them, there was no chance at all. I've said it before. I have no enmity with you, so you shouldn't interfere in the matter between me and the 2 legends of the mortal realm. Since you've interfered, then stay here forever. Lin Ling interrupted Heavenly Emperor Azure Claw's words and punched out again. Without any martial arts, he defeated the 3 of them with brute force. Great Sorrow Wind and Cloud Sword. Heavenly Emperor Azure Claw anxiously stretched out his right hand, and his arm turned into a giant green sword. Clang. However, it was useless. Lin Ling punched out and the sword broke. Heavenly Emperor Azure Claw died. Then Lin Ling walked toward Shuriren. In the forest, Heavenly Emperor Azure Claw spat out a mouthful of blood, smiled bitterly and fell to the ground dead. He now knew that Tyrant Shuriren's helper was very terrifying. Whoa! At this moment, a mysterious evil aura filled the air, causing the dead people to stand up and turn into evil Buddhas. At this moment, Lin Ling also noticed what was happening behind him. He was even more certain that those who died in the Vine Leaf world would all turn into evil Buddhas. He did not know what the evil Buddha's goal was, but their methods were extremely cruel. Tyrant Shuriren, is this all you've got? Are you waiting for Lin Ling to finish the battle and then come to help you? On the other side, dark green clouds drifted, like ribbons wrapped around the Heavenly Emperor of Calamity. This was the power of Calamity. Not far from the Heavenly Emperor of Calamity, Tyrant Shuriren had turned into a 5-meter-tall stone man. Her strength was mighty and her aura was majestic. This was Tyrant Shuriren's talent. It allowed her to instantly increase her strength by 15 universes. She had the strength to move mountains and rivers and no one could defeat her. One had to know that after her strength reached 10 universes, she could easily destroy the origin energy. As for 15 universes, this strength was comparable to the power of loss. However, although her strength was strong, she could not stop the power of Calamity. At this moment, her body was slowly corroding, and her aura was gradually weakening. Tyrant Shuriren was the 8th Heavenly Emperor, but the Heavenly Emperor of Calamity was the 7th. It seemed like there was a difference of 1 rank, but the difference in strength was huge. Most importantly, their talents were similar, so Shuriren did not have the advantage. At this moment, footsteps came from the forest, causing their eyes to light up. Lin Ling's battle was over? The Heavenly Emperor of Calamity sneered. Tyrant Shuriren had no chance of winning now. However, at this moment, a calm voice came, Tyrant Shuriren, move away. Don't waste time. Let me kill her in 3 moves. Boom. The voice came like a ghost, causing the Heavenly Emperor of Calamity and Shuriren to tremble. They looked over at the same time. The person who walked out of the forest was Lin Ling. Chapter 1793. That was all. This was extremely terrifying news because everyone knew that Lin Ling had just stepped into the diamond level, and his strength should be at the bottom of the diamond level. However, the facts proved that Lin Ling was already above average among diamond-level celestial emperors. How did you win? Shuriren's voice was hoarse and filled with disbelief. Cut the crap. Now that the evil demon tribe has awakened in the forest, we need to quickly deal with Heavenly Emperor Woe and collect the vine fruits. Lin Ling said calmly. He did not feel that killing Heavenly Emperor Green Claw and the others was something to be proud of. So, step aside. I'll deal with her. I'll kill her in 3 moves. Lin Ling said calmly. However, to Tyrant Shuriren, these weren't calm words. Lin Ling wanted to use 3 moves to kill the 7 strongest of the 10 great sky emperors. If this was the world of true martial arts and Lin Ling could summon his own team, then both of them would believe that Lin Ling had such power. However, this was the Vine Leaf world. It didn't depend on the team but on the individual. Haha, am I dreaming? After a moment of silence, Heavenly Emperor Calamity let out a mocking laugh. Being able to defeat Heavenly Emperor Green Claw did not mean that he could defeat her. These were 2 different concepts. Lin Ling, be careful. She's not Celestial Emperor Green Claw. Her power of calamity is extremely difficult to deal with. It can corrode any power. Shuriren reminded him. She was injured and it would be best if Lin Ling could come and help her. Even if she couldn't win, it would give her time to rest. It's just a trash talent. It's useless to me. Lin Ling continued to walk forward and spoke calmly. Crazy. This time even Shuriren felt that Lin Ling was crazy. The power of disaster was actually a trash talent? In fact, Shuriren had long heard that Lin Ling was very arrogant. However, after meeting him, she thought that Lin Ling was not as arrogant as the rumors said. Instead, he was extremely humble. But now she realized that it was only on the surface. When it was time to be arrogant, he would be arrogant. Let's see how you block the power of calamity of the three realms. Heavenly Emperor of Calamity sneered. She did not want to waste time and directly attacked. A terrifying power of law surged forth. This was the power of calamity. It was said that if this power were to encounter a weak martial artist, it would cause them to suffer for the rest of their lives. Nothing they did would go smoothly and they might even be crushed to death by a rock while walking. This kind of power was extremely mysterious. In the world of the Heaven and Earth Emperor, it was called the power of the Death God. Pop, pop. The green and black energy wrapped around Lin Ling like a natural disaster. It was so mysterious and unfathomable. Is that all? Seeing this, Heavenly Emperor Misfortune let out a cold laugh. Lin Ling was just boasting shamelessly. That's all? This sentence should be directed at you. However, a figure quickly walked out of the cyan and black energy. The ancient God Emperor had arrived, and no evil could invade him. The fruit of your talent is not only on the dark side but it is also on the damp side. This is why your strength is so mysterious. Unfortunately, facing my absolute defense, your strength is still too weak. Lin Ling's pace wasn't fast, but he appeared in front of Heavenly Emperor of Calamity in the blink of an eye. He looked at her like a monarch. As for Heavenly Emperor of Calamity, her pupils constricted. She wanted to say something, but her throat seemed to be stuck and she couldn't say anything. In her impression, those who didn't fear her power of calamity were only powerhouses ranked even higher among the 10 great heavenly emperors. And now Lin Ling could do the same. Wasn't Lin Ling trash? How could he be so strong? My talent surpasses yours by several times. Lin Ling seemed to know the shock in Heavenly Emperor of Calamity's heart. He lightly spat out these words, causing Heavenly Emperor of Calamity's body to fiercely tremble. The doubts in her heart were easily solved. She was just about to ask what grade of talent Lin Ling was. One-dimensional space. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't have the mood to talk nonsense and punched out. Previously, when he defeated Heavenly Emperor of Green Claw and the other two, he had a deep understanding of his own strength. He was afraid that he was invincible in the second level of Wuxia. That was why he defeated Heavenly Emperor of Calamity so easily. Grand Pure Calamity Realm. The terrifying fist came too quickly, causing Heavenly Emperor of Calamity to immediately erupt with her full strength. At this moment, she knew that Shuriren's helper was very terrifying. No, Lin Ling wasn't actually a helper. Shuriren was a helper and Lin Ling was the main force. Rumble. Lin Ling punched out and space formed a vortex. Then it split open and a resplendent Permetha world appeared. It actually absorbed all the power of calamity. Then it formed the power of space and cut Heavenly Emperor of Calamity's body. It was as if she was cut by countless blades and turned into dust. With just one punch, the 7th-ranked Heavenly Emperor fell. Even before she died, Heavenly Emperor of Calamity didn't know how she lost. However, Lin Ling laughed. At this moment he seemed to be elated. One had to know that before entering this place, the Heavenly Emperor of the human world wanted to kill him. At that time he lacked a little time to become stronger. Now that he had become stronger, it was enough for him to roam the Heavenly Emperor's world. Therefore he wanted to see who would dare to kill him. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and collect the vine fruits. Then Lin Ling turned his head and saw Shuriren standing there in a daze. He couldn't help but say this. Shuriren's heart was like thunder. She couldn't defeat Heavenly Emperor of Calamity, but Lin Ling could kill her with one punch? This guy was too terrifying. Moreover, he was ranked 7th among all the Heavenly Emperors. According to his progress, defeating the 5 Heavenly Monarchs won't be difficult. Shuriren didn't put Lin Ling in her eyes from the beginning, but now she knew that she was wrong. For Lin Ling to be valued by the Stone God, he did have some ability. Still in a daze? At this moment, Lin Ling was already collecting the vine fruits. He couldn't help but say this again. This woman from the Shur clan was indeed as dumb as a stone. Oh. Shuriren hurriedly nodded. She didn't realize that she seemed to be listening to Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your talent to reach the heaven realm. You have to know that everyone thinks that you have an earth realm talent, so they all treat you as trash. In addition, you are a hero of the human world and have offended many giants of the human world. Those people can't wait to erase you, but you are much more powerful than the rumors said. Shuryuren said at the same time as she collected the vine fruits. In fact, at the beginning she also treated Lin Ling as trash. They are not wrong because I only completely advanced to the heaven realm immortal body in the vine leaf world. Lin Ling said with a smile. Shuryuren sucked in a breath of cold air. How dangerous was the vine leaf world? Moreover, it hadn't been open for long, but Lin Ling's talent had greatly improved during this period of time. She couldn't help but be curious about the level of Lin Ling's talent. Could it be the 4th level of the heaven realm? If that was the case, the gap between Lin Ling and Shenyuan Nanfeng wasn't that big. Oh right, your talent isn't weak. In fact, as long as you keep a low profile and endure, you won't offend so many experts. Why do you have to go against them? Shuryuren said again. Lin Ling shook his head. It's not that I want to go against them, it's that they want to go against me. Chapter 1794. Mutated Vine Leaf World Curry Favor? Lin Ling stopped collecting and looked at Shuri indifferently. There is no such thing as please in my dictionary. Most importantly, in my heart they are just ants. They are not qualified for me to please. Hearing this, Shuryuren's pupils trembled. For the first time she looked at Lin Ling seriously. Only then did she realize that this famous man had an extraordinary arrogance. Originally, because of the stone god, she wanted to persuade Lin Ling not to be so arrogant. But now, she found that she couldn't do so because she was standing on the ground watching everything while Lin Ling was standing on the shoulder of a giant. Their horizons were different, so their goals were also different. In Lin Ling's heart, even a powerhouse like the Sky Lord was just an ant? At that moment, Shuryuren felt that Lin Ling was like an unsheathed sword that was about to be unleashed. Alright, let's leave immediately. We don't need the remaining vine fruits. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know what Shuryuren was thinking. He looked at the depths of the forest and finally said in a low voice. He could feel that the terrifying aura in the forest was becoming denser. It was as if the aura was about to revive after devouring more dead people. Shuryuren also sensed the horror in the depths of the forest and immediately nodded. She did not realize that she had already regarded Lin Ling as her pillar of support. The two of them stepped on the vines and flew into the distance like sharp eagles. As for the vine leaf world, it was becoming more and more oppressive. Everyone could sense the terrifying evil aura. This aura was both evil and Buddhist, and it made people feel extremely uncomfortable. And in the vine leaf world, more and more heavenly emperors died. As long as the dead heavenly emperors were all devoured, it would ultimately form a vicious cycle, resulting in the heavenly emperor powerhouses becoming fewer and fewer. Heavenly emperors that were left alone were basically all dead without a doubt. Lin Ling and Yi Zichen followed the vines. As they sensed the changes in the world, they became even more cautious. I can't stay in this vine leaf world any longer. Otherwise it will be very dangerous. Lin Ling, are you saying that we should leave now? You can leave, but I have to find my friend first. If that's the case, then I'll accompany you. While the two of them were collecting the vine fruits, they were also searching for the remaining celestial emperors. Because there were fewer and fewer celestial emperors, many exotic flowers and herbs could be easily collected. Therefore Lin Ling found many flame rune fruits along the way. These fruits could enhance Lin Ling's law of fire. Stop those monsters. At this moment, on a vast plain, all the celestial emperors seemed to have gathered there. Looking carefully, there were several hundred people. However, the terrifying thing was that there were even more people in the distance. However, they couldn't be called people anymore because evil energy was emanating from their bodies, and the mysterious swastika symbol was emanating from them. Obviously they'd become evil beings. At this moment, those zombie-like evil beings were walking towards the remaining people in a grandiose manner. It was a ghastly sight. Save me. One of the celestial emperors was slower and was entangled by the evil being. The evil being's head exploded like a flower petal, and it actually shot out a dark golden tongue. After entangling the celestial emperor, the tongue entered the celestial emperor's mouth. In just an incense stick's worth of time, the celestial emperor stood up, but the evil energy on his body was extremely dense. Buddha is merciful. These evil beings all let out low and deep voices, causing one's scalp to tingle. Retreat. The remaining celestial emperors frantically retreated. They no longer cared about which camp they were from. They only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. In the distant sky, there was a terrifying evil energy surging over like dark clouds. It was just that those evil clouds were slower. However, if they were enveloped by those evil clouds, even the 10 great celestial emperors would die here. The evil Buddha lineage is truly terrifying. They've revived. Celestial emperors of the 7 emperors world, listen up, leave this place immediately. In one direction of the crowd, a woman shouted. Her status was clearly very high. All the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors world obeyed her orders. This person was clearly one of the 10 great celestial emperors. Princess Fire Spirit, you're not allowed to be naughty here. Come back quickly. The woman suddenly stared ahead and said. Not only did a girl not retreat, but she also pounced towards the front of the grassland. In front of her were countless evil beings. If she went over, she would definitely die. Sister Baiyun and Little Flame are over there. I want to help them. That girl was Princess Fire Spirit. At this moment, she did not even turn her head. Princess Fire Spirit, you're a celestial emperor with heaven stage talent. How can you die here for them? In this situation, even if we want to help, we can't. Come back quickly. The woman shouted angrily. She also wanted to help, but if she helped, more people would die. Therefore, she could only sacrifice Baiyun Tiandi and the rest. I don't care. If I don't save them, Lin Ling will scold me to death. In front, Princess Fire Spirit's voice became softer and softer, drowned out by countless evil beings. Princess Fire Spirit. The woman shouted anxiously. In the end, her face dimmed. Many people had died in this Vine Leaf World's training. Let's go. Then, the woman gritted her teeth and said, Senior sister, don't tell me we don't care about them. Emperor Li Shou told us that if we meet Lin Ling, Little Flame, Baiyun Tiandi, and the 9 spirits of heaven, we must help them. A celestial emperor said. Help? How can we help? Even Lin Ling might have died here. His men have all been wiped out. The woman sighed softly. She had failed to live up to Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu's trust. Wait, look over there. At this moment, one of the celestial emperors suddenly exclaimed, causing all the celestial emperors to look over. Suddenly, they discovered that among the dense evil beings in front of them, a terrifying Son of Heaven aura burst out. Those evil beings were all blown away. Then a figure quickly rushed over with several people. The person in the lead was dressed in a blue and white robe. His long hair was tied behind his head, and his face was handsome. He was like an emperor who had conquered the world. He brought his people and escaped from the mouth of the evil beings. He is Lin Ling. All the celestial emperors sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Lin Ling to save everyone. How did this guy do it? The woman's expression changed drastically. However, the evil beings behind them were getting closer and closer. There was even a kind voice drifting over from the rolling evil clouds. They didn't dare to think too much and quickly left the place. Lin Ling, follow me. The woman waved her hand and immediately led everyone forward. At this moment, the person behind them was Lin Ling. He carried the Fire Spirit Princess and rushed out of the encirclement with Baiyun Tiandi and the rest. He was also running forward. Boss, I love you to death. I almost never saw you again. The 9 spirits of heaven followed behind Lin Ling and shouted excitedly. They were surrounded earlier. If Lin Ling hadn't opened a gap, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 1795. Valley of Refuge. Hee. The 9 spirits of heaven touched their heads and smiled. They looked at Little Flame at the same time. Both of them were a little excited. Obviously, they had gained a lot from the trip to the Vine Leaf World. I know your strength has increased, but if it weren't for Lin Ling, you would still have died. Now don't be so smug. Follow Lin Ling. Baiyun Tiandi said coldly. Her beautiful eyes looked at the man in front of her. She was a little excited. Lin Ling had saved them again. However, when she saw the cold woman beside Lin Ling, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. This guy was flirting again. She didn't know where he got that stone beauty from. Of course, Baiyun Tiandi also noticed that the cold woman's strength couldn't be underestimated. Previously, she had transformed into a stone giant and easily blasted away several evil beings. Her talent had probably reached the heaven rank. It was very likely that she was one of the 10 great heavenly emperors. This also meant that the reason they were able to escape the encirclement, other than Lin Ling, the woman most likely contributed half of her strength. Fortunately, I also gained a lot from this trip to the Vine Leaf world. If given some more time, I will definitely catch up to them. Bai Yun Qiandi secretly said. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to be surpassed by Lin Ling too much. Perhaps she subconsciously thought that only when she was strong enough could she continue to follow Lin Ling. Unfortunately, she guessed wrong. In fact, it was mostly Lin Ling's credit that they broke out of the encirclement. Lin Ling seemed to be at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, but his heaven-ranked talent was too high. It was a few grades higher than Shuriren. So even if Lin Ling's realm was low, he could rely on his talent and the power of the law to crush the 10 great heavenly emperors. Tyrant Shuriren was the most clear about this point. Moreover, in the past when she was still weak, she had seen a strong practitioner who was titled as Xian Di. Relying on Wu Sheng's first-degree realm cultivation, he was able to defeat Wu Sheng's fifth-degree realm practitioner. And this was because his innate talent and power of law were much stronger. Of course, this kind of genius was very rare, and in the human realm he was also known as the son of Huang. At this moment, a large number of celestial emperors had gathered in the valley, as if everyone had taken refuge here. Of course, their expressions were extremely solemn, because this kind of refuge was only temporary. If they could not find a way to rush out, then they would be completely annihilated. However, at this moment, many people were looking at the Heaven Emperor of the Seven Emperors Heaven with sneers on their faces. The Heaven Emperor of the Seven Emperors Heaven was very lucky to have escaped the encirclement. Of course, their gazes were mostly focused on the woman in the lead. They knew that she was Su Jimin, ranked 5th among the 10 great celestial emperors. She was extremely famous in the world of celestial emperors. Let's all have a rest, Su Jimin said. She knew that the current rest was temporary. Not long after, Xie Yun would arrive. At that time they would have to flee for their lives. At this time, several people walked into the valley, 3 men and 3 women. Moreover, all 3 women had their own beauty. One was a cute girl carved from jade. Although she was young, it could be seen that in the future she would definitely be a devastatingly beautiful existence. One had an ordinary appearance, but her skin was extremely beautiful, with a hint of red in her white skin. The last one emitted a tyrannical aura, but her appearance was also devastatingly beautiful, with the aura of an empress. In contrast to the 3 women, the other 3 men seemed ordinary. Most importantly, many people discovered that the blue-robed young man in the lead was holding the girl's hand, and the 2 women beside him were also walking very close to him, which made people extremely envious. That is the fire spirit princess of the 7 emperors heaven, who can transform into a beauty that can captivate fish and beasts. Who is the person holding her hand? What? The one beside her is even more beautiful, Shuri Ren, who has the title of tyrant. How many people want to pursue her, but they were beaten into fleeing. She is also following that person. Who is that person? Why is he so lucky? The crowd began to discuss, their faces extremely cold. He seems to be Lin Ling? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, causing the entire valley to instantly quiet down. Lin Ling, who didn't know the current legend of the human world. He was a hero of the human world, and a junior who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He had offended many powerhouses, and even before entering the Vine Leaf world, those heavenly emperor powerhouses wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. And now, he also came to the valley to take refuge? In that instant, many people stood up, and the sneer on their faces became even thicker. Lin Ling, since you still dare to come here, don't you know that the heavenly emperor of the 3 legends of the human world are gathered here? Kill him. In any case, in the Vine Leaf world, killing Lin Ling is not a crime. That's right. That's right, the Vine Leaf world is not like the outside world. If Lin Ling dies, I think Emperor Li Shou and the others will have nothing to say. That's right. Cold chuckles took place one after another. The world of the vine leaves was filled with danger. It was an unwritten rule to attack one another. What do you want to do? Courting death? Die. However, as soon as the crowd finished talking, Tyrant Shuri Rin, who was next to Lin Ling, shouted furiously. Her chi rolled in waves as if she had turned into an ancient tyrant. Tyrant Shuri Rin? Die. Everyone's pupils constricted. Even the 10 great heavenly emperors and other powerhouses in the distance also revealed astonished expressions. Tyrant Shuri Rin wanted to protect Lin Ling? One had to know that Tyrant Shuri Rin was just like her name. She was like a cruel and merciless monarch, and her strength was ranked 8th among the 10 great sky emperors. So, with such status and strength, how could she come out to protect Lin Ling? As for Lin Ling, he had offended so many people. Moreover, he had an Earth stage talent and was not even a martial saint yet. As long as one was not a fool, no one would stand up for Lin Ling. But the fact was, someone did protect Lin Ling. Tyrant Shuri Rin, you're a celestial emperor of Champion University, do you have to protect that piece of trash? Champion University will oppress you, said a celestial emperor indifferently. He wanted Tyrant Shuri Ren to give up on Lin Ling. Do you want to die? However, Tyrant Shuri Ren was as cruel and merciless as before. She didn't give that person any face. It seems like she really wants to protect Lin Ling. Many people were jealous. Even if Tyrant Shuri Ren had offended the entire Champion University, she still wanted to protect Lin Ling. Why would Lin Ling do that? Why didn't they have that kind of treatment? Since when did you have the right to talk to the celestial emperors of the Seven Emperors world? If you want to kill Lin Ling, the Seven Emperors world won't allow it. At this moment, another cold voice drifted out. It was Su Jimin. In the Seven Emperors world, 1/3 of the celestial emperors were not under Su Jimin's command because they were under the Ji family and the Law Overlord. However, in the Vine Leaf world, Su Jimin was the strongest celestial emperor under the Seven Emperors world, so her words held great authority. She wants to protect Lin Ling too. The crowd was even more jealous. Right now, 2 women were going to protect Lin Ling. Moreover, both of them were extremely terrifying existences. Chapter 1796. Mountain Moving Eagle. Ha! A mere Lin Ling is actually protected by such beauties? How enviable. However, Lin Ling has already offended many people. Someone has declared that he must not be allowed to walk out of the Vine Leaf world alive. This responsibility will be fulfilled by me, the Mountain Moving Eagle. At this moment, a sharp voice resounded from the depths of the valley. A young man who was even shorter than Shenyuan Jiuhun walked over slowly. He had a warm smile on his face that made others feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. However, everyone could see that the murderous intent in his eyes was extremely dense. At this moment, all the celestial emperors knew that this person was going to attack Lin Ling. As for that person's background, how could the celestial emperors not know? It was the Mountain Moving Eagle, ranked 6th among the 10 celestial emperors. Seeing the Mountain Moving Eagle walk out, even Tyrant Shuri Rin's pretty face turned solemn. She knew how bloodthirsty that little guy was. It was said that no one who fought with him could preserve their bones. In fact, in the world of the celestial emperors, if one looked at him for an extra moment, they would be killed by the Mountain Moving Eagle in the next moment. Lin Ling, be careful. Although that person is also a 3rd-grade heaven-ranked talent, his power of laws has reached as many as 4. Moreover, his realm is at the peak of the 3rd-grade Wuxing realm. Tyrant Shuri Rin said in a low voice, causing Lin Ling to nod. He also sensed that the little guy had a mysterious aura around him. Mountain Moving Eagle, are you ignoring me? As the mountain shifting eagle got closer and closer, Su Jimin spoke again. The Mountain Moving Eagle laughed coldly. Su Jimin, you used to be the 5th-ranked celestial emperor, but in the Vine Leaf world I obtained great benefits. I can surpass your ranking at any time. However, if you want to protect Lin Ling today you can, but Lin Ling must get out of here. That's right. We were the first to discover this valley. Lin Ling came later. He wants to take refuge here, but we won't allow it. Get out of here or die. The surrounding celestial emperors also shouted angrily. If Lin Ling was chased out of this place, then he would be a celestial emperor who was alone in the Vine Leaf world. Without a doubt he would die. What right do you have to chase him away? Su Jimin took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to be somewhat astonished. He had never seen this woman before, but he didn't expect her to be so protective of him. Big brother, she's under Empress Li Shou and Empress Yu. Before we came here, Empress Li Shou and Empress Li Shou instructed us to protect you. Little Flame also knew that this was the first time Lin Ling had met Su Jimin, so he explained. Lin Ling nodded and felt warmth in his heart. He owed Emperor Li Shou and the others more and more favors. Su Jimin, don't be too arrogant. If it weren't for Xie Yun's imminent arrival and my desire to defeat you in front of the giants of the mortal realm, I would have already made my move. The moving mountain condor said coldly. This time he had absolute confidence in defeating Su Jimin. However, he wanted to defeat Su Jimin on the most dazzling martial stage, not here. Lin Ling, get out of the valley. If you force me to use my trump card, I'll even kill the woman behind you. Even Su Jimin won't be able to protect you. You'd better not provoke me. The moving mountain condor stared at Lin Ling and said with endless majesty. The crowd also sneered. The moving mountain condor was extremely confident, as if he was no longer afraid of Su Jimin. With him oppressing Lin Ling, how could Lin Ling resist? Before Lin Ling entered the Vine Leaf world, he had arrogantly ignored the celestial emperors. Now would he still dare to do so? The moving mountain condor's strength has obviously increased greatly. That's why he's not afraid of Su Jimin. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to defeat Su Jimin on a wider martial stage, he would have already made his move. This Lin Ling is really stupid. He actually came to this valley. Far away, several figures sat quietly. They were the top figures of the 10 celestial emperors. They did not make a move because the moving mountain condor was enough to kill Lin Ling. Angry shouts rose and fell in the valley. However, Lin Ling did not seem to have any reaction. His expression was still calm and a soft voice finally came out. At this moment he was showing his outstanding prowess. Moving mountain condor? A short guy who's not even 1 meter tall, a disabled person who has to raise his head when he sees anyone, who gave you the courage to kill me? Are you tired of living? Or do you think that you're too short in this life so you want to reincarnate? When this voice came out, the entire valley fell silent. Short guy? Disabled person? One must know that the moving mountain condor hated it the most when people called him short. Even if someone looked at him a few more times, he would feel that they were mocking him and would immediately kill him. But now Lin Ling did not look at him a few more times. Instead, he directly said that he was short and that he was disabled. These words were undoubtedly stabbing a knife into the moving mountain condor's heart. The moving mountain condor let out a low voice. What about me? Did I hit the nail on the head with your inferiority complex? Or is it because you see so many beauties around me and your jealousy is causing trouble? In fact, if you're ugly, you should work hard and not use killing others to prove your greatness. However, Lin Ling did not seem to know what the moving mountain condor's reverse scale was. He once again spat out a sentence. His words were sharp and like a sword, they directly cut through the moving mountain condor's appearance, revealing his inferiority complex. Hearing those words, Princess Fire Spirit giggled. Even Tyrant Shuriren could not help but laugh. She did not expect this guy to be so vicious. As for the people in the valley, their hearts were all trembling. Lin Ling was courting death. You're just a piece of trash, yet you dare to say such things about me. Right now, I'm going to make you regret being born. The moving mountain condor's face was distorted, and a terrifying aura burst forth. Moving mountain condor, how dare you? Su Jimin immediately shouted angrily. At the same time, she was also complaining about Lin Ling's arrogance. Those words were merciless and had angered the moving mountain condor. Su Jimin, get lost or I'll kill you too. The moving mountain condor clearly did not give anyone face this time. If you want to fight, then fight. Why waste your breath? Today with me here, no one can touch Lin Ling. Su Jimin's attitude was extremely resolute. This caused the eyes of many celestial emperors to flicker. They did not expect Su Jimin to risk her life for Lin Ling. However, they knew that the moving mountain condor would not let the matter rest. He would definitely kill Lin Ling, so everyone sneered and waited quietly. Su Jimin still wanted to speak, but at this moment an arm appeared on her shoulder and pulled her back. At the same time, a cold voice floated over. Since you want to kill me, don't tell me you're not allowed to say that you're short? You're too domineering. Now, not only do I want to say that, I want to call you a skinny monkey and a cripple. I want to see how you're going to kill me after you're angry. The voice carried an unrestrained and domineering aura. The valley once again fell silent. Everyone looked at the person who had spoken. Lin Ling had actually cursed the moving mountain condor again, and he was not afraid of a battle. Lin Ling, you. Even Su Jimin's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was not even at the level of Wu Sheng. How could he fight? You must bear my anger. This is an anger that you can never bear. Lin Ling, die. If I can't kill you within 3 moves, I, the moving mountain condor, will never leave the Vine Leaf world. Chapter 1797. The Moving Mountain Technique, kill him. 3 moves? I think 1 move is enough. What an arrogant Lin Ling. Let's see how he continues to be arrogant. After many people were stunned, Angry curses filled the sky. Lin Ling had been arrogant before, but now he was even more arrogant. Moving mountain and filling the sea. Under countless gazes, the moving mountain condor clearly wanted to kill Lin Ling immediately. He waved his hands at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a terrifying power of law erupted. Although the moving mountain condor was short, after he unleashed his power, his entire body seemed to have become taller. The moving mountain technique? The moving mountain condor is indeed the inheritance of the mountain celestial. He was lucky to obtain the latter's technique, and now his strength has increased greatly. In the depths of the valley, the top celestial emperors said indifferently. The moving mountain condor could become the 6th-ranked celestial emperor, so his strength could not be underestimated. According to legend, when the moving mountain technique was cultivated to the peak, one could move a mountain of a world. This showed how terrifying it was. Rumble. Something terrifying happened. The valley seemed to be enveloped by heaven and earth, and a palm slammed down from the sky. "I'll kill you with one move." That palm seemed to be able to move mountains and fill the sea. The moment it landed, the ground of the valley caved in. It was terrifying. Baiyun Qiandi and the others retreated, their faces filled with worry. Beside them, Su Jimin frowned and said, "Lin Ling, you're too impulsive. The moving mountain condor has mastered the moving mountain technique and moved the mountain of the vine leaf world over." Moving mountain? Baiyun Qiandi and the others' expressions changed. What kind of power of law was this? It could actually move a mountain, and they saw that it was definitely not a mountain. No wonder all the people who fought with him did not have any corpses left. They were crushed by several large mountains and probably turned into ashes. Tyrant Sure Irin said with a frown. She was sure that even she was not a match for the moving mountain condor. Rumble. Under countless gazes, the mountain crashed down. At this moment, under the mountain, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. What a strange innate ability to move mountains. But could the moving mountain condor move mountains? He could too. Boom. In the end, several large mountains crashed down. Upon closer inspection, they were the most mountain of the vine leaf world. He's dead. Many people began to look forward to it. Lin Ling was still not qualified to fight against the 10 great celestial emperors. Get up. At this moment, an angry roar rang out. The invincible war god had arrived. Under countless shocked gazes, the mountain was forcefully lifted up by someone, and a blue-white robe could be vaguely seen. Bang bang bang. Moreover, the mountain was moving. This made the crowd realize that Lin Ling was lifting the mountain with one hand and advancing towards the moving mountain eagle. Boom. Everyone's hearts exploded. What kind of strength was needed to lift a mountain and move forward? One had to know that those were not ordinary mountains, but the divine mountains of the vine leaf world. Even the moving mountain condor sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that Lin Ling possessed the power of 15 universes? You have some ability. No wonder you are so arrogant. I want to see how many mountains you can lift. Move mountains to mend the sky. The moving mountain eagle let out an angry roar and struck out a complicated martial arts imprint. Another huge mountain came crashing down from the sky. Boom. A total of 9 mountains once again pressed down on Lin Ling's body, causing many people to stop breathing. Lin Ling should be dead by now. Shorty. You dare to call this strength moving mountains? However, amidst the rumbling sounds, a cold shout drifted out. It was as if there were giants moving forward on the ground, as if there were ancient deities carrying mountains as they moved forward. At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this still the trash Lin Ling that they had thought was trash? If Lin Ling was trash among the celestial emperors, then what about them? Perhaps they were even worse than trash. Demon Pass Mountain, smash it for me. At this moment, the moving mountain eagle's expression was becoming more and more unsightly. He had originally wanted to kill Lin Ling with a single move, but in the end, Lin Ling had given him a fierce slap in front of everyone. What was the use of moving mountains? Lin Ling could also move mountains. Moreover, he had shouted the word shorty even louder. He was arrogant and unruly, mocking him in front of everyone. Demon Pass Mountain is a famous mountain in the periphery of the demon realm. The moving mountain eagle has actually moved a mountain from the mortal realm here. The crowd's hearts exploded. The moving mountain eagle's innate talent was so terrifying. In the sky, the majestic and ancient giant mountain smashed down. It was like the ruthless palm of the demon king. Before it landed, the light in the entire valley dimmed, and the sky was blocked. When this mountain smashed down, not only Lin Ling but many celestial emperors would also be smashed to death. At this moment, many celestial emperors were trembling with fear. Not to mention the gold celestial emperors, even the diamond celestial emperors were afraid. One-dimensional space. Lin Ling shouted angrily. He raised the mountain in his hand towards the sky. Then his entire body shot into the sky like a cannonball, and his fist fiercely punched out. He had thought that the moving mountain eagle's innate talent was very powerful, but in the end, it was just a technique to move mountains. Unfortunately, this kind of innate talent was effective on others, but to Lin Ling, who had the power of 18 universes, it was simply tofu dregs. In terms of strength, Lin Ling was not afraid of anyone. Rumble. Lin Ling, who had risen from the ground, had a dragon claw appear in his hand. Like an awl, he grabbed at the sky. Everywhere he passed, those stiff divine mountains shattered like tofu, causing rocks to splatter in all directions. In the end, more than a dozen mountains were all crushed by Lin Ling. After a boom, the light in the sky returned to normal. However, on the ground there was no sound. There was only the sound of heartbeats. Lin Ling had easily broken through the 3 moves of the moving mountain eagle. This Lin Ling's strength had probably stepped into the ranks of the 10 great celestial emperors. In the depths of the valley, the strongest celestial emperors could not sit still anymore. They all stood up and said, "Isn't this guy an Earth stage innate talent? Why did I sense that he seems to have a Heaven stage innate talent?" Not to mention them, even the moving mountain eagle at this moment sucked in a breath of cold air. He had thought that Lin Ling dared to mock him, and that was a struggle before death. However, only now did he realize that Lin Ling had the absolute right to mock him. "I still have one power of law that I have not used." According to my original plan, that power of law was left for Su Jimin. Who knew that this Lin Ling would be so fierce? If we continue to fight now, the situation will be disadvantageous to me because Lin Ling still has Su Jimin and Tyrant by his side. The moving mountain eagle's eyes kept flickering. He knew that Lin Ling was definitely not an ant. His strength was only slightly weaker than his. Today's battle will continue outside the vine leaf world. I'll take my leave now. The moving mountain eagle did not want to waste too much energy because he also had to be wary of Xie Yun. Therefore he immediately left the valley. Moreover, if he continued to stay he would be ridiculed endlessly. Ran away. Seeing the moving mountain eagle leave decisively, everyone's expressions froze. Previously, the moving mountain eagle had been so arrogant, as if he had become a hero of the human world after killing Lin Ling. However, now he had run away. Furthermore, he had run away in front of countless people. The name of the 10 great celestial emperors was extremely ironic. He's afraid of Lin Ling. Su Jimin also sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, she had thought that Lin Ling was too arrogant and had angered the moving mountain eagle. However, she now realized that Lin Ling had enough qualifications and capital to anger the former. Then she laughed bitterly. Emperor Liso had asked her to protect Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's strength was not weaker than hers. Where did the protection come from? However, what shocked her even more was yet to come. In the sky, Lin Ling's expression was cold. He said softly, "No one has ever wanted to kill me, but after failing, they have been able to escape from my hands." Boom. As soon as this voice fell, the celestial emperors in the valley seemed to have been struck by lightning. Chapter 1798. There was no way to escape. What a terrifying Lin Ling. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with awe. In their eyes, that blue robe was incomparably dazzling at this moment. It was as if he was going to dominate the Heaven and Earth Emperor's world. In fact, Lin Ling was already half invincible in the Heaven and Earth Emperor's world. However, although Lin Ling could not be underestimated, the moving mountain eagle should have had some misgivings before, so he did not use his full strength. Now that Lin Ling had chased after him, without Su Jimin and Shuyurin, it was hard to say whether Lin Ling could return alive. Lin Ling might die. He will definitely die. The moving mountain eagle is Wuxiang's 3rd stage, and Lin Ling is only at the Saint realm. Previously he had to use all his strength to block those 3 moves. Just wait. Just wait. The news of Lin Ling's death will come back. Yes. Many people gritted their teeth and said. In fact, they were mostly comforting themselves. Perhaps they did not want to see a rising star dominate the Heaven and Earth Emperor's world in such a short period of time. At this moment, the moving mountain eagle did not expect Lin Ling to chase after him. He only wanted to leave the vine leaf world, but soon he sensed a whistling sound coming from behind. When he turned his head to look, he could not help but be stunned. Lin Ling had actually chased after him? Lin Ling, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Stop. At this moment he only wanted to laugh. He was worried about Lin Ling and Su Jimin joining forces, but it did not mean that he was worried about Lin Ling alone. If you chase after me like this, you will definitely die. Stop. The moving mountain eagle felt elated. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so cooperative and take the initiative to die. You talk a lot of nonsense. Did you become one of the 10 great celestial emperors by talking nonsense? Stop. Lin Ling also stopped and looked into the distance. He saw the evil clouds sweeping over from the ground in front of him, so he did not intend to talk too much nonsense. Whether or not I'm relying on nonsense, you'll find out. You should know that I didn't use my full strength before. I still have a hidden law. That law is my strongest technique. Plus, my realm is higher than yours, so your talent can't bring you any advantage. You're right. Stop. The moving mountain eagle was incomparably confident. Then do you know what grade of heaven stage my talent is when I wasn't afraid of your power of law? Stop. Lin Ling extended his right hand and a flame burned quietly. It was so dazzling and violent. When the moving mountain eagle heard Lin Ling's words, he frowned. In reality, he was also curious. 10th grade. Stop. Lin Ling spat out. Like thunder, the moving mountain eagle's face changed drastically. No wonder his realm was so much higher than Lin Ling's, but Lin Ling was still not afraid of him. It turned out that the difference in talent was too great. You should not say it, because if I did not kill you, I would definitely tell the world about your talent. At that time, those big shots of the mortal world would want to kill you even more. Moreover, it is not like I have never met a 10th grade heaven rank talent, so I know that if we were in the same realm, I would not be your opponent. However, you are only in the saint realm. Your talent cannot make up for your flaws. You are not invincible. The moving mountain eagle exuded a terrifying aura. The surrounding mountains moved as if he controlled all the mountains in the world. Obviously, his trump card was even more terrifying. The true limit of the moving mountain technique was to control mountains thousands of miles away. In this battle, Lin Ling must die. If Lin Ling did not die, he would definitely kill Lin Ling and announce Lin Ling's secret. Indeed, sometimes talent cannot make up for the difference in realm. Since that is the case, I might as well tell you another piece of news. If you announce this news, the big shots of the mortal world will reward you greatly. The flame in Lin Ling's hand became more and more vigorous. At this moment, it was burning wildly, causing the moving mountain eagle's body to tremble. What kind of flame was that? Why did it feel so pressured, as if it could burn all the mountains in the world? What news? The moving mountain eagle asked subconsciously. Apart from the 10th grade heaven rank talent on the surface, I actually have divine rank talent. Lin Ling said softly. This sentence was filled with confidence, as if an underground volcano had finally erupted at this moment. What? The moving mountain eagle's pupils trembled fiercely. For the first time, panic rose in his heart. Lin Ling had divine rank talent? Previously he had said that sometimes talent could not make up for the difference in realm. But what about divine rank talent? I think you should also be curious about the power of divine rank talent. Since that is the case, I will show you the power of soaring dragon. Lin Ling's pupils were incomparably cold. The white flame in his right hand finally bloomed, turning into a 5-meter-tall flame that boiled in Lin Ling's palm. One could faintly see that the Yellow Springs mountain range was actually within the flame. Mountain come? The moving mountain eagle shouted anxiously. At this moment he regretted it. He should have continued to run instead of choosing to fight Lin Ling out of luck. This was because in this battle he had used his trump card, but Lin Ling had used an even more terrifying trump card. Rumble. The surrounding mountains seemed to be controlled as they moved crazily, causing the sky to change color. In reality, the moving mountain eagle's strength was indeed terrifying. He could control millions of mountains. In the Celestial Emperor's world, there were no more than 10 people who could defeat him. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was one of them. A white fire dragon swam out. The power of law was boundless and terrifying. Pop, pop, pop. The surrounding mountains were like paper. At this moment, they all melted, causing the sky to rumble violently. In the mountains, the moving mountain eagle seemed to be trapped in a city. Facing the terrifying flames from all directions, his face turned pale and his body trembled. Was this the power of a divine rank talent? There was nothing that could not be burned. Moreover, there was a cold aura in the scorching flames, as if they were the flames of the ghost realm. He was a little confused. Previously, when he entered the Vine Leaf world, wasn't Lin Ling an Earth-ranked talent? How did it become a Heaven-ranked talent now? Moreover, a Heaven-ranked talent was nothing. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's talent was Divine rank. He could not help but think of the initial test. At that time, Lin Ling had activated the highest level of the giant tower, and that level represented Divine rank talent. Unfortunately, no one believed it. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was not qualified to have Divine rank talent. Now he knew that everyone had been deceived. At this moment, he really wanted to spread the news and let the big shots of the human world know so that they could kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he did not have any chance. If he had known earlier, he would not have fought Lin Ling from the beginning. Because with Lin Ling's strength, even if he faced Mustang and Xinyuan Xiang, he would not be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, heaven and earth did not know earlier. Boom. Flames drowned the mountains and turned them into ashes, forming the yellow spring flames. The moving mountain eagle was filled with regret, fear, and panic. In the end, his body was burned. Chapter 1799. Who would dare to do that? Bring your head here. Then Lin Ling spat out coldly. A soul floated up from the ruins. He was holding a human head in his hands and his face was filled with respect and flattery. This was the soul of the moving mountain eagle. He had been burned to death by the Yellow Springs flames and his soul was controlled by Lin Ling. Great Emperor. When the moving mountain eagle saw Lin Ling, he smiled bitterly and knelt down to greet him. Although Lin Ling was the enemy who had killed him, he could not summon any thoughts of resistance. It was as if a flame had been planted in the depths of his soul and Lin Ling was his master forever. If he had any thoughts of resistance, Lin Ling could easily sense it. This was the terror of the Yellow Springs flames. Thinking about it, after being killed by one's enemy, not only did he not hate the enemy, he was even respectful. Who would not be afraid of such a heaven-defying talent? You are considered my first subordinate. Unfortunately, you only have half of your strength left. The strength is too weak. Lin Ling did not destroy the soul of the moving mountain eagle. Instead, he stroked his chin and said, the moving mountain eagle was Wuxia stage 3 realm. If it only had half of its strength left, then it would be equivalent to Wuxia stage 1 realm. Of course, Lin Ling had a feeling that as long as he could control more Yellow Springs flames, the soul of the deceased would have more strength left. It might even be able to retain the strength of its peak. When that time came, Lin Ling would have a terrifying Yellow Springs army. I'm sorry. I wanted you to reincarnate and be a tall person in your next life. But now you can't even reincarnate and can only continue to be a short person. Now that I say that you're short, you won't have any objections, right? Lin Ling said again. Hearing this, the moving mountain eagle smiled bitterly. He did want to reincarnate, but it seemed that he would continue to be a short person. As for objections, would he dare to have? Seeing Lin Ling was like seeing the Yellow Springs great emperor. He did not dare to have any objections. Then he handed his head to Lin Ling with a wry smile. Previously, Lin Ling had burned him to death, but he had kept his head as a deterrent. And now he was giving his own head to Lin Ling. This feeling was extremely strange. Enter my Zifu. Lin Ling said again. He let the moving mountain condor turn into a ray of light and disappeared into the purple mansion. Then Lin Ling's heart stirred. On the ground, a green ring floated over. It was the moving mountain condor's green ring. After Lin Ling checked it, he immediately smiled with satisfaction. There were so many vine fruits inside that it was beyond his imagination. As expected of one of the 10 great sky kings. With these gains, in addition to his and Shuryuren's gains, the first place in the vine leaf world belonged to Shuryuren. Following this, Lin Ling looked at the sky and looked quite worried. He quickly headed towards the valley. The evil cloud was getting closer and closer, and he had to bring the fire spirit princess and the others away. At that moment, in the valley, everybody was talking. Lin Ling is probably dead. The moving mountain condor can control millions of mountains, it will definitely crush Lin Ling to death. Su Jimin, you should have followed him, but now you regret it. Haha, the hero of the human world has become the moving mountain condor. Even the second and first sky kings stood up and smiled. They were Mo Shang and Xianyuan Xiang. One of them was from Jianghu Celestial Stage, the other one was from Champion University. They had wanted to attack before, but after thinking about it, they knew that Lin Ling couldn't escape from them. Therefore they hoped that the moving mountain condor would bring Lin Ling's head back. I don't want the title of hero of the human world, but I'm very interested in Lin Ling's head. Indeed. When we leave the vine leaf world, I'll show everybody Lin Ling's head. I wonder what will happen. Haha. Mo Shang, you're so arrogant, you'll make Emperor Li Shou furious. What? What's there to be afraid of? I can tell them that Lin Ling died in the mouth of a wild beast. I just happened to find his corpse, so I brought his head back. All right. The two Sky Kings were laughing and talking. The crowd burst into laughter. That was a vicious move. Lin Ling, the hero of the human world, had become a demon of the human world. His head was being used as a reward. That was shocking news. The most important thing was that the 7 emperors couldn't do anything about it. You're all bastards. All right. In the distance, Princess Hualing and the others were furious. Those people wanted to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. Unfortunately, their voices only made the crowd laugh even more. As for Shuriren, Su Jimin, and the others, their expressions were extremely serious. They were worried about Lin Ling. However, Shuriren quickly calmed down. Even she couldn't see through Lin Ling's strength, so she guessed that Lin Ling wouldn't die. At most, he would fail to kill the moving mountain eagle and return with some light injuries. At that moment, footsteps slowly came from the small path in the valley, causing the entire valley to fall silent. Then countless eyes subconsciously stared at the small path. Gradually, a long robe like the blue sky and white clouds quietly appeared. At that moment, everyone became nervous. The moving mountain eagle was ranked 6th among the 10 Sky Kings. It had even threatened to change the situation of the Sky Kings and step into the 5th place. Lin Ling was a rising star, a hero of the human world. He was a junior in name, but the previous battle had already proven that Lin Ling's strength could also be ranked among the 10 Sky Kings. Now who had returned from the battle between the 2 strongest Sky Kings. Sorry, I'm back. Finally, a smiling voice drifted out from the valley. Under countless gazes, the blue and white robe became clearer and clearer. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Moreover, in order to prove and intimidate, a human head fell to the ground and rolled into everyone's line of sight in a shocking manner, causing everyone to stop breathing. That human head could not be any clearer. Who else could it be other than the mountain-shifting eagle? This meant that in the final battle between Lin Ling and the moving mountain eagle, Lin Ling had returned victorious. And Lin Ling had become the 6th among the 10 Sky Kings. At that moment, the entire valley was dead silent. Even the sound of breathing had disappeared. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Although Lin Ling hadn't lost to the moving mountain eagle before, Lin Ling's cultivation was only at the Saint realm, while the moving mountain eagle was at the Wuxia realm. If they really fought to the death, the moving mountain eagle would definitely win. You killed the moving mountain eagle. After the silence, Mustang's surprised voice drifted out. Can't you see with your dog eyes? Maybe the moving mountain eagle doesn't look like this? Did I kill the wrong person? Lin Ling looked at him with a cold smile. Everyone finally started to breathe, but they all gasped. They naturally knew what the moving mountain eagle looked like, but they were puzzled. How did Lin Ling win? However, no matter how he won, there was no doubt that Lin Ling's strength was recognized. At this moment, the Sky Kings looked at Lin Ling with deep reverence. If they were a little afraid of Lin Ling at the beginning, then now they were in awe and fear of Lin Ling. Before entering the Vine Leaf world, I remember that many people wanted to kill me. Now who dares to fight me? You can team up and fight me, or you can fight me alone. If you kill me, you can become the heroes of the mortal world. Who dares to fight me? If you kill me, you can also receive the rewards of the mortal world's big shots. Who dares to fight me? Lin Ling's gaze swept across the Sky Kings. His cold eyes had a sharp light. At this moment he finally drew his sword. Chapter 1800. All of his trump cards erupted. Dang dang dang. All of the celestial emperors retreated. If they still thought that Lin Ling was trash, then they were fools. They simply didn't dare to fight. Lin Ling's return with a head clearly intimidated them. Who dares to fight? Lin Ling took a step forward. His calm aura was like a monstrous wave, causing all of the celestial emperors to retreat once more. This scene was undoubtedly grand and magnificent. Princess Fire Spirit, Baiyun Tiendi, Su Jimin, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so terrifying, intimidating all of the celestial emperors by himself. One had to know that the celestial emperors that could appear here were all elites among geniuses. None of them were simple. But now they were all afraid of one person. At this point, even Su Jimin couldn't do it. I don't dare to fight. Scram. Lin Ling roared once more. That aura was completely different from before he entered the vine leaf world. All of the celestial emperors were silent. They could only lower their heads and watch Lin Ling bloom with a terrifying light. The Lin Ling before them was clearly proving that as a hero of the mortal world, he also had the corresponding strength. Good, I'll fight you. At this time, Mustang finally let out a low voice. He couldn't watch as Lin Ling swept away all of the celestial emperors. The crowd looked at Mustang, their eyes filled with anticipation. But at this time they didn't dare to arrogantly say it out loud. They could only pray in their hearts that Mustang could defeat Lin Ling. No need. You and the first-ranked celestial emperors can come together. However, Lin Ling lightly said. His words were calm, but they were like heavenly thunder, causing the complexions of the celestial emperors to change. What was called sweeping away all heroes? What was called Mad God World? This was it. Lin Ling wanted to fight two celestial emperors by himself. Moreover, they were the two strongest celestial emperors. You shut up. With my strength, how can I join forces with Shenyuan Xiang? I can kill you by myself. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Mustang's eyes turned red as he howled in rage. Lin Ling, I'm the #1 heavenly emperor. In my life I've never teamed up with anyone. You should fight with Mustang. Shenyuan Xiang said. Sure. Lin Ling coldly laughed. Since he had risen up today, he naturally had to prove himself. First, he had to defeat Mustang and then fight Shenyuan Xiang. Although this wasn't a bad idea, he didn't have much time. Lin Ling, your innate talent is at the heavenly stage and so am I. However, my strength and the power of laws are stronger than the moving mountain eagles, so don't be too confident. Mustang walked out step by step. Sorrowful law energy permeated the air around him, capable of causing his opponents to lose the ability to fight. Rumble. The earth immediately started quaking. As long as the heavenly emperor powerhouses were very close to Mustang, they all felt dizzy as if they were drunk, unable to distinguish the direction. This was Mustang's innate talent. The most terrifying thing was that his innate talent seemed to have reached the 4th grade of the heavenly stage. Powerful innate talent and unparalleled law energy allowed Mustang to easily defeat experts of the same level, not to mention Lin Ling who was at the Saint Realm. Sorrowful law? The great sorrowful curse. Su Jimin frowned. To be able to become one of the 10 heavenly emperors, none of them were weak. The sorrowful curse was very terrifying, capable of causing the opponent to feel dizzy and lose the ability to fight. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Mustang's innate talent was also very mysterious. The tree of innate talents of heaven and earth had indeed given birth to many strange innate talents. However, no matter how strong his innate talent was, it was useless. As long as his level wasn't higher than Lin Ling's, Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid. After all, the Fiend God Overlord physique was the strongest innate talent in defense. After that, Lin Ling looked at the sky and frowned. Let's end this quickly. Time is limited, so in one move I'll make you lose the ability to fight. At this moment he didn't plan to hide any more trump cards. He planned to use all of them because the evil cloud was getting closer and closer. What? However, no one could understand Lin Ling's thoughts, but Lin Ling's words obviously caused everyone's eyes to widen. Lin Ling didn't plan to fight to the death, but instead wanted to end the battle quickly. Did he think Mustang was a piece of trash? You think you can do it? Mustang sneered, but in the next moment, a terrifying soul force rushed towards him. Maple Snow Sorrow Blade. He had the law of sorrowful law energy while Lin Ling had the law of sorrowful law energy. Who was stronger? At this moment, Lin Ling's soul force had greatly increased. It was even stronger than before he entered the Vine Leaf world. His soul force was a trump card that could reverse the universe. You sneak attacked me. Mustang began to retreat. He felt an extremely strong pressure which caused him to spit out. However, his words were somewhat sarcastic because before Lin Ling attacked, he had already made it clear that he wanted to end the battle quickly, so how could he sneak attack him? It's just that the evil clouds are getting closer and closer, so I don't want to waste time. Lin Ling coldly shook his head. His soul force transformed into hundreds of small knives, madly shooting towards Mustang, causing Mustang's expression to change drastically. What a terrifying soul force, it had probably reached the level of 180. This was the first time he had met someone with such a terrifying soul force. He continuously retreated. The law of sorrowful law had no effect on Lin Ling, and his panicked expression fell into the eyes of the crowd, causing them to open their mouths wide, speechless. The dignified second-ranked celestial emperor was being suppressed by a single attack. Lin Ling knew that his soul force wasn't enough to kill Mustang. Hence, after using his soul force, he took advantage of the moment when Mustang's soul was injured and ruthlessly punched out. Under the impact of his punch, Mustang coughed out blood as his body was sent flying. How fierce! The spectators stared at the imposing Lin Ling as the rumbling in their hearts intensified. Mustang's curse of sorrow was able to cause his opponents to feel dizzy, causing them to lose the ability to battle. But now Lin Ling had shown him what dizziness truly was. One-dimensional space. Lin Ling treated Mustang as a punching bag, his terrifying fists unceasingly punched out, causing the valley to rumble unceasingly. Mustang was injured by the soul force, and in addition to Lin Ling's storm-like attacks, he could only vomit blood. If not for his strength, he would have been obliterated long ago. Of course, he had lost to Lin Ling unjustly, because Lin Ling had used his trump card from the start, while Lin Ling had hidden his trump card during the battle with the moving mountain eagle. The two were different concepts. It could only be said that he was very unlucky. Because of the evil cloud's arrival, Lin Ling wanted to end the battle quickly, but he had bumped into Lin Ling's muzzle. Is this still the second-ranked Mustang? Lin Ling's strength, could it be that he has already stepped into the second place of the 10 celestial emperors? At this moment there was no one who wasn't shocked. Lin Ling's radiance was too dazzling. On the other side, Xinyuan Xiang's expression was ugly. He had originally thought that Mustang could make Lin Ling use his full strength, and he wanted to see how strong Lin Ling was. Who would have thought that Lin Ling could easily suppress Mustang, and if this continued, Mustang would undoubtedly be killed. Lin Ling was obviously much stronger than what the rumors said. Every one of his trump cards was extremely ferocious. Divine Dragon Cannon. Chapter 1801. Xie Yun's arrival. This divine dragon cannon was 1,000 miles long, and its surface was covered with dragon scales. At the mouth of the ferocious dragon, a green light seemed to condense like starlight. The dragon's mouth was aimed at Lin Ling, as if it wanted to blast him to smithereens. How shameful, Xinyuan Xiang said before that he would not join hands, but now he is helping Mustang. Dragon God Cannon. Has the dragon warrior arrived? The crowd's hearts exploded. This battle could be said to be extremely exciting. Even the first Sky Emperor had made his move. Obviously, Xinyuan Xiang did not want to see Lin Ling rise. He wanted to obliterate Lin Ling. He even thought that he might not be able to defeat Lin Ling, so he chose to join hands. But in this way he had arrogantly said before that he would not join hands. This was equivalent to slapping his own face. Rumble. The moment the Dragon God Cannon appeared, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The terrifying power of law turned into a beam of light and shot towards Lin Ling. This cannon was extremely terrifying because it was imprinted with the power of 3 laws. It was Xinyuan Xiang's trump card. Obviously, Lin Ling had used all of his trump cards to let Xinyuan Xiang know that he could not hide anything from Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He had used all of his trump cards, and his battle strength was naturally terrifying. First, it was to intimidate the crowd. Second, before Xie Yun's arrival he could also defeat Mustang. However, after using his strongest trump card, he did not expect Xinyuan Xiang to attack him. However, Lin Ling did not only have one trump card. Dragon soars in the universe. Dragon God. Lin Ling gathered all of his strength, forming a terrifying fire dragon and charging towards the Dragon God Cannon in the sky. Within that fire dragon, there was even the terrifying yellow spring flame burning. If it were any other time, Lin Ling would definitely be able to kill Xinyuan Xiang with his god-tier talent. However, he had used the Yellow Springs flame once before, causing its power to be greatly reduced. This was also one of his current weaknesses. His realm was too low and his Dantian strength was insufficient. When facing Xinyuan Xiang's most powerful divine dragon cannon, Lin Ling's god-devil overlord physique couldn't gain an advantage. That was because Lin Ling's cultivation level was too low, so only a god-level talent could make up for his weakness. Rumble. Under countless shocked gazes, the two divine dragons collided. On one side was a scorching fire dragon, and on the other side was an ancient azure dragon. It was as if the world of dragons had appeared before everyone's eyes. Violent and domineering. All of the heavenly emperors' mouths were dry. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had actually already stepped into the ranks of the strongest heavenly emperors, able to fight with the number one heavenly emperor. Boom. The dazzling pillar of light collided with the blazing flames, and with a final boom the entire mountain valley was blasted apart, turning into ashes. However, the two divine dragons had also dissipated into nothingness. This result undoubtedly caused the spectators to be dumbfounded. One must know that Lin Ling had made his move in a hurry, while Xinyuan Xiang had made ample preparations, and had even joined forces with Mustang. However, the result was a draw. Then what if Lin Ling used his full strength? Naturally, the answer was obvious. Lin Ling could defeat Xinyuan Xiang. He was truly the number one heavenly emperor. At this moment, no one could see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling had too many secrets. How could you block my divine dragon cannon? At this moment, Xinyuan Xiang let out a cry of horror. In his imagination, Lin Ling was definitely going to die, but the result was only a draw? Can you be any more disgraceful? You said that you wouldn't join hands, but now you are joining hands. Moreover, you can't defeat me even if you join hands. You have brought shame to the Shenyuan clan. After repelling the divine dragon cannon, Lin Ling frowned and said coldly. The ridicule in his words was extremely strong, and it was like a slap to Shenyuan Xiang's face, causing his face to turn red. This is the number one heavenly emperor? Following this, a large number of mocking voices came from the seven emperors' world. If we are talking about who is shameless, Xinyuan Xiang is the most shameless. Hearing these words, Xinyuan Xiang was so angry that his body trembled. However, he had all kinds of doubts in his mind. Could it be that Lin Ling's talent was 8th grade heaven realm? Or even 9th grade? On the other side, Mustang's mouth was trembling. Lin Ling was fighting the two of them together, but it was actually a draw? This was the Lin Ling that he had looked down on from the beginning? This made him feel very ironic. What right did he have to look down on Lin Ling? What strength did he have to think that he could kill Lin Ling? Not to mention him, even Tyrant Shi and the other heavenly emperors were shocked. They had never thought that Lin Ling, who had used all his trump cards, would be so terrifying. The heavenly sovereigns of the mortal world should unite as one to resist the invaders. Earlier, I only interfered because I didn't want you to kill Mustang. I didn't want to harm you, otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to stand up. At this moment, Xianyuan Xiang suppressed the shock in his heart and said indifferently, "What a good unite and fight against external enemies. When I first entered the valley and everyone wanted to kill me, why didn't you stand up and say something? Now you are putting up a plaque for yourself. Don't you think it's very ironic?" Hearing this, Lin Ling suddenly sneered, and the ridicule in his words became even stronger, causing Xinyuan Xiang's expression to change continuously. He naturally knew that his words were difficult to convince, but if he didn't say anything, it would be even more embarrassing, so he had to find an excuse to prove himself. Of course, other than himself who would believe his words. On the Jianghu Immortal platform's side, the faces of the heavenly emperors were gloomy. Even if they didn't admit it, the facts had already proven that Lin Ling was the number one heavenly emperor. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the valley suddenly changed. In the distance, evil clouds rolled over, vast and mighty, as if they wanted to annihilate everything in the world. This sudden change caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Previously, they were all attracted by the exciting battle and had forgotten about the terrifying evil clouds. This made them all look towards the sky, only to see dark clouds covering the entire sky, as if doomsday had arrived. Within the rolling dark clouds, Buddhist chants could be heard. It was like a Buddha but also evil, causing people to tremble in fear. Ah! Some of the heavenly emperors were covered by the evil clouds and immediately cried out in pain. The evil clouds were like countless hands, rushing into the mouths, noses and eyes of the heavenly emperors. During this process, the heavenly emperors' bodies trembled, as if they were experiencing the most terrifying punishment in their lives. In just a moment, the eyes of the heavenly emperors emitted a dark golden light, and the sound of walking dead floated out, "Buddha is merciful." Boom. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart palpitated. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. This monster was getting stronger and stronger. He couldn't help but look at the Fire Spirit Princess and the others. "Why are you still in a daze? Let's go." The Fire Spirit Princess and the others also reacted. After the shock, everyone in the valley came to their senses. They had to leave this place immediately. Evil Buddha lineage. At this moment, Mustang frowned and spat out a sentence. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the 7 emperors' heaven and he shouted angrily, "The evil clouds have already covered the entire valley. It's difficult for us to escape. Someone must be willing to sacrifice. For the world, for the entire mortal world, the heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors' heaven, the highest deacon palace of the mortal world gives you a mission. Stop the evil clouds." Chapter 1802. Escape. For the human world, the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' world, stop the evil clouds. Shen Yuanxiang also shouted furiously, causing a commotion among the crowd. They knew that Xie Yun wanted to devour people, so people had to be sacrificed. Only then would they have enough time to escape. But would they have to sacrifice the people of the 7 emperors' heaven? "Attack," said Shen Yuanxiang mercilessly. He released cosmic energies and surrounded the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' world, pushing them towards the evil clouds. Of course, he also attacked the fire spirit princess Baiyin Tiandi and the others. After he attacked, Mustang, the one who had made the suggestion, was also cruel and merciless. Not only did he attack, but he also asked the celestial emperors of Champion University to attack. The celestial emperor's world was in danger. "Bastard!" shouted the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' world furiously. Su Jimin hadn't thought Mustang would make such a suggestion. Many celestial emperors were surrounded by the evil clouds. Mustang smiled sinisterly, and after exchanging a glance with Shen Yuanxiang, they hurriedly left this place. Boom boom boom. The valley was in chaos. The celestial emperors who had left slowly were surrounded by the evil clouds. Baiyun Qindi, Tyrant Shuri Ren, Xiao Yin, the 9 spirits of heaven, and the others were also surrounded by the evil clouds. Before, Shen Yuanxiang had attacked them on purpose. They weren't as strong as Shen Yuanxiang, and on top of that, everything had happened too quickly. Mustang Shen Yuanxiang. Staring at the despicable Mustang and the others, Lin Ling's countenance turned extremely cold. He didn't expect these two fellows to be so sinister. Suddenly he understood that Mustang's target was him, Lin Ling. Because Mustang knew that if the White Cloud Heavenly Emperor and the others were in danger, Lin Ling would definitely save them. "If I don't kill you, I'm not a human," said Lin Ling icily. He released his godly demon overlord body and jumped into the evil clouds. At that moment, the evil clouds looked like a catastrophe. Apart from the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors, celestial emperors, many celestial emperors from Champion University were surrounded by the evil clouds. Many evil beasts were surrounding them. "If this goes on, we will definitely die. The evil cloud is about to cover this area. At that time, no one will be able to escape." Many celestial emperors were searching for the only way out, but all around them were evil clouds. They had no idea where to leave from. At this moment, Lin Ling was rushing towards the direction where the evil clouds were the weakest. However, that was only for now. It wouldn't be long before this path was also covered by the evil clouds. After entering the evil cloud, Lin Ling looked around and discovered the 7 Emperors' Heaven's location. Then he rushed over. Scram. The previous battle had consumed a lot of Lin Ling's strength. Fortunately, the celestial demon overlord body was physical strength, so it was of great help now. Bang bang. With every punch, the evil beings blocking his path would explode, and evil energy would spread out in all directions. Lin Ling is here. Baiyun Chendi and the others also saw Lin Ling and immediately became excited. Moreover, their hearts were filled with deep gratitude. Every time they were in danger, the one who saved them was Lin Ling. Leader. Xiao Yan looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Su Jimin and the others were next to him. Leave immediately, shouted Lin Ling. He didn't have time to talk. At the same time, he threw a punch and the evil beings around him were all pushed back. Lin Ling was a cultivator of the 10th Tian level. He was much stronger than ordinary people when it came to resisting evil qi. Follow Lin Ling, shouted Baiyun Tiandi and the others. They ran towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling took them with him. On the way, the celestial emperors of Jianghu Celestial Stage and Champion University also gathered together. Only by following the group could they have a chance to escape. However, the evil cloud seemed to have a spirit. When they saw that Lin Ling was trying to escape, the evil clouds moved even faster. Many evil beings blotted out the sky and blotted out the earth and sky. Many celestial emperors died. Bastard Mo Shang, if I don't die, I won't live under the same sky as you. Xin Yuanxiang, you're dead. shouted the celestial emperors who had been betrayed by Mo Shang. Merciful Buddha. In front of them the evil clouds finally blocked the way out. Everybody's face turned deathly pale. There was no way out. This time they were definitely going to die. Are we all going to die? The fire spirit princess stared ahead with her bright eyes. Was she still too slow? How many people can escape? Don't give up. However, as soon as she said that, Lin Ling's voice spread in the air. No matter what kind of danger they encountered, as long as he was still alive, he wouldn't give up. Everybody attack one place. Open the evil clouds, I'll block the evil beings behind. Shouted Lin Ling again. There were many people he couldn't let go of here. The fire spirit princess, Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, and so on. Therefore, no matter what, he had to bring everyone out of here. Baiyun Chendi, Tyrant Shuri Ren, and even Su Jimin were shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Ling still hadn't given up. It seemed like the reason why Lin Ling could become the first celestial emperor wasn't unrelated to his tenacity. Listen to Lin Ling. The 9 spirits of heaven immediately nodded and attacked one of the evil clouds. Su Jimin and the others did the same. Rumble. More than a dozen people worked together and the evil clouds in front of them were gradually torn apart, revealing the outside world. However, the area that was torn apart was very small. It was only a meter wide and was slowly shrinking. That's outside, I see outside. Outside. One of the celestial emperors on the ancient immortal platform trembled. Ignoring everyone's thoughts, he rushed forward. Everyone was stunned, especially the celestial emperors under the 7 emperors' heaven. They were all furious. The opening was only a meter wide, which was not enough for everyone to rush out. However, that celestial emperor was only thinking about his own life, so he tried to rush out of the evil clouds. One-dimensional space. However, before that celestial emperor could get close to the exit, Lin Ling stepped out and punched out, shattering the space. Lin Ling, you. The celestial emperor's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Lin Ling to attack him. He wanted to say something, but he was killed by a punch. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all shocked. Lin Ling, what a ruthless method. Lin Ling, everyone is doomed. Why are you making things difficult for your own people? Said a celestial emperor on the ancient immortal platform with a frown. If you talk nonsense again, kill. Kill? Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He shouted angrily, that person only cares about himself. What's the use of leaving such a person alive? Let me tell you, you'd better use all your strength to open the passage. Whoever dares to break the rules, run away first. Don't blame me for being merciless. Kill? His voice was like thunder, causing all the celestial emperors to tremble. How could they still care about themselves? That's right, we opened the path before. Don't you feel embarrassed to take advantage of us? If you want to go out, then work together to open the passage. Little Flame also said in a low voice. Okay, Lin Ling will listen to you. Kill? Chapter 1803. Resisting the Evil Cloud Rumble. The celestial emperors of the 3 myths all made their moves, attacking the evil cloud. The evil cloud was like a wriggling cloud layer, constantly being torn apart but also constantly merging back together. However, in the end, it still couldn't block the attacks of the celestial emperors. Hence, the exit gradually became bigger and bigger. When the exit became a dozen meters wide, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. Charge out. Time was of the essence. If they were slower by a breath, they might never be able to leave. The celestial emperors rushed towards the exit one after another. However, at this moment, many of them turned their heads to look and shouted in unison, Lin Ling, leave quickly. However, the moment they turned around, their hearts trembled violently. At this moment, behind them were densely packed evil beings. These evil beings actually drowned Lin Ling. This made them realize that if it wasn't for Lin Ling blocking these evil beings, they might have already died, let alone opening the exit. Lin Ling. Some of the celestial emperors from the ancient Rhyme Immortal platform had tears in their eyes. Lin Ling had saved them. Scram. At this moment, a voice rang out from among the evil beings. It was Lin Ling's voice. Everyone leave immediately. Only when we leave can Lin Ling release the bindings and escape with his life. Su Jimin knew what Lin Ling was thinking and immediately shouted. Lin Ling, do your best. We will wait for you outside. Many people roared and rushed out of the evil cloud. Today they all owed Lin Ling a favor. However, the evil cloud seemed to have sensed that everyone wanted to escape. Hence, the fog around the exit became even more frenzied. It was like a wave attempting to drown the exit once again. And this change was something that no one had expected. When they rushed out of the evil cloud, they turned their heads and saw that the exit had been drowned again. At the same time, Lin Ling also didn't expect the evil cloud to be so powerful. Originally, according to his guess, as long as everyone left, he could also fight with all his strength and rush out of the evil cloud. But now the evil cloud quickly drowned the exit, causing Lin Ling to lose his chance to leave. Looking at the gradually disappearing exit, Lin Ling's expression was extremely ugly. It seemed that he would not be able to escape today. He knew that the situation was troublesome. However, he did not have any regrets. He had to save the Fire Spirit Princess, Little Flame, and the 9 spirits of heaven. If he did not save them, he would regret it. He, Lin Ling, would never let himself regret. Although Li Xiaoyao lived a carefree life in the past, he had regrets and regrets in his life. However, Lin Ling would never have such a thing. His life was colorful. Merciful Buddha. The evil clouds in the surroundings swept over, as if they wanted to drown Lin Ling, turning Lin Ling into an evil spirit. At this moment, outside of the evil cloud, everyone stared blankly in front of them. Dark clouds covered the entire sky. It was a shocking sight. The exit had been drowned. At this moment, everyone knew that Lin Ling had died in the evil cloud in order to save them. But now no one was in high spirits. Instead, they felt a deep sense of guilt. Even though they knew that Lin Ling hadn't saved them on purpose and had done it for the sake of saving the Fire Spirit Princess and the others, they couldn't deny that they were indeed indebted to Lin Ling for their escape. Bad guy. At this moment, the Fire Spirit Princess gritted her teeth and jumped into the evil cloud. In midair, her body quietly changed, turning into a beautiful woman. Wherever she passed, it was as if night had fallen. If one looked carefully, that woman was the second dream. Who frowns lightly, sleeves fluttering in the wind, who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword, who lingers a few times after parting today. The flowering period is over, and the fleeting time is over. The night and the flames descended at the same time. In front of them, it was as if a goddess had passed by, and there was a soft singing voice. Many people subconsciously said, "So beautiful." Sister, the second dream. Little Flame stared at the second dream. His eyes were moist. The second dream must have wanted to save Lin Ling. In order to save her, Lin Ling entered the ghost domain and stepped into the Yellow Springs. Today, in order to save her, he went into the evil cloud alone. The second dream did not let Lin Ling down. Even though she had escaped with her life, she still went into the tiger's den. The relationship between the two undoubtedly made many people envious. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the second dream seemed to have entered water and disappeared into the evil cloud. At this moment, all the evil creatures in the evil cloud stopped in their tracks and looked coldly at Lin Ling. The evil cloud in the sky formed the appearance of an ancient monk. It looked kindly at Lin Ling and said, "Benefactor, the sea of bitterness has no bounds. Turn back and the shore is before it's too late." The voice was like the voice of Buddha. However, when it appeared in the world filled with evil energy, it made people's scalps go numb. The evil Buddha lineage is a very powerful existence. I didn't expect it to devour so many people in order to be resurrected. In the evil cloud, Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered. His handsome face looked forward and his eyes were cold. Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts for his entire life. He had seen all kinds of storms. Therefore, the evil cloud could not make him lose his fighting spirit. "Benefactor, I am saving them from the sea of bitterness." "Benefactor, why are you so stubborn?" The voice sounded again. "If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking nonsense?" Lin Ling sneered. The arrival of the ancient god emperor made the evil cloud not dare to approach. It was obvious that the evil cloud was afraid of Lin Ling. "Benefactor, you have heaven-tier talent. You are extremely powerful. If I hadn't devoured so many people, I wouldn't have been able to devour you. Unfortunately, it's too late. It's not difficult for me to devour you now. Moreover, I know that you are hiding your divine tier talent. It's a pity that your realm is too low. Therefore, I can still devour you. I can even give up on everyone here, but I must devour you." The voice sounded again. If it was at the beginning, the evil cloud could not devour Lin Ling. However, the evil cloud had devoured too many heavenly emperors, causing its strength to increase greatly. Therefore, it could devour Lin Ling. "Then let's try." Let's see who will devour who. Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly. He had decided to fight to the death. I will help you cross the sea of bitterness. The surrounding evil cloud surged and pounced towards Lin Ling, wanting to devour Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling took out the mysterious void gourd and drank a few mouthfuls. Then he burst out from the soaring dragon universe. Pop pop pop. The yellow spring's flame erupted to its limit, resisting the surrounding evil cloud. From afar, it was as if a blazing sun was born from the dark clouds, trying to destroy the darkness. However, the evil cloud was already extremely powerful, so Lin Ling's law of fire could not destroy the evil cloud at all. He could only desperately resist, and if this continued, it would naturally be disadvantageous for Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling's realm was too low, it was impossible for him to use the law of fire for a long time. After an unknown period of time, the flames finally extinguished, and the evil cloud completely submerged Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'll help you. At this time, another flame blossomed from the evil cloud, shooting towards Lin Ling like a meteor. In the darkness, Lin Ling felt a surge of spirit energy entering his body, combining with his yellow spring's flame, causing the extinguished flames to burn once again. And this sudden power to Lin Ling was like rain after a long drought. The Second Dream. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.